Here in Dol Makyar, we find several of our heroes who have been engaged in some spycraft of late, spread out throughout one of the upper neighborhoods of the city. Wikander, Halevar in the streets nearby, and down in the marketplace at the Mercanod Couturier, we find our companions as well. Events are moving quickly, for indeed your mission, spying on the great meeting of the Sundered Houses, has concluded. That meeting has since ended. But first, you guys need to roll hit points. Hey! Let's roll them.
Yeah, it's a 10, right?
It's a D10.
It's a D8.
Re-roll it.
Yes, 8.
Nice.
Oh.
Hey, I also rolled an 8.
Wow.
So that's a
Twin.
Oh, 10.
8 bros.
Lovely and a lovely, healthy dose of hit points for you both as you stand in the currently sort of blood-splattered Mercanod Couturier. Sam, you have leveled up in a previous episode.
I had.
However,
I level up again?
holding this lion's head emblem and seeing the motes of light whisk around it and slowly leave the emblem and whisk around you, you become aware, as if through divine or oracular sight, that the soul of Teor Pridesire has left this world and that he wished for you to have this. The light that he carried, that due to his life as a soldier and a mercenary, never could be the focus of study or investigation, has vanished from the world. How many great and wondrous miracles have died in the trenches of Passitar's many wars before their miracle could be explored or explained. Perhaps many. His light is leaving this world, but there is some part of you that is not solely of this world, and you will not forget his light. As a part of dying in this campaign, which does not have any magic for resurrection in it, we allow what is called a death boon, which is that characters can pass on certain abilities or features. In some cases, they can grant if one of their highest ability scores. And in this instance, your charisma increases from 18 to 20 permanently. As Teor's light suffuses into the aura being cast by your own filamental tattoos.
That's amazing. Very sad, but really good. As I sort of feel this flow, this light pass through me and over me, I'm looking down at this. It's made of wood. What is this thing?
It's a piece of. It's beautiful in its own way, but it's definitely like a folk carving. It's not made by some vast, it's not like varnished heavily. It's just got some like humble like beeswax polish on it. Looks like it was carved by hand.
Yeah, I mean, just remembering that he had sworn to protect me and now he is gone. I think it both makes me frightened for myself and my future, but also I'm going to have to look after myself now, and so I guess I'm emboldened as I step forward, but also super scared. If he just died, he's real mighty. The others there with him must be in danger. So I think, even though I would really like to see what my friends here are doing, and I really know that there's soldiers approaching the stage and Hal, I think I have to dash as fast as I can to the Taconis house.
Okay.
Is there, I know I said I was just on the streets, are there horses or carriages available to me from the Halevar house, or how do I, are there taxis? Is there an Uber?
You haven't walked very far from the Halevar house at all. You could easily rush back and get one of your house's carriages if you so wished. And it occurs to you in this moment of extreme danger, I just noticed the red X.
Oh, Rip King.
It does make it seem like you're kind of the one doing it, but
Am I not?
Lord.
Wikander, it also occurs to you, thinking of how to get there the fastest, that as you have deceived your way back into the good graces of your family. Arriving at the Taconis house in a carriage probably means you will be safer than arriving on foot.
Okay. Then for sure, I'll get a carriageman and order him to take me without delay to Obermus Manor.
You are off to Obermus Manor. Our friends that are in the Mercanod Couturier shop. You descend the staircase. You are in this horrifying basement. Manacles hang from the roof above, where a body would be with its wrists up over its head. You see a workbench with several different shears. One of these pairs of shears is at first you wonder if it's drawn onto the table, and then you realize as you move through the room it is three-dimensional, but it is so jet black that it doesn't appear to have any form. It's so matte black that light can't bounce off of it, and so it just seems to almost sink into the table. There are shears there. There are bolts of black fabric that I believe you are very aware, I think, that the more classical way to hold souls is often within gemstones, but that's also a very known quantity. And so it seems that the Mercanauts have developed some manner of turning shadows into a fabric that holds the soul of dead mortals. And there are about 18 bolts of that fabric radiating infernal magic off of them in the corner.
Any scrap fabric?
There's a ton of regular mundane fabric
soul
here.
Fabric?
No, it does not look that the process of creating these bolts of soul fabric leaves like soul detritus around.
They're
on the
not
floor.
making clothes with it?
Well, funny you should mention. And you guys want to go ahead and give me investigation checks.
$13.
Where's my investigation? 20.
20. 20 will absolutely get it done. The body you are currently wearing has a magical ring on a finger. You don't know what it does particularly, but you also see that each of these gentlemen has a packed tome with them. They are warlocks. 2 packed tomes there. On that 20 investigation, these are warlocks whose patron is none other than Xaravi, Shadow of Suffering.
Uh-oh.
2 rings, 18 bolts of this jet black fabric. The shears themselves are magical, and you also see up on a massive loom, there is a bobbin of jet black thread, which you recognize seems to be composed of like pure demonic shadow. So that tiny spool of thread is there as well. The dead body upstairs had one magical garment of this cloth that is already constructed, so not the raw material. But you also see that there is down here, a large, voluminous, high-collared black silk cloak. This silk cloak appears to be double-sided in that one of them is just an extremely regal, quite glossy, so very silken, so it's quite shimmery. And it's weird to say because it's a black-on-black garment, but it is a little ostentatious, like there's black gemstones up in the collar. The other side, you realize, is much like those shears, very hard to even directly look at.
Well, that's tasteful.
Is that the cloak that you're wearing?
That is much nicer than anything I'm currently wearing.
I don't know fashion. What is all this bullshit?
Well, it certainly looks like it's from my ilk. These guys, I think, were working for my father. Speaking of, Bolaire, do you want to ask your boy some questions about how they do their work and maybe where their bodies go? While you're doing that, I'd like to just nip off the tiniest inconsequential piece of the soul fabric and make myself a tiny bikini.
Okay.
Why don't we get, there's an upstairs, if I recall. Let's get a couple garment bags, why don't we?
Absolutely.
And let's start, we're going to need that That, a
Let's
couple
rob
of
this place
those.
blind. Yeah.
I'll go. I got the bag. Am I capable? Am I okay to take a stuff and just stuff it in a regular old bag?
Baby, you can Grinch it up as fast as you
Feel
want.
free to make a mess.
Yeah. Okay, so
Do you want to talk to him, or should we? Or should
I
it
think
just
that
be
you.
me?
I think you should ask him.
One moment. All right, I'm going to go inside. Oh, Rulius, you have been a busy, busy boy.
My brother, you killed him.
Well, not specifically me, but honestly, if we think back enough, I suppose it's decisions that you've made that led you here. Let's be honest.
I'll get you for this. You have no idea.
Oh no, I definitely know you won't. In fact, if anything, I think that this might be the end of you. I think your thread has been cut. So, now it is really up to you what happens next. We could let your soul flutter out into the world, but I think we both know where you're going. I have an option B if you just want to take your chances, or you know me well enough that we could make a deal.
Give me persuasion. Or intimidate, your choice.
Which is different. I think they're both the same.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm just kind of, it's always dealer's choice. That's 16.
What's your deal?
Well, we come into a bit of a difficult situation because, well, your business has created some problems for everyone involved. I need you to answer some questions truthfully and give us a little bit of a look at how your operation works. And in return, I will drop off your face once I'm happy enough with what I've gotten from you. I'll let you go. No more of my influence. You just get to leave. Sadly, you can't stay here. This shop is now compromised. It was sadly a conflux of a lot of unfortunate incidents.
When Bolaire's having these conversations with the host of whoever's in the mask, is he just like blanked out? Is it out loud? Is it in your mind? Or
I can do right now. Right now, it's just in my mind, and like my face is kind of. It's like a little stiff occasionally anyway, but there would be no real sense that anything was happening. Unless, at the moment I'm just sort of looking around, and it's just like having an imagination.
I guess the question is the length of the conversation happening.
It's a little faster than what it is.
Okay.
Yeah, like the real world is going, this goes quickly. Again, like a dream.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah. Looking, Kattigan, by the way, shears, thread, bolts of fabric, you're popping the jewelry off of the dead guy. There's gemstones here. There's 418 gold pieces stashed away in a vault. I mean, if you're just robbing the fucking place, it's like, blam, it's all going in. Their pact tomes go in. There's a ton of non-magical text here that is still written in demonic that has to do with their process, how they do what they do.
While he's having the conversation, can I read it and take that information in?
Give me an Arcana check with advantage.
Arcana 15.
Your father's name is all over this. These are rituals. Sharafi made these men warlocks and gave them the knowledge of how to shear souls off of a person's shadow.
Does it say where it's going?
You look and see that all of this makes its way back to the Candescent Creed. And you are able to grab that information. It is, forgeries are possible in this world, but the fact that the same handwriting that is delivering how to carve a soul off somebody is also like, this fabric will be delivered back to the Via Aurora is, for its worth as extremely damaging and compromising material is that. Yeah. But you see that it all seems like it's going not to the church, but to the Halavars as a family. It's going to Zabani's office, essentially.
I would like to take the book and also, if possible, absorb. I want to see if we can do the soul stuff to to our guy, to Rulius.
I was about to ask anyway if that was why. Or you
on a 15 Arcana check, you remember the fact that Taor had been here for hours, and the two of them working on it together hadn't finished.
It takes a long time.
Takes a long time.
Okay. Kill him regular style.
Anything good in the sack?
So much. Let's take it all.
All right. Over the top, you throw that cloak in there, and the only thing of value left in here are paintings that are too large to carry, and that's all she wrote.
And I've put on my hastily. It's a string bikini. It's really just a couple triangles. I kind of didn't want it to look like we had taken anything, but I see now that was a mistake. But whatever. I have a bikini on made of souls.
Kattigan is shading his eyes to the side.
What a gentleman.
The glass on the back of your brother's head, what was that about? Do you have it? This is just curiosity.
I do.
Interesting. Do you have a soul?
Not on me.
Finally, something we can both delight in. Me neither. Thirdly, who do you work for? And what do you do with the bodies? How do you hide so many bodies? Just cleaving so many souls from them. What happens?
We cut them in two and send half to the priestly house of flame and the other half to the priestly house of shadow.
Yes, the souls, yes. What do you do with the bodies? I don't care about the souls.
They go across the river, Master Lathalia.
How unoriginal. I'm disappointed.
This bag's heavy. What's he saying?
Oh, I think we've got everything that we are going to have to do.
Okay, so they're doing really bad stuff. I mean, I don't know if it's worse than hiring demons. I'm a demon. I'm working for the crew.
Well, what do we do with him?
When there's something worth saying, I am muttering it out loud.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So these things are being communicated.
I think that we should kill him personally. Or, I mean, Bolaire, he's yours now, so you can do whatever you want. My question is, Kattigan, that man that I saw, I recognize now as Primus Taconis. I think that it's a bad idea for you to be charging back into the Via Aurora, but do you want me to try to kill him?
What? You kill him?
Maybe not by myself. I don't know. Maybe we can do something. He just got his shit shooed out in front of everybody. I think that the Halovars are really pissed at him. So maybe we can. I don't know. It seems like a scary thing to just go for him directly, but he's got to die, right?
Yeah. And he has to die, but look, I'm a little confused. It's been a long and strange day. Can we sort that out after we figure out what we do here first?
Yeah. I mean,
I pull back out for a moment.
I think that, I mean, on my behalf, my story to my sisters, and then some, is that you're dead. I think the two got into a scrap over the mask, went crazy, killed each other, and you escaped, and I killed you. And so I get the credit.
All right, because I was supposed to die in here.
Supposed to die in there.
So we got to set up like a scene, Are you suggesting you fake
Can
my
I have
death?
one of your fingers?
What?
I won't eat it.
One of my fingers from my
Yeah.
own body?
While this is all going on, I'm going to need a way out of here, by the way. So you all think about how that's going to happen. Excuse me. I'm going to start stripping my clothing off of myself while they're talking and folding it and putting it in one of the bags.
What the fuck is happening?
I'm looking.
And then I'm going to start manacling my own hands into those manacles.
Great.
Okay.
Killer, great.
Great. I mean, I think that we can just go out the way we came in. I mean, you can't be seen. Do we see a different way out? Maybe where they get these bodies to go? Is there a different door?
Give me an investigation check.
I don't see shit.
You don't see shit.
I've got a plan to keep myself hidden.
Okay, I think that you can keep under covers.
It's a great plan.
Pretty great, but
and I'm just going to put my hood up over my head.
I believe you, but I think I should have some proof that I killed you to my family. So, what'll it be?
I'm hanging for now. Oh, yes, Kattigan, I have a quick gift for you. Feel free, you can either put me on the way out or just tuck me away. It doesn't matter. I just made a promise Sir, you have been so helpful. I now release you from my bondage. And I drop off his face.
Oh, wow. Boom, the mask drops off, and you see Aurelius goes, now you've done shit.
I tickle.
Stop! Listen. Your father. I serve your father!
So what? I'm his daughter. You think I give a shit?
You are going to be discovered, and you will be unraveled and made into something more obedient.
You're gonna try and scare me right now, but who has the manacles on? You or me, pal?
Do it quick before he does something stupid.
You can see, I actually am going to need you guys to roll initiative real quick.
I was about
Oh
to say.
my god!
I thought you guys were clever enough to know that you should not let a mage just sit there for a minute.
Nat 20.
Nat 20.
Great.
Thank you.
Can I just stab him?
Go ahead and give me an attack roll.
Great.
Okay.
What did we get here?
21.
21.
18.
Okay. What's that?
18.
18 is a hit. Go ahead and 18 is a hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
With the...
And Kattigan, you can give me some attack rolls here as well.
Yeah, sure.
And you have a puppy too.
I do have. Oh, I
Let
feel
this
like
guy
a
go.
puppy.
Now you're gonna kill him?
I'm playing along.
I guess.
I'm the only one who said he wouldn't fuck with him.
14 for the first attack.
14.
We should have made a better deal.
14 is a hit.
14 is a hit. 9 damage on that one.
Okay, 9 damage here.
7 damage.
Are we just jumping this guy?
I think you guys are just jumping this guy.
Yeah.
Great.
He's all, yeah.
9 and 16. Okay, so 9 and 7 is 16.
I missed my second attack.
Missed your second attack.
And then for bonus, I'll just I'll call Wolfric over and let him take an attack on just a strike.
Go ahead and give him an attack.
Oh gosh, I haven't done this in a minute. Sorry, it's been a hot minute.
Oh, you got it.
It's
Would have been too much of a break to warn you.
Like, really, this guy thinks that I care that my dad's his boss?
Yeah, but he might try and escape.
Well, not with his guts all out.
That's why you got to gut him
16,
quick.
and then it's 8 plus 2. So with an 8, so 10 points of damage for old Wolfie.
Okay, 26 points of damage. He is going to go.
Oh fuck.
What if I fucking die?
None of his all of his spells require somatic components that he can't use right now, except one, thaumaturgy. So you see he is going to, as loud as thunder, go and shout out to Wikander Halifar. He goes, help! At the top of his lungs. And you guys hear it reverberating throughout the marketplace.
Yeah.
It is your turn again.
Okay. Kattigan, if we hear the door open, I think that you should run.
Right. And I'm gonna lumber out with my giant
He's
sack
still
of goodies.
alive.
Taking me or no?
Still alive, but if somebody's
you
coming-
should really, yeah.
That's a 19.
Yeah, I would.
Do I get to...
Oh man,
Do I get to attack twice because it's the knife that hurts people who have hurt people?
Unfortunately, you would need to know the name of someone that he had harmed. This knife does not reward popping off.
All right.
So,
Cocked.
yeah, because you don't know anybody he's hurt. That's fair. It's a long list. What? No, I know.
6.
6 points of damage.
Yeah.
Tyranny, how does he die?
Oh,
I fucking navel to nose, just like...
Knife up, innards spill out. He is dead. However, you can hear similar shouting off in the marketplace.
Let's go. Come on, hurry up. I've got Bolero. I think for just a second, the Chaos Gremlin and Kattigan thinks about putting it on, but he just shakes it off and pockets it for a
Well,
second.
there it goes in the pocket. You guys rush to where are you rushing?
I am rushing back to the Candescent Creed, and where are you going?
And this is on the run?
Yeah.
I don't know. Where should I go? You seem to know my
house.
destiny. Hal's house?
Yeah, right? I mean, that feels like a safe place.
Got it. This is all for you. I don't want any of this shit.
Okay.
Come get it when you need it if you want it.
Okay, great.
Okay. I'll see you there.
See you there.
Okay.
I'll tell quick.
Are you good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Where's Bolaire?
In my pocket.
Oh, you have him. Okay, great.
Yeah.
All right, so no finger, you are charging back to the Via Aurora.
Give me a finger.
You want one of my human fingers?
Give me a finger.
You gotta be fucking kidding me right now.
I'm taking that out. Give it to me. I need proof. What do you want? Your nose?
You think I can be...
Ear?
Oh.
Toe? Penis?
I have a few extra.
That's not what that is. Okay.
I'm a
Pinky,
I'm a lefty.
Don't be pussy.
Oh, you've done so much good work over the years.
You're gonna do it?
Yeah, fuck yeah.
I slice it.
Tyranny cuts your finger off. You head to the Via Aurora. You head to Hal's house. And you will get into the rest in tonight's episode of Critical Role.
And I eat it.
Nope. Hello, my friends, and welcome to tonight's Critical Role Announcement Playhouse. Before we get into tonight's adventures in Araman, we have some announcements to get through. But first, tonight's episode is sponsored by NordVPN. And to tell us about it, a genuine 90s R&B legend, 3-time Grammy winner from the R&B group Velvet Embrace. Wow. Please welcome J-Bone McAngelo.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Woo!
Wow.
I love you, J-Bone.
Big fan.
J-Bone.
Thank you so much. Guard your every click with NordVPN. An all-in-one digital security app with a built-in, it's hard to see. With a built-in no, that's hard too. With a built-in next-gen antivirus to stop snoops, malware, and scams, there's no need for multiple subscriptions to different cybersecurity tools.
J-Bone, I'm told your group actually wrote a song about NordVPN?
You know it, baby. From our 1992 platinum record, Romance on the Rocks. Hit that track.
Such a good song.
Girl, you know I've been missing you every night. But I'm back in town and I'm gonna treat you right. So light the candles, pour the wine, and remember, regular VPNs don't protect against fake web stores, but NordVPN's next-gen antivirus does, girl.
That was lovely, but you didn't actually sing on that track.
No, J-Bone doesn't sing. Velvet Embrace had 4 amazing singers, but I was the guy who would talk during the breakdown of the song.
That's right.
You know, the romantic guy who eats the mic and just talks for 16 bars until the singers come back. That's me.
Yeah.
Doesn't that guy usually have like a deep, sexy voice?
Here's another song from our album Candle Wax, which chopped the R&B charts in 1994. Girl, you know I've been missing those nights at the dog park, watching the dogs play, scooping up poop. Yeah, girl, that made me want to buy a dog with you. Please call me back. I've left like 25 messages. Also subscribe to NordVPN, girl.
Okay, again, there wasn't really any singing,
Yeah, it's really
and the mention of NordVPN actually felt kind of forced, like you just kind of added it for this bit. Did you actually win a Grammy as an R&B vocalist?
There's one more track from our 1996 album Love Grooves. A different. Oh yeah, here we go. I'm waiting for the beat to drop. I'm still waiting for the beat to drop.
This is the build-up.
I didn't listen to the track ahead of time, but here it comes. I know, but I didn't listen to it all the way. Here it goes. Okay, here it goes.
Still got it.
I'm waiting.
Oh, good.
I'm waiting. I gotta find it. Here we go. 2, 3. Girl. I am definitely a Grammy-winning R&B vocalist. Do not check my Wikipedia page, and if you do, it's wrong. Thank you. Also, NordVPN can scan your downloads for malware and remove them. AV Test rated it as the best anti-malware among VPNs. Girl.
Yeah.
Well, this has been fun. Grab the exclusive NordVPN deal at nordvpn.com/criticalrole and get 4 extra months. Try it risk-free now with a 30-day money-back guarantee.
Girl.
Yeah.
Girl to you, girl.
Ah, boy. Thank you, Sam. Thank you.
I would just like to point out that this is an actual alternate reality that easily could have, probably should have happened.
You should also
You should play the Beyonder in the new Marvel MCU. This is like very Beyonder coded.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda.
Girl.
Anyway, reminder for all you folks that our new Daggerheart miniseries, Age of Umbra, Shadowlands, premieres July 9th.
Yes!
So excited for y'all. We have an incredible cast of players that includes Laura Bailey, Boubacar Salim, Jennifer English, Pico Ortiz, and Zachary Ronaldo. You'll feel wonder, heartache, dread, and delight as this unusual crew ventures into the wastes in search of answers. It was so much fun. Good crew.
Very good crew. Like they all have such good chemistry.
Oh, yeah.
It was great.
A very fun, kind of unique vibe in the realm of Age of Umbra from our first run, but still feels in the world. I had so much fun running it for them. They seemed they had fun playing it, and I hope you have a fun time watching it. No, seriously, please come check it out. You can get a close look at it and what we've revealed so far at daggerheart.com/Umbra.
Umbies.
Liam, you're up.
Girl, you need more Briarwoods in your life? Next Tuesday, June 30th, Dark Horse is releasing the collected Volume 3 hardcover edition of The Legend of Vox Machina, The Whitestone Chronicles. Featuring our favorite couple we love to hate. This run is written by New York Times bestselling author Marika Nijkamp. It is illustrated by Aviv Orr, so amazing, colored by Eisner-nominated colorist Diana Souza, and lettered by Jimmy Betancourt and Richard Starkings. Find The Legend of Vox Machina, The Whitestone Chronicles, Volume 3 at your local comic book store or darkhorse.com. The Briarhoods. Hate to see him go, but I love to watch him leave.
Yeah, thank you, Liam.
Yeah, she did say Briar Hoods, right? Vox Machina and the Briar Hoods, my favorites.
On Redbubble.
Yeah.
Travis, you're up.
Oh yes, all episodes
All of them.
episodes of The Legend of Vox Machina series are available now on Prime Video. Come join some of our cast and crew for our finale episode of Inside The Legend of Vox Machina tomorrow on June 26th at 3 p.m. Pacific as we chat about all the fun behind-the-scenes details from the making of Season 4. The art, the storyboards, the acting, the directing, getting Sam to just shut up. There will be spoilers, so be sure to watch all of Season 4 beforehand. Otherwise, you're going to ruin it for yourself. That would be awful. Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Or do.
Watch it twice, just to make sure. I believe that concludes our announcements. So with that, my friends, girl. Let's get back into Ahriman, girl. We return. Tonight's episode of Critical Role. What a wild couple of episodes it's been.
Very well here.
Once again, we see that in our previous episode, the heroes of Ahriman have seen, after their various quests throughout the world of Ahriman, returned to discover on this momentous night that there were 3 objectives in front of them. to spy on the great meeting of the Sundered Houses, to see if the House Taconis could indeed be backed into a corner by all of the achievements of our heroes, to infiltrate Obermus Manor to rescue Thiazi's co-conspirator, Mara the Wing, and to protect and ensure whatever magical goings-on were going to occur at this opening night of the play Kotheri, which, due to the machinations of forces both near and far, promised to be one of the most momentous magical evenings in occurrence. The Sundered Houses were successfully spied upon. Mara the Wing has, to our knowledge, been at least momentarily rescued, not without great cost. Though your characters do not know it, Teor Pridesire has left this world. And at our play, we see that paint rendered from an ancient river Styx composed of blood, the Gavzidra, was painted by a young daughter of the families Lloy and Fang into the murals of a hallowed round that is indeed now hallowed. The story of Vokian's revolution, calling out to the souls of those orcish heroes captured in an afterlife that had been severed from this world following the death of the gods, no more. In addition to the most momentous magical discovery of the last 70 years, the fact that the Shaper's War did not destroy the afterlives, a hanging question that has haunted this world for 70 years and spurred the retribution and violence during the Ghost Wars and all manner of horrifying things. That question has been answered. Those souls are not lost. Perhaps souls never can be. Perhaps only lost for a time. You also see that as those souls of orcish spirits cross the proscenium of the theater, that they are rendered in celestial status. Here in this story being told by their descendants in this place of their heroism, they are filled with light. More than that, as the magic became unstable, we saw in the letter of this professor, some other co-conspirator of Thiazi Fang's, we saw in this letter of the professor a stable trinity of bridges. One anchor, the pariah blade, now painted and held aloft as a symbol rather than just a sword by young Shadia Fang as a member of the chorus. The paint rendered in the workshop of Sulrekshi into a series of murals depicting the great stories of the history of the Rungyani. And the Stone of Night Song, used here for its connection to fairy, has just been sundered by a sister of Salandri, smashed apart, sacrificing a dream she has held for 70 years, because to seize that dream would be at the detriment of these still living people. What a choice Vaelus has made. She risked her life to do both, but only able to do one, she raised her censer on high, and in the city that we first met her coming to seek the stone, to return it, has chosen to destroy it. Alongside Azune Nayar, speaking a word in Navikan, the language of his people that he has not had much occasion to speak, saying, remember. That word spoken in Navikan, the lost language of dragons.
Sir.
Yes.
We should talk. As a dragon reared its head from Lake Nahami, a dragon that had been asleep, perhaps since long before even the Shaper's War, arose to take that shattered remnant of the Stone of Night Song, push it into the ground, and create a cavern of moon crystal, much like the one that our soldiers' tables saw in Hawthorne's Glade. Where the forest of Tintazi meets Lake Nahami, an anchor to the spiritual energy of fairy has been created, more powerful than any we have yet seen in the story we are telling. It is that anchor that stabilizes the connection between the afterlife of the Rungyani or the once afterlife of the Ringyani, I should say, and the Playhouse, the Hallowed Round, and by extension, all of the living world of Ahriman. For all of you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Murray, you see everything stabilized. Those tendrils reaching out.
I did. I'm such a dwarf. I just think about bridges. And they bridges they be. We have no idea what they did. I'm like, good job. You're so good at this.
So we return. That connection has stabilized. I cannot begin to tell you all of your worst fears of what was going to happen tonight, the reason that you had 100 magpies in the wings, all of the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, the dead pour forth, chaos and ruin. I had all of my notes ready for that to happen if you went home with your family. And instead...
So you can still do it.
I take it back.
Go cry that.
And instead, those bridges stabilize. However, Hal and Thaisha, and Murray as well, you see that while the connection is stabilizing, which means that the planes don't come unfurled and the dead don't pour forth into living Dol Makyar, the living world of Ahriman is fine. It's the people here are watching a nice play, but you see the same sense of crisis on the other side still unfolding, of the spirits feeling panicked. Their celestial status is wavering as they cannot tell whether they should walk the path or stay and defend this place. And I think you both see paint still bubbling up as raw, untapped magical energy that seems to require what paint perhaps always requires, which is direction and intention. For those of you here, we will begin, first of all, with a little bit of business. Hal, you need to roll hit points.
Oh. Let's go!
Let's go. Keep it low. Keep me civilian squishy. It's a 5, right in the middle.
Right in the middle. We love that.
That's good.
I was supportive. Like,
Oh, you did good.
That's a D8, yeah? For you?
D8 for me.
See, that's what just taking the regular thing gets you. Just safe.
No more Azune taking these sorcerer levels. What are you doing?
Leave me alone. Chicken.
you're a dragon, not a chicken. Walk in.
The second act of the play commences, and this is the act, by the way, because the end of the first act ends on a high note, which if the first act ends on a high note, oh no, we're watching a tragedy, because it's setting up for the fall in the second act, and we see that this is what begins to happen, the story of Vokyan Murzat being betrayed by those close to him to the priests of Osgra, and we see a number of, that as the story commences, it becomes harder and harder. Turning it over to Hal here for a second. What do we see in that second half of the play as it begins to unfurl?
Right, well, Hal is in the wings. As Act 1 begins, he's just moments ago given Lash bardic zhuzhing to keep him on point on stage. And as he goes out and begins, Hal is he is a mix of conflicting feelings. There is a foot waiting to drop either tonight or tomorrow. The Halavars are going to be pissed. He has put all his money in and is betting on this play, which is a tragedy, which tells the story of Vokyan Murzat, who was a precursor to the Shapers' War, one Ringyani who tried to overthrow the Chosen of Osgra, the priests, 2 centuries before the Shapers' War, and was struck down. Some of his own brethren turned on him at the offer of power. And boy, he didn't set out to write it to mirror his brother, but it is beyond coincidence how much it hews to the loss of Thiazi. And all of this has been worth it no matter what, with the miracle that Hal has seen come to life here at the Hallowed Round, here in our church, in our temple. But he also has the highest hopes that this play, mirroring what's happened to his brother, will stick in the hearts and minds of the people in the audience. and he watches with bated breath from the wings. Every corner of choreography, every word dropped, every note, the chorus chants into being. And without reciting an entire play, because I don't have that, Mirzat enlists, the audience sees Mirzat has enlisted some of his other downtrodden Rungyani to make a stand against these priests of Aabria. There is one of his allies who is lured by the priests with an offer of a seat amongst them to turn, and in the final moments of the play, Mirzat is beset. His own friends turn on him. Their heretic rebellion, that first rebellion, is crushed, killed, along with Volkjan Mirzat.
As the play unfolds, building to this horrifying crescendo, Thaisha, you look out and see a city of free orcs who knew that this was, it was billed as the tragedy of Volkjan Mirzat, but there's some part of them living after the successful Shapers' War, leaning forward, as in all great tragedies, going, no, win, don't do it this way. There's another way. There's got to be some possibility of avoiding what is to come. And you see everyone leaning forward in their seats here. Azune and Vaelus, towards the end of this second act, you guys both return to catch basically like the last 30 minutes of this. As you both walk back into the theater, I think, Vaelus, you feel fairy shapes swirling around you. And you look over and see there's a woman sort of in the wings of the audience who looks over to you. And you see a beautiful Glastig. This is Temelo. Red curls of hair, a headband that has costume antlers. These very small, delicate antlers coming off her head.
She's so pretty.
She looks at you. She has like small fawn, like dappled white freckles on her face. And she looks over to you and goes,
Yes?
what's your name?
Vaelus. What's your name?
I'm Temelo. Are you a wild thing?
How do you mean?
You, Azune, look over and can see the wind kicking up around Vaelus as invisible pixies and sprites swirl around her. And she says, have you freed something? Did you break something quite strong and hard to let something loose upon the world?
I believe I did.
She leans in and kisses you on the side of your cheek. You are wild. And she grins and smiles and looks at the fairy doors leading out into the Tintazi wood. And Vaelus, you're standing in this funereal garb that is your sort of like sister of Salandri. And Azune, you watch as just sprigs of wildflowers begin to be populated all around Vaelus's clothes as fairies begin to leave flowers all throughout your garb.
Oh my god!
Like a rose parade float.
You was! I love the rose parade.
As you see, Temelo just takes your hand and smiles, and all these fairies are looking at you. I don't know. I mean, Vaelus has the relationship to the fair folk that she has. There is a strong correlation, like Salandri married the king of fairy. But fairies have always had a kind of playful distance from elves, even though they're both sylvan things, because elves they're immortal, but they're of the world and they live in it forever. And there's a formality and a sorrow and a melancholy to them. And you realize that when Temelo called you a wild thing was capitalized. She meant that there was something else there.
Let's go. What is this?
I think it's beautiful. And it reminds me, I need to find Thaisha.
We do.
Thaisha, you are, I believe, still nearby conducting this ritual. You see the panic setting in amongst the honored dead.
I want to, as subtly as I can, because the hallowed ground is built at the edge of Lake Nahami, so I imagine that there are like pressure systems where there's a little bit of fog that rolls in this like natural theater. If I can, I want to communicate with the like celestials here that are kind of beginning to freak out via this like sending out a little fog cloud that rolls to all of those fallen warriors. I just want to convey that their fight is over and the people that they see watching their great works in the form of this play are the next generation who are here to take up the fight, to try to calm them to move on. Accepting, you said that there were some priests here, right?
Yes.
Cool. Now what I know about them is that they love fighting to the very last drop. And watching this play has reminded me that I hate their asses. So I would love to command them to stay and keep guard until everyone else has passed through.
Hell yes. Go ahead and give me nature and give me insight as well.
Natural 20 for nature.
Oh my god!
No.
She is a druid.
I did it. Oh, much worse. And 12 for insight.
12 for insight. Okay. Go ahead. With that nat 20 nature.
She's starting to leaves.
Also, go ahead and give me, as you're commanding the priest of Oscar, give me an intimidate check as well.
Nice.
10.
Isn't that the one Alex blessed?
Yeah, he gave me the natural 20, but it ran out of spit. Alex, spit on this again.
Nat 20 nature is crazy. So on those rolls, here's what I think happens. On the insight you have, the mist rolls out from you, and as your physical body continues to like call the corners and walk and do the ritual, on that nat 20 nature, a version of Thaisha Lloy appears formed of mist in the Tenebral Reaches. This does not need to be, you are no longer at distance. The spirit of Vokian Murzat's, you can see, hold on one second. You see Azune, the wife of Vokian Murzat, is there, who is wavering back and forth between celestial and undead in this moment, going out and saying, Vokian! And you can see that Vokian's spirit is almost all the way out of the Tenebral Reaches because he's riding alongside Lash. He's telling his own story. And on that nat 20 nature, fog is everywhere. You call out to the priest, and you see that some of these heroes begin to just chase the priests into the dark forest. As you are like, stay here and serve and redeem yourselves, you see these tortured souls who were, their paradise was to be torturers at the right hand of Osgra, to avoid suffering by enacting it on his behalf. And the heroes of the Vokian's rebellion chase them screaming into the forest, for they will not, their souls are so wicked that they will not serve willingly in this moment. But that doesn't mean that they've gotten away. It just means that they're being chased by those rebels.
Up till this moment, they were watching the play going, are we the bad?
Just fully for it. Is this fucking play about us?
Is this fucking play about us? Wow. But you can see Azune, as you appear here in mist, Azune turns to you flickering, being like, Vokian!
Azune.
You know my name?
I do. I know your story. My name is Thaisha. I am from a time far later than you know, but where your efforts, your husband's efforts, our people's efforts have come to fruition.
She looks at you and pauses and sees her husband up there, and you can see rolling out of the woods is this mist that you're calling to you, but you also look and see quite near you, Hal is technicolor, vibrant, filling the forest with light. You see that that Lake Nahami has become made of paint. It is bubbling paint, and you can see that around it, there's a bubble for a second that goes, and almost looks like the Lloy estate. And then another one boom, comes out and almost looks like Hal's house and the Rookery. Boom, bubbles up all around you. And on that nat 20 nature check, that we have to reward nat 20s. On a nat 20 nature check, that paint is completely under your control.
Ooh, sweet. And I want to offer my hand to her. Be at peace. Your husband is coming. Will you help me with the project?
Yes. Are you a witch? Are you a woman
I'm
of
a druid of the old path, and you are about to walk it. But there's one thing I would like a little help with first.
Yes. Runa, Lakia, please. And you see that she starts to call all these other spirits who follow you.
Yeah. We're going to head to Technicolor Lake and start some finger paints. I'm just full Miss Rachel, like, time for an art project.
You go and lead these orcs with you to the lake, and they sit down, and you see Azune looks up and says, In your time, what has become of the Conqueror?
He is gone, dead and destroyed.
We did not even dream in our wildest dreams.
I know. We couldn't have done it had you not shown us and built in us a bravery to keep trying.
All right. Then you are free, and the land knows peace.
Complicated. Almost. There is still so much work to do. But we know the way. It will take work. It always takes work.
She looks at the old path and goes, and you see her flickering towards becoming undead. And she goes, how can we leave if there is work yet to do?
Those of us living, it is our time to work. A series of bridges have been built, and what is left is for you to walk them. There is paint here, there is magic here, and I would ask that you walk through, cover yourself in it, and in your passing, cover this place with all of the color and vibrancy of your life and your love, and make it stable.
On a nat 20, Thaisha, a wall of paint, like a towering wave, crests upwards. And you see that the souls of the Runyani push their hands into it. Bright, vibrant color everywhere. And the paint swirls around them, splashing onto the forest. And suddenly the dark and dreary forest of the underworld is the most vibrant, living, glowing thing you've ever seen. And you look at Azune, she looks up and goes, grabs the paint and smears it over her arms and legs, and then fully leaps through it. And the wall sort of collapses in front of her as she leaps through it. And she grows in size. And the paint looks around, and she is beautiful and radiant and tall. And the paint parts, and Azune steps out of it and turns around and is looking at herself. It's like wispy, translucent, beautiful ghost of a woman who, her ghostly self has like tattered garments. She was like a peasant. And she looks up at this 12-foot tall, prismatic, it's a rainbow creation, but it's the paint, it's a liquid thing. And as the paint falls, it hits the ground and sizzles with light, and sort of small lava lamp globules of this paint scatter around. It's this glowing, effervescent thing that smiles shimmering green and purple and red radiance, and this enormous version of her whose garments are heroic and beautiful kneels down, and she looks at herself and she goes, "We can't stay. It's your fight. But we can leave. And the 12-foot tall rainbow angel of her goes, a story.
That's all we are in the end.
She looks up and you see the 12-foot tall celestial version of her rushes up, and Hal, in the middle of one of Lash's moments where he's being stabbed and eviscerated right towards the end of the play, you see that Vokyan is like pulled out of him and his wife hurls him through the paint, and the same miracle happens. And you see this small family of translucent spirits that get to reincarnate and walk the path and live again. But this massive orcish celestial, which Thaisha, on that nat 20, I'll also probably ask Thaisha to name. We've never seen the creation of a new form of celestial, because you are in the way that like great prophets and religious leaders have new revelations. This is a new revelation of the old path.
New angel just dropped.
New angel just dropped. Because there is something to answer here, which is the part of me that wants to cling on to life is because I want to keep being of service. I don't want my grandchildren not to have my help. And the miracle of this paint in this moment and of this performance that Hal's troupe is giving is that you get to rejoin the world, but what you leave behind is the celestial of your story and what your life meant.
You said that Hal sees this?
Sees this.
I think from the wings, he's watching these final moments with Voltjan and Lash on stage and seeing this miracle happening in the audience, and he can see Thaisha illuminated by these two celestial beings, and all he can think, watching two stories unfold at once, is that he could die tomorrow and it would all have been worth it.
Can we name her Kadra?
Kadra.
When you are like making new trails in woods, it's like a little bit of like marking you do on the tree in order to like show the path for other people. And
damn, you just came up with that. That's crazy.
That's just, you roll the syllable wheel in your head.
You reach to this old, it's a very ancient Rungiani word that you know from having studied like ancient naturecraft. But there is, after all, one final wood we must all walk through.
And they're making my job easier by making a Technicolor footpath through it. Like, great.
Yeah, you literally see in this moment the marriage of the druidic tradition of druidcraft and bardcraft, of the nature of life and rebirth, which is old and primal, and the importance of story, and it comes together in this moment. And as the Kadra here, it is genuinely challenging to guide people down a dark and frightening forest. And as these angels surge forward, you see Vokyan joins his family to bid farewell to the world so that he can be reborn with them, and looks at this towering celestial Kadra that takes these two enormous axes in his hand and smiles, just like rivers of purple and red and yellow and green, like tracing down his face as this endless font of burbling paint. And he goes, "Travel well. I hope to live up to your example," as the story points at the man, and whoosh, up flies, and almost like the Human Torch, there's this swirl of glowing paint behind, and races up and outwards as you see in the wood, Dol Makyar bursts out of the lake. It is a dark and frightening city of the undead, as the geography of the underworld tends to be. But at the base of that dark and gothic city, its mirror image in the underworld, you see that the hallowed round is a glowing, multicolored beacon, like a heart at the base of the city, and Kadra rush out from it into the city and into the forest.
I spend the rest of my time just crying. That's what I do.
This new figure is created of those who must walk the path, but wish to leave behind something for those that come after. These people who lived a life and leave an enlightenment and a story and meaning behind them. Kadra rush flying into the city, these trails of paint hitting the ground, effervescently bubbling and evaporating behind them, and we return to and the 10,000 people in the audience don't see none of that shit. That is all happening on on a different plane of existence. That's happening in the underworld. Everybody else is just great show.
Theater is sick as fuck, you guys.
Did we catch any of this?
You guys caught all of that, and you can join Thaisha in this moment.
Oh boy.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see what you did? What you helped do?
I did the right thing.
I think you did a good thing. You sacrificed your own dream so that you can help this wish come true. It's been a long time since I've seen a sacrifice be given so fully like that. I understand so much more now thanks to you.
What was that language you were speaking?
That was the language of my people. Navikan, I've all but forgotten most of it. It's hard to pass things down from one generation to the next sometimes.
I haven't seen a dragon in quite some time.
I didn't think they were real. I thought they were just a story made up to scare kids. Well, sometimes it just filled us with this wonder. I have to tell Thaisha.
We have to tell Thaisha.
Tell me what?
Hi. Were you there this whole time?
We're in a theater. There's a play happening.
There's more than a play happening. Of course you know that.
Behind you guys, you hear.
I'm sorry. Hold on. Let's go back to the. Come on.
We saw a dragon, for starters.
What? That's where you start?
I have to.
Okay.
And we found an anchor of
a Fae
energy. A cavern.
It's.
You were gone for like 20 minutes.
I take out the little piece of moss that I took from the door just for you to have. Thank you. You're a druid. I figured maybe you can eat it. Okay.
You can eat it.
Yeah, what is it you do?
Okay, we have to have a conversation about what we all do as people.
Yeah.
It's fine.
You all look out and see the play coming to its crescendo here in this moment. You see Lash, who in the beyond, you can see that as the Kadra have moved out into the end, and as the ritual's coming to a close, you realize once this play is over, you guys will lose the ability to like peer through the veil, right? That peering through the veil is happening because the space between the underworld and this world is there.
It's gonna be real cool because I don't know if you guys can see it. Like, don't worry, it's just a normal play. You guys see it in a normal play? Yeah. You see a bunch of ghosts?
And Thaisha, you can see too, this connection to the dying fields has been created, but the number of spirits or souls that you saw was finite. It was those Runyani that were involved in Fokion's revolution and no more than that. And so this is an incredible achievement. It is but it is very much the beginning of something. There are vastly many more stories to tell. The work of this is not done by any stretch. You also look out and see in that vibrant forest stretching down the path that begins to be filled with light, it is this path here presently in Dol Makyar. The achievement is profound and cosmic and celestial, but it is a very precious little seed that has just started to grow. And as it grows, you look out and see the Kadra have also gone off into the forest, and you see it drenched in paint of deep, dark reds and burning oranges. You see those priests whom you condemned that have been basically smeared and covered in paint and are in the forest just pointing down the path.
Fucking narcs.
Which is simultaneously fitting punishment and a far kinder fate for them than they were happy to inflict on anybody else. On the stage itself, Lash's final soliloquy begins. Speaking of paint, his eyes are covered in red stage blood as Vokyan's eyes have been cut out of his head. He looks out, dying under the tree in the center of the stage. Shadia, as a chorus member, is collapsed across the stage, the painted blade, the pariah blade, on the ground beneath her. You could see an uncomfort fall over the crowd as that pariah blade clanged into the ground out of her hand.
My baby's so good at acting.
You see that Lash, as Vokyan calls out, "You will see! All of you will see! One day you will look to the top of the hill, and no longer will Osgra be there. No more will his visage tower over us. You cannot see it, but I can!" he calls with his eyes cut out of his head. "Look and tell me, do your eyes not see a free world breaking just beyond the horizon? Look! Look!" And he points out, and everyone seems to turn to look to see where he's pointing, knowing that at the top of the city of Dol Makyar is where Osgra used to sit, and there's a moment where this is going to be kind of like an enjoyable moment of being like, oh yeah, Osgra doesn't sit there anymore. And they turn and look up into the city and see the lights of the Via Aurora so bright, and the gray tower, its lights dimmed, and the bright lights celebrating the Photarch's resurrection, meaning that at the very top of Dol Makyar, the brightest thing they see are the flags of the Sundered Houses. The feeling that settles over the crowd in this moment is a deep, stomach-turning confusion that settles into something more like rage. What is sitting at the top of this city? As they turn, Lash's last line, "You'll see. One day."
As he starts to sink, condensed in a tiny moment, Hal is overwhelmed with a feeling of pride in his family. And that word means so much to him. It means Thaisha, it means Elodie, it means his children, it means every single member of the Rookery and now the Hallowed Round. It means his new complicated little family of magpies. It means all the citizens of Dol Makyar. He wishes his son were here. He wishes his brother were here. And watching Lash sink to the ground, in the dark, in the wings, quietly speaks resonantly the words, "I believe." Casting enhance ability, charisma on himself, and just with the simplest little bit of theater cantrip. It's not in the play, it wasn't part of any rehearsal. The rest of the Rookery has never seen this happen, but from the wing, Hal twists his hands, and almost as if the clouds have parted and revealed in sudden moonlight in the tree, the ancient tree that rises above Lash's collapsing body at the heart of this place, ancient. The entire audience sees a falcon perched on a branch above the fallen form of Volkjan Murzat. A single cry, and then its wings explode outward and it lifts into the air and arcs over the audience and out over the hills and trees in the distance, and only we can see it follow the path and vanish.
I'm gonna yes and you, because also we talked about this before as part of our plan. As the falcon, the physical falcon starts to fly up and over the hills from the balcony, Murray is gonna go ahead and do skywrite and throw up the symbol of our magpie falcon. Hi, bird symbol, sky.
Falcon takes to the wing, the sky overhead. There is something in this city 10 times as large as the lights of the Via Aurora. And as the falcon's wings go over, the lights of the stage dim and return as the chorus stands and the crowd goes fucking wild. Flowers, 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 panties, flowers, flowers. You see that people in the front row, people are like have snot running out of their nose. They were bawling, so you can see that. You look at how everyone in the boxes up here, all the way to the nosebleeds. The nosebleeds, people leaning over the rooftops of adjoining buildings that are not even the hallowed round are like weeping, and you can see this tension where all of them just were like waiting for something else to happen at the end and are left with this buoying energy, this thing of like, no way, he was not supposed to die at the end. That's not what's supposed to happen. And so you watch people, instead of having this feeling that this has all somehow resolved, this feeling of, what do I fucking do with all this energy? And they just go nuts. And
let's feed that energy.
Yes.
There was that call lightning that Hannon did that I like opened the radius on. I want thunder as they're starting to get loud. Let's make the city loud.
And you see up at the concession stand, Olgood crying harder than anybody else. Going, oh my God, we're not gonna have to shut down. We're profitable. Oh God, I have a job. You see, you see that there's flowers. The curtain calls, Lash takes a bow, and everyone begins to clap and ask for you to come out on stage.
Okay. Hal moves to the center of the stage, carrying an old Rongyani lute, and walks to the center of the stage. And
Wigs with lice.
Yes. I've got my wigs with lice on. And I plant the base of it in the ground with my hands on the top. Rongyani, friends, and all good folk of Dol Makyar, if I may, good tidings to you all. The hallowed round is doubly blessed for your kinship here this night. Because we gather in this storied place, history lives and breathes. So, on behalf of my family of talented mischief makers, my eyes trail across this little group in the crowd. Thank you. Our gratitude knows no end.
Now, in a few moments, our company will shed their glamours like a dream and join you all to celebrate tonight. I encourage you all to share in wine and song first on the steps of the hallowed round, but then we will carry this magic back to the city. Tell your friends, tell your neighbors, faith has returned to Dol Makyar. Not in kings, not in creed, but in the hearts of all folk free and fair. And then he lifts the lute up rapidly and strums his hand down hard and begins a centuries-old Rignani folk song that everyone in this fucking audience recognizes and strides out amongst the people playing. And then the musicians of the Hallowed Round jump on in, and suddenly the theater is alive with music and singing.
Incredible. Yay! People are drinking. Is your intention for the? You see, Nevada goes out. Oh, we did it! Lash, you beautiful boy. You only made. I counted maybe less than 5 mistakes. And you see that she says, "Are we having the after party here? Are we going to Caravan Hill? Are we going to the Rookery? Where are we going?"
Nevada, get him up. Grab a bottle. We're taking it on the road.
All right, let's get drunk. You see that she wanders off, and you guys begin to just a party procession begins to pour out into the city streets. You see Ramina looks over at you and goes, "Oh my God, Lash! You were amazing. I brought flowers." You see, if anyone here has any, does anyone have detect magic or anything else like that up at this end of the play?
No, I should have my see invisibility still up.
Cool. See invisibility is fine. You guys, you're heading out, and you guys watch that special moment. This was again, Thaisha, you have witnessed like a druidic revelation. Something new has happened in your ancient faith for the first time here. But the specialness of this evening, as Murray says, that this play is going to be a hit. Our diviner foretold that Vale closes, which is a good thing. It is safer to keep these planes planar, right? Yes. However, your ability to see onto the other side ends with the ending of this play. You don't know if it will pick up again in another play or not, or whatever it is. But for right now, harmony once again exists between the waking world of Ahriman and the other side, in the underworld. But with a presence on that other side like the underworld has never seen before. Within that, you all head out, start merrymaking, and
I think that Hal has made his way up the hill, and as he gets his intention here is to try to rabble-rouse and get everybody in a good mood, but also, as Thaisha said, harness what's going on in this audience. And by the time I crest the top of the seating on the lute, I start to weave in threads of broken wing mixed into this ancient Rangyang folk song, and I want to Pied Piper this horde of people through the streets of Dol Makyar.
Hell yeah. Do you have a neighborhood in mind? Are you trying to stay close to the theater, which would be like Caravan Hill or the Fray? Or are you heading all the way up through the whole fucking city?
I think that we will go up one side, because there's bridges that pass over the water up the middle, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah.
So we will go all the way up to within sight of the Lloy estate, and then cross over a bridge and explode through the streets and alleys of the Rookery, the taverns, the bars there.
Hell yes. Great.
Can I do one more bit of paint magic before we go?
Yes, absolutely.
I guess it'll probably look a little like graffiti over Shadia's beautiful murals, but as high up as I can, underneath where you can see the Via Aurora, from this stage. I just want to write the words in Runyani, remember.
Ooh, hell yes. Great. Cool. Great. I love that.
Just 3 rosés deep, just sobbing.
Just sobbing.
Just sobbing.
I fucking love it.
I have so much alcohol in my house. Come to my house. Let's go.
Her beard is soaking wet.
Fully. She's just holding hollow.
Give me an investigation roll as you do that, and anyone else wants to give me a perception roll.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Perception?
As soon as I see these people leaving, there's something else that clicks in with me. It makes me a little bit worried for their safety.
Cool.
And the moment I let my guard down to take this wondrous moment in, starts to fade away, and I'm gonna draw my shield, and I will cast Detect Magic.
Great.
And I will
You cast
become
Detect Magic.
Marshal again.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Dirty 20. Azune, you have Detect Magic up. On a Dirty 20, you put Remember on that part of the wall up there. Boom. I think, Azune, you see that in Rungyani, but still the word Remember. On that Dirty 20, you feel, because you are a healer, there is a life force within the people leaving this place that is hard to explain. It is the people here are filled with an energy leaving from the hallowed round. Azune, the pariah blade that Shadia sort of sheaths has a powerful magic on it that you can actually see is unlike what you saw it many times in the Arcanaut. There's a new magic on it, and I think on that Detect Magic and on that Dirty 20, the commoners leaving this place, I'm gonna give it to you in game terms, but Thaisha doesn't understand it in game terms. Every commoner leaving this place has about 40 temporary hit points.
Let's fucking oh God, just give me some motherfuckers in mint rocking up.
Let's do it.
Pitchforks abound.
Pitchforks abound. You also on that Detect Magic. Everyone who give me perception checks. Anyone who wants to, and you can do so with advantage with Detect Magic.
23.
23.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Not good.
Good.
I can't see through my Rennie mascara.
25.
25. 8. Okay, Thaisha, you clock this as well. And I think, but again, off of the Detect Magic happening here, Vaelus, on 23 you see it as well. First of all, fairies are leaving, but they are not following into the city. They are rushing out the ferry doors in the back towards Tintazi Wood. And you see that a tiny little pixie, there is a tiny little naked, long-eared, 1-inch tall guy wearing an acorn hat and no other clothes. Tiny little gossamer wings, flies up to you and goes, "Will you be our queen?"
Oh my God!
Okay, and then leaves before you answer. You see that he forgot what he asked the moment he was done asking it. Wow. But also in that 23, Thaisha and Vaelus, you both see some of the paint in the theater is moving. A tiny 2-dimensional painted chameleon with a small painted mask in its mouth is crawling along the ground, and the veil is already closed. So this is really happening on the stage. Goes and jumps. It can't leave the floor, so its jump is it just moving along the ground. Very like Mario 2D scroller.
Played that game.
It jumps. You see it jumps onto a box marked extra wigs, maybe lice, and jumps inside towards the coffin that you delivered from here, which is still here in this room.
I do like the snap point to see if anyone sees what I see.
Yeah.
You want to go? Let's go. I'm gonna go. Oh, Hal told me not to touch that. I'm fucking running.
Yeah. Cool. You go and run and see that there is a painted chameleon and holding Bolaire, a painted version of Bolaire's mask in its mouth that is crawling on the outside of the coffin of Olblad.
Hey, buddy. You good?
The mask opens its mouth and goes, "I'm Bolaire."
What? Okay, interesting. Are you for real?
I'm Bolaire.
Okay.
If he says it one more time, it must be true.
Yeah. You know what? Insight check.
Give me an insight check.
You know what?
Here's the thing. 15.
I can see it.
15.
Yeah, I know.
It could. Unfortunately, if he said he was anyone but Bolaire, I'd be like, nah, but maybe. Homeboy kind of weird. Yeah. 15.
Might be Bolaire.
Hey, bud, why are you flat?
Master always flat. Let me in the box.
Shit, that's a really good reason. I don't want to let you in yet. Why are you outside of the box? Why are you not a man with a bad wig? What?
My wig's good. I'm Bolaire.
I do believe this is Bolaire now.
The chameleon drops the mask and goes, I'm Figment. Let me in the box.
Figment?
Let me in the box.
Can I grab the mask?
You go to grab the mask. You poke it. It's dried paint, so you poke it, and you see the mask goes. Ow! I'm Bolaire.
What is happening?
I want to look at him.
You see the mask and the chameleon both sort of lean their heads against each other and say, "Let us in the box. We're good."
No, that feels
I think the
like
lid in the
that
paint
shouldn't.
might be having an effect on us.
Yeah. Okay. Why don't you just come with, and I want to rip the cardboard off and take it with me and be like, let's go over here, and then we'll go in the box later.
Do you want to like lure them off the coffin onto a piece of cardboard?
Yeah.
Give me a persuasion check.
No. 13. Please come with me. Bolaire, he's my friend.
You can physically pick up the coffin and move it if you would like, but
Bolaire would say not to touch this. Bolaire may or may not be here now. I grab it.
You should take it.
You pick it up and it's fine. You've traveled with it before. It's still closed. The paint is on the underside of it. You see, as you begin to move it, you see that Bolaire looks at the chameleon and goes, "Oh no, they don't want us to do it." And they sort of move around to the underside of the coffin.
No. But they're stuck on. Are they stuck on
They're
the
stuck
coffin?
on the outside. They can't get inside.
Okay, I'm gonna keep rolling it so I've got eyes on them the whole time.
Great.
Is the mask still in the mouth of this lizard?
As they need to move, the lizard picks up the mask in its mouth and begins to move it. It doesn't seem that the mask has the ability to move itself
Okay.
on the coffin.
Do you want to hold that? They keep.
I mean, I will. So you
scrambling.
can be busy with.
What am I doing?
I don't know.
And with that, as Vaelus, you get this coffin. It's like you just smashed the Stone of Night Song, and now you're responsible for some other ancient psychopomp relic.
Okay.
I'm sorry, hanging out with me is weird.
It's the best, actually.
At least there's no birds flying out.
You guys, the procession is leaving. You guys head out. There are some staff that are quickly start cleaning up, and you see Olgood says, "We can clean up tomorrow. Come out and have a drink. We'll take care of it later." The Hallowed Round begins to leave. You guys take the coffin of Olbalad, and we are going to move from this table to our friends at Obermus Manor.
Yeah! Oh no!
Oh no! We return to Obermus Manor, where Thimble is trying to find Tayor Pridesire. Our friends.
I'm gonna save him.
You're gonna save him. Our friends Octus Taconis and Julien Davinos have featherfalled, assuming that Thimble would come right behind them. But before that, having concluded our first round of the areas that you guys traveled to in the manor, we are going to roll for overall threat, as we said before, correct? So I would like everybody here to roll a D8 for me. I will roll for Tayor and Sid. And I would like you guys to, they having triggered one of the undead crypts absolutely count, even in death.
That makes sense.
So we're gonna roll D8s, and I just want you to let me know if you roll a 1.
A 2.
A 2.
No, 7.
No.
5.
Okay. I'll roll for Tayor and Sid. This one is for Sid. That is a 7. And we will roll for Tayor.
Tayor, come on.
Tayor got a 1.
Tayor is unlucky.
That is true. You do not have to roll, but it is going to degrade to a D6, and Tayor and Sid, having been in the same scene, are going to roll next. If we get a 1 on either of these rolls, it keeps cascading. 6. That was almost a 1. 2.
Come on.
Okay, we stop. However, the next time this roll occurs, you'll all be rolling d6s.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah. I'm fine. Everything's
The
fine.
threat level has increased in the house, but is not as bad. Basically, a 1 on a d4 means all of the Taconuses immediately are home.
Right.
Yeah,
Cool.
Okay. Yeah.
Wick is distracting them. Just keep distracting them, Wick.
Octus, you have the unconscious body of Mara the Wing.
I am currently holding in one hand.
You have, Julien, a stack of papers taken from Coral's room, as well as your sister's Wraith Gem.
Correct.
Octus, you land on the street after Featherfall, look up, some shape has just thundered onto the roof of Obermus Manor. I need a Constitution saving throw from you.
Oh. Okay. That would be a 21.
A thundering pain surges where your heart should be as you feel a fiery strike and a feeling of something shattering as you land on the ground. On a 21, you are not immediately destroyed.
Yeah, Octus just it's like it lands and then sits on the ground and.
Octus, what's wrong?
I don't know. Something is burning inside me.
I just keep my gauntlet at the ready and just kind of pull back the coat to see if there's anything visibly different.
Give me a perception check.
Let's be 15, actually. Nope, 12. Sorry, I misread the die.
You, sorry, 15 or 12?
It's a 12.
12. You look and there's no heartbeat in there. Octus is experiencing a moment of really visceral pain. As the visceral pain begins to fade, Octus, you begin to feel that the pain passing almost feels like not an arrow going in, but one coming out. There's a feeling that something that was of tremendous risk or danger to you has actually been unmade.
I feel better.
Good, we gotta go.
Where? Looks up. Sees Thimble has not followed them down. What is she doing? Have you flown back in?
Yeah, remember I said I was really sneaky.
Yeah.
Oh, I ain't going.
She didn't come down.
Julien, about 5 steps away, stops and turns. What are you doing?
She didn't come with us.
Who?
Thimble.
She's hard to see. She's quick. What?
She didn't follow us down.
That's her choice. We have to go now. We have what we need.
I'm not gonna leave her.
What, you want to go back and die as well?
If anyone's gonna live in there, it's gonna be me. She doesn't know her way around.
I'm not going to let you walk back into the hands of your family for whatever dire purpose they have still of use of you.
Look, take Mara, bring her back to everybody. I will go get
Mara's
Thimble.
not even my charge. I don't give a shit about what Thiazi's friends were. I got what I need. I helped you out. It's not my fault that she went jet back in there to go ahead and sacrifice herself needlessly.
Then why do you need me? Why do you care?
I get the sense that your family is not done with your usefulness. And I don't want them to get their hands on you before we understand what that is.
Well, I'm sorry if that doesn't make me want to follow you. I'm going to go, and I'm going to get the one of two people that care about me in this world. And I'm going to find her, and I'm going to bring her out of there. She is not dying in my family's house!
Thayer was a soldier. He knew the risks. If he can't make his way out of there, he will die a soldier's death. Thimble, She's an example of why the rebellion failed in the first place. This foolhardiness gets each one of them killed. They have to think with your head. You have a big brain in there, supposedly still, right? Use it. And what the fuck is that on the roof?
As you say that, you see that the thing on the roof leaps off and lands in the courtyard as lightning crashes around the house.
It's not something my family can do. Or at least not something I know they can do. Look, I understand that you have this vendetta against my family, and I understand that you don't want them to get me because I may have some part of their puzzle piece of their plan, and I understand all of these things. I am not. I am tired of trying to placate your anger towards me. I am tired of trying to do the things that I think you want me to do so you'll stop trying to kill me. I am tired of pretending I give a shit about you. Go. Do whatever you're gonna do. Save your sister. I helped you with that. Take that stone. Go get your sister. I am going to get Thimble. I start to turn around and walk towards the gate.
You're walking towards the gate that you guys...
To the wall which we jumped over to find a way back in.
Gotcha. Great. Julien.
After I said my piece, I'm going to go ahead and follow behind him, kind of in step as he's beginning to approach. Yeah. Just say, I never asked for you to care about me. I don't care that you don't give a shit about me. Do what you got to do, but you're not leaving my side. Fuck. I'm going to go ahead and activate the Boots of the Hare. How far up is the
wall? It's about 18 feet straight up.
18 feet straight up. Well, with the Boots of the Hare, I can jump 30 feet?
Yes, that's correct.
I can get over, and I'll pull out a piece of, Come on, please scroll down, jeez. I'm pulling out a piece of, I love that it doesn't tell me anymore. Oh, no, it doesn't require it. A little drop of a liquid in a spider in this vial, and I pour it in my hand, and I cast Spider Climb on myself.
Amazing. Hare's Charm, Spider Climb, up the wall. I need a stealth check from both of you.
17.
15.
1 second.
What about Mara?
Mara's going back into Obermus Manor. 17 is the higher of the two. Group stealth check. We'll go with 17. I'm just checking a number of different passive perceptions. Okay. Both of you will light to the top of the wall, look down.
I do look before I go over the top. I look to see whatever that thunder strike was, kind of peer over the top of the wall.
Give me a perception check. Difficulty 12.
15.
You see Hannon in the courtyard walking up to the main gate of Obermus Manor.
Shit. Hannon's here.
Great. More help then.
I'm gonna...
Thimble, we cut to you. You did not get a high enough investigation check, but it was not too terribly low. You are flitting down trying to find your way back into the crypt, specifically where you think Taor and Sid were headed. Yeah. You find yourself flitting through a place closer to the front gate, actually. You get down there very quickly, but all of a sudden hear footsteps and have to dart into a side area on that high stealth roll. You are in a dark office, but not supernaturally dark. And you look around. Give me a perception check as you get in here.
15.
15. You flit into an office. You realize this is sort of the central stately office of Obermus Manor, the main study. and looking around, it's not a weird secret ritual crypt. That shit's all underground. But you do see a large book open with schematics for ships on it.
That's the thing.
As you do, you hear footsteps, a clanking of armor, you hear voices, and a woman's voice, stately, Riegel, speaks out and says, Nausha, we're under attack. The gate guard is dead. What do you mean we're under? The gate guard is dead. Corral is dead. There are infiltrators in the house this very instant. Do you understand? Lightning strikes outside. You see that she looks out and says, that Davinos beast in the crypt has awakened. That was the roar we heard earlier. Send word at once to Primus and the children. They cannot come home by wagon or carriage. They have to fly. You hear her speak out. There's a thud of something landing in the courtyard. She goes, what in the name of the dead shapers is this? She says, Nausha, at once, Primus, here, immediately, the children. And you hear footsteps running. Her voice speaks out, and you hear her speaking, saying, Forsaken souls of the accursed dead, heed my words and serve at the pleasure of the house of death. We are under attack! You feel that...
So much harder.
You feel the temperature drop about 15 degrees in the house, and looking at the crack in the doorway, about 4 or 5 dozen shadows. Those beings from before, from the first crypt you fought in.
Those ones are bad.
Those ones are really bad. Flit out. And she goes, Shades of the accursed dead, search the house. Kill anything not of the house Taconis that you find. And they move out from her as boom, 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 a fist bangs on the door. She goes, coming, and turns around. As she does, she opens the door, and you, this is at this point now, by the way, we are not in, so that you hear all of that occur. Yeah. So the shadows are moving. No one has come up to this thing yet, but you are in an important room that anyone might come into at any moment. You hear her go, hello. You weren't announced by the gate guard. I did not come through the gate. I am Hannon of the Circle of the Hunt. It is my understanding that a member of my order is being kept here against her will.
Oh my God.
You see, she goes, we had no word of your arrival. You said, Hannon, you are... I am a druid of the old path.
Do I know Hannon?
Hannon got mentioned in the big meeting.
Yeah, but I didn't ever meet him, right?
You didn't.
He wasn't there in the big meeting.
He was not there in the big meeting. You guys are seeing this interaction occur. So you're seeing it from you guys are probably 160 feet away from this. You guys are way the fuck across the courtyard. You're hearing it
I'm hearing it. Mm-hmm. Is there a second exit from this? Is she in this office with me? She's at the front gate now, so I can potentially get out of this room.
You could potentially get out of this room. Let me answer your question. Hold on a second.
Go, leave.
She's
leave. Jump off the gate.
She's within eyesight if you leave this door.
Okay.
So it's a stealth check to get out of the room you're in.
And there's no other exit from this
No
room.
other exit from this study.
Okay.
This study leads out to a small balcony with stairs that go down. And the balcony that the single door faces looks at the front gate of the manor.
And the book that I'm looking at, is it like hand-drawn schematics? Is it like basic bitch stuff that I could find at a library?
This is extraordinarily exquisite hand-drawn runes and arcane shit around ships.
Okay. I'm gonna try to rip out some pages.
Hell yeah, give me sleight of hand. As you are, you take out a small little fairy knife and begin to carve the pages off.
19.
Ooh, hell yeah. You carve through, you look at this book, you don't know what this book fucking says, but there's only about 8 pages that have drawings of ships on it, and you grab those 8 pages, fold them up, and that's like a spear on your back.
Ooh,
Is this?
Yeah. Okay.
You see that Hannon speak, as you're doing that, Hannon continues to speak, going, "May I come in and retrieve the member of my order?" You see that you see, he says, and to whom do I speak? She goes, I am the Lady Trimus Taconis. I'm tending to the house during my stay here in Dol Makyar. The woman of whom you speak, yes.
I'm flying up to the doorway, peeking out while they're talking.
You guys up on the wall as this is occurring as well. You're hidden in your current stealth check at this moment.
I'm not moving. And now, seeing that there's people looking out the door, I'm not going over the wall. I'm staying in this spot where I'm looking over the wall, watching what's happening.
Is her back to me? Is what's happening?
Her back is to you currently. There may be undead present that you cannot see. Those ghosts appeared out of nowhere up above, but her back is to you. Once her back is turned, if she chooses to come into this room, who knows what the fuck happens.
Right. When her back is turned, I'm gonna try to get out of this room.
Give me a stealth check.
18.
Let me see.
Do I have advantage on anything? It's because
You're so small.
I'm so little. I'm so very, very little.
18. Okay. Ooh. 18. That's such a funny roll. Okay.
Why?
Well, because the necromancer does not see you, but the druid in the doorway with a very high wisdom score does.
Okay.
So you dart out.
I'm gonna make eye contact with Hannon as I come out of the door.
He makes eye contact with you. Now he's gonna have to make a deception check opposed by Trimus's insight. I'm gonna keep it spicy and roll in front. Yeah, this is Hannon's deception. 17 plus 1 is 18.
Great.
You want Trimus to roll a 9 or lower.
Oh, fuck me.
8! Unbelievable! Hannon clocks you. What do you communicate with your face to Hannon? He darts. Hannon turns around and she says, as you say that, Trimus is speaking to Hannon. He darts looking at you, shrugs, looks back, realizing he doesn't want to give you up. But you see that Trimus speaks to him and goes, "Oh, a member of your order. I'm sure I wouldn't. No. Oh, we had. There was an awakened beast that was attempting to steal from our home that we've captured. Could that be?" And you see, he goes. He makes a roll here, and you can see on Hannon's face that in his head he's like, "Fuck, Mara does love to steal." You know, like he has that moment, and she says, "But I'm unsure." And he goes, "May I enter your home? I would like to see this captured." You see that Trimus goes, I am so sorry. My family bears a tremendous curse. Our home is very largely haunted. The barrier between the tenebral reaches and the waking world of Ahriman is quite thin here. It is not safe for guests to travel in this place. You see Hannon stand tall and go, "Would you like me to fix that?" And you see she goes, "Oh," he says, "you described it as a curse. I would be more than happy to heal your family's curse." She goes, he goes, "You're here in the free city of Dol Makyar, a noble, sundered house. Obviously, people often misunderstand your house's gifts. You are not commanders of armies of the undead, but simply ferry souls from one side to the other. I would hate to think of you being cursed in such a manner. You don't have any undead servants here in the house, do you?" And you see, she looks and goes, "Nothing of the kind." And he goes, "Well, you're worried for my safety and you've been kind enough to warn me. I am waiting for you to produce someone that it sounds that a member of my order may have wronged your house. The Circle of the Hunt recognizes the august membership in a free society of the House of Taconis. So why don't you produce the prisoner, and I'll get started fixing this abominable rift you've just mentioned. And you see she goes, that sounds lovely. And he goes, very well. Please don't bother me during my ministrations. Just produce the prisoner and I'll get to her when I'm done. And you guys wash hand and walk out into the courtyard, put his hands to the side. Enormous claws grow from his hands. As the bird mask lowers, he crouches and circles of vines begin to grow through the white stone courtyard. And he goes, those things which are dead had best remain in the state to which life has judged them. Now! And he hears, you all hear thunderous clattering of bones disanimating throughout the house. And Thimble, you see the shadows lessen in their severity as he begins to cast this lengthy ritual.
To my my horrible chagrin, does this affect me at all?
You are an honest man.
That was my first thought.
No, it does not affect you in this moment. You can see that this ritual is going to probably take the better part of an hour.
Yep.
And in addition to that, as he's doing it, the very first thing to go are skeletons. Yeah. Like, those things they're all undead, but the difference between a skeleton and a ghost is miles. Yeah. A skeleton is like, honestly, half telekinesis, right? It's like, yeah, as an undead spirit, barely.
We all know this.
With that, so give me your stealth check as your. Oh no, we already did. You got your 18. So. You can, as you see him begin to turn away from that interaction with Trimus, you can dart off wherever. Darting. And as you dart, you see, as he begins this powerful ritual, the Circle of the Hunt is the hunt and kill undead circle. Everything that made that first interaction with Octus so dangerous is now rapidly becoming a little bit better. As you go downstairs, the difficulty of the investigation check is now only a 10.
Okay.
Because as you go down, your natural fairy light can now penetrate. The darkness is no longer magical darkness down there. You literally watch your family's worst nightmare. This guy is going, you told me you got a rift to the underworld? Happy to take care of that for you. That's literally my job.
As much as I want to tell Hannon that we have what he's looking for, I think we should let him continue to do this. He's severely damaging my family's estate.
It's good to know. Where is Thimble?
She's upstairs. If she stayed in the room she was in, she's got to go down the hall and then downstairs. But as soon as she gets to where we were, she won't be able to see. It'll be completely black and she can't carry a candle.
But I can. I can see.
I don't know that.
But I can.
Listen. We'll stay as long as we can before it becomes too dangerous and we have to flee.
With Hannon here, the whole building's going to be on alert. There's no way we're getting in that house without someone seeing us.
Right, which is why we don't go into the house. We wait until she shows up. At least, if it's any time soon. Yeah. And if it starts getting too hairy, we run.
There's only so much time before my family gets home.
Thimble, go ahead and give me an investigation check.
No. How can I make this higher?
It's not a 10.
It's not a 10. It's a 9.
It's a 9.
It's a 9. But do I have any? Wait, I had like a hero dice or something that somebody gave me? I feel like there was something.
Did Hal give you a bardic inspiration at some point, several episodes ago?
Liam! No, I can't remember.
I'll throw it to Lore. If Lore feels like there was a die, you guys can let me know. If bardic for Thimble ? But for you guys on the wall, we'll cut to you for a minute. What are you doing in this moment?
We can't stay perched on the wall, it's obvious.
Do you want to go to the window? If she's about to come back, would that be the point of exit?
I think so. At least it'll put us somewhere people won't be immediately looking for us.
Then let's get there.
Okay.
Wait, where are you headed to?
Over the edge of the wall, up the side of the building, to be kind of perched outside of the window that we came out of.
Okay, got it.
With I can be kind of spidered up there.
I'm going to go just slightly into that window.
Okay.
To just look to see just in case there's a dead Thimble in there that got caught by something on our exit.
Give me a stealth check as you guys get back up to the window of that aviary.
17.
17, great, cool. You guys waiting for like the lightning to crash and then that return to darkness to like get up, bam. You guys get up back toward hiding into the corner of the aviary there.
Mara like slung over your shoulders.
There's a million pockets in the inside of my coat for spell components, and Mara has been like tucked inside.
She's that little. She can be in a pocket.
She's a falcon. She's like yay big, but I've got a bunch of things in there.
Okay.
Giving a reason. I've got one-handed climb.
I don't think I do. I think it was a 9. I think it was a 9.
I think it's a 9. Thimble, darting through the house as fast as you can. That's your investigation. Give me a stealth check for that travel through. You make it out of the door, but I want another stealth check as you move through the house.
Okay, that's really great. That's a 26.
You are taking advantage of the lack of tenebral gloom. You pop your way out and see you are looking out a window in the back of a kitchen's, gazing at a garden, and you can see the garden in this place has 3 statues of beautiful gnomish warriors.
That's where it's supposed to be.
That's where Taylor was supposed to be, and you can tell he didn't make it here. The door never opened. Taylor did not make it to this location. You look out and can see several ghouls moving out and taking those crates filled with straw. They pick up the statues, put them in the crates, and begin to hammer the boxes. And you see that one of the ghouls doubles over and pulls out of a rotting wound, just pulls some thorny vines out and shows it to another ghoul. Like,
look at this shit.
This is so bad.
Okay, so I know he's not there. So maybe he never made it out of the crypts.
At the end of this, if you want to take another, you can go back in the direction back to the crypts to keep trying to look for him if you can. Yeah. I'm gonna need rolls on the d6 from the 3 of you.
Oh, jeebies.
3. I'm gonna roll 1 for Hannon. Come on, Hannon! Come on, dude! That's a 1 for Hannon. He's by himself. I'm gonna roll on a d4, but the next roll will be on d4s. Gotcha! That's a 1.
That's it then. They're here because of Hannon.
Well, he's making a little bit of a ruckus.
He is, but he's there. Okay.
You know what? I will rule that this resolves in the middle of this next scene.
Okay.
So, Thimble, go ahead. Give me investigation difficulties 10.
This is great. This is a 20.
Incredible. Thimble.
Yeah.
Give me stealth.
We've only got a few more minutes.
This is a 15.
One second. So
I got too happy with my light working. I turned it on a little too high, didn't I?
I think so.
How does your family travel in moments of duress?
With Hannon here, they will have sent a messenger or some way to communicate to them, and do you remember when my sisters were flying?
I immediately looked to the horizon.
Give me perception.
8.
You look at the horizon, stormy weather, hard to see.
Say I will also be looking because I am also perched up here. That is a 17.
17, got it. Okay. 17, perception.
Yes.
There are forms streaking through the storm clouds straight here.
They're coming. I can see them.
We have to go.
We have to go.
Thimble. Racing down, the Temple of Gloom gone, flitting down on that 17, or sorry, the 15. You move through a room and alighting into the rafters, staying hidden in the shadows, swaying zombies, dead members of houses Davinos and Royce. You recognize some of these faces, and you see the monstrosity of Raymond Davinos, missing an arm, tattered to threads by the mighty blows of the Pridesire brothers. You literally flit in through the bars of a door into this crypt and see these undead figures, unaware that there is anything living to kill here, just swaying, facing the door. Past them, an open door. And you see the fading motes of light from the bodies of Tayor and Sid.
No.
You give me an insight check and give me a perception check.
Insight is 15. Perception is 25.
Thimble. Outside, you hear thudding on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Something has just changed. The level of risk here was already so great that Tayor is dead on the ground. You can see his body. In the dim, flickering light of whatever sputtering arcane symbols still glow with green necromantic light. That level of risk that killed Tayor is but a fraction in the face of the risk that now just landed in the courtyard outside. However, on a 25 perception, the scroll of the torn banner has been shoved into Raymond Davinos' undead chest. He is a monstrosity that destroyed Tayor and Sid, and they're not even done building him. And right now, he is in tatters, but still animated. In that room, Tayor and Sid's dead bodies are there, but you also can feel a powerful, magical pulse. It's impossible to say what it could be, but there is something of fairy left in that room. There are no friends' lives to save here, and every second counts. You might die here in the dark, like your friend did. But also, there is chance here in this space. Raymond is almost destroyed. And there is something of Tayor's within that room that calls to you of your lost homeland.
How big is the room?
This antechamber is probably, I would say, 50 feet long and about 30 feet wide. And the smaller chamber that currently only has Raymond's sort of hulking mass standing within it. So the zombies have returned to that antechamber, and Raymond is standing there near the dead bodies of Tayor and Sid in that other space. And that is a smaller chamber. You saw that chamber in front of Tayor.
I want to try to attack him. I want to fly in and attack him. If I can stop it from coming to fruition, I'm going to do it.
I'm going to need you to roll initiative.
It's okay, unless you're just looking for him and coming straight back, right?
I absolutely believe that.
Unbelievable.
Can I
keep renaming this encounter. It started as Obramus, and then when it got worse, I changed it to Obramost, and this one is called Obramess. Okay.
Can I have snuck in close enough that I can get the drop on him?
You're still in hiding.
Right.
So even as we roll initiative, it doesn't mean that you're spotted.
Okay.
Right? So these zombies are in the outer chamber. Okay. What the fuck am I talking about?
What?
There's no zombies in the outer chamber. They have collapsed into heaps of corpses.
Amazing.
Wow. This is very different.
Is he hurt as well from that spell?
No, he's far too powerful.
Okay.
But the zombies are let me make sure. Yeah, zombies. I was going to say, if zombies were challenge rating 1/2, they would not be destroyed yet, but they are identical to skeletons. They're challenge rating 1/4. They're toast.
Okay.
So.
It's good to know I'm not a zombie.
Yeah.
Oh, brother. Okay. Thimble, what'd you roll for initiative?
I rolled a 17.
17. I am going to roll for General Daymond Davinos. 17. He adds just +2 to this, so you want to see a 15 or lower.
But I'm hiding.
10.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Thimble. It is your turn. You are outside this area here.
Okay.
So it's your turn. You can give me a. Tell me if you want to make a stealth check. You can do that as a bonus action. You let me know what you're doing.
How close am I to him? So I wouldn't be able to get to him with my move, right? Would I? If I'm like hiding and trying to get close enough to attack him before he sees me.
I think you're probably 40 feet out here.
Okay.
So you might have to take a round to move, but it's just you and him acting right now.
Okay, I'm sneakily moving till I can get close enough.
Give me a stealth check.
29.
29 gets you into the room in the shadows right here. You're 4 inches tall, and you can see that his eyes are currently sloughing into his rib cage from this sort of, again, like fleshy head. You two on the wall. You
gotta start moving out.
Are you moving out at this point?
Yeah, we have to. We have to go. We can't be here when they arrive. She's gonna have to find her way out, and I fucking hate this. Start climbing out.
I'm going to need a DC. I'm going to need a strength saving throw from Julien.
Mm-hmm. It's 5.
As you go to leave, Octus, Julien goes to leave, passing out. Lightning flashes, and Julian's shadow extends behind him into the manor, and your shadow grabs your chest and begins to pull you down the stairs into Obermus Manor.
What is happening?
down the stairs.
Turn around. Come back up to the window.
Okay. You go back up to the window. I need you both to roll initiative for me.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Natural 20.
Yes.
Great.
Nice. 7, which makes sense for being dragged down the stairs.
Okay. I am 29. I'm going to roll a perception check on Daymond Davinos' turn. The sort of necrotic hulk of him doesn't know he's in combat, and I'll let you know right now he's got to hit a nat 20 to see you, but we still have to roll. 12 does not see you. Thimble, that is, Octus, that's your turn.
Okay, coming back in through the window, and I see him. Do I just see him going down the stairs? Like, am I catching the tail, like his feet going down?
Yes.
Okay. What the Please go. And I just use my full movement to go towards to see what's happening because I don't know what's happening. He's just being dragged in. Following him down.
You begin to, you follow him down as fast as you can. You can see Julian's shadow is wrestling him down the stairs as fast as it can.
Okay, if I can still have my action.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Just think. Are you? No. I see a shadow holding onto Julien. Then I would assume it is one of the shades in the house in this moment, just for a brief moment. So I will firebolt at the shadow.
Give me an attack roll.
That is a 40, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22.
22 hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
It's 2d10. That is going to be, oh my god. That is 16 points of fire damage.
Jesus! Julien, the grapple is broken. You see that Octus hurls fire out just like you did in Tanasar. And the shadow, it's more than the heat, it's the illumination. Just boom, and the shadow is dispelled.
Get back up here. This fucking house.
You stand up. Thimble, that is your turn.
How far away from him am I?
You are 20 feet away from him.
You got this.
Okay, how much movement do I have? I want to be close. Okay, listen. I'm gonna get I'm gonna attack him.
Great.
I'm gonna attack him.
He is, as I said, he has not had a chance to rest since his fight with Tayor.
Yeah.
Hit points are hit points. He can do enough damage to kill you in one hit. And that's the stakes here. And
okay, look. And what's his reach? Can I tell what his
melee
reach looks like?
Reach is melee.
Like a 10-foot, a 5-foot?
Well, he also has movement.
No, I know. How high are the ceilings?
About the ceilings in this room are not high enough for you to be able to
Fly up and away from him.
So when you take a swing at him, you'll be somewhere near enough to ground level for him to hit. Attacking from hiding does confer advantage.
Yeah.
And sneak attack.
Yeah.
And sneak attack.
Correct me if I'm wrong, your fancy footwork allows you to disengage after an attack.
Sure, yeah. But he's still gonna chase me.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna attack him. With advantage, because I'm coming from...
Thimble, this is very brave.
It's very dumb. Okay. That's a 26 to hit.
26 is a hit. You will roll sneak attack damage.
Okay.
Got any of them desperate measures you want to spend?
I don't think you're wounded enough to have any.
Yeah, I don't.
Right.
Oh, yeah, you have to be half, right?
In order to.
Okay.
I bet that's nice.
Yeah, both of us are just looking.
Wrecked.
3. Okay. 19 points of damage on the first hit.
You surge forward. You said 19 points of damage?
Yeah.
With 13 hit points left, how do you want to do this?
Holy shit. Holy shit.
I'm gonna see the scroll sticking out from his chest, and I'm gonna fly into the chest cavity and up the head.
Hell yeah. Through the rotting flesh and brittle skull.
And as I like, I'm gonna just like touch the banner as I like go up as I.
The torn banner is not all gone. The banner flies, and the general who opposed Teor in undeath, but who in life permanently altered and ruined his relationship to his son, because the honor of the House Davinos was divided, those opposed to the Falconers' Rebellion, and a general who would be horrified to know that he had killed Teor Pridesire. You do not destroy Raymond Davinos. You free him. Blood sprays. The chamber fills with light. You have risked certain death if he had gotten a single turn. And as he collapses to the ground, the terrible work of House Tuconis is ruined. This figure will not become stronger as they complete him, and will not seek to destroy his son in undead abomination of his life. The banner flies. The sword of House Davinos, Sprezzatura, clatters to the ground, no longer held by this abominable thrall of House Tuconis. You look and see the bodies of Teor and Sid. You feel in your heart that it's awful. You're 4 inches tall. They can't be left here in the dark like this, and there's nothing you can do. You've just defeated this undead monstrosity. There's nothing you can do here in this moment. Except that part of the death boon structure that we didn't go into last time, because I didn't think anyone was going to come find Teor's body, is that in addition to granting another character one of your abilities, you can also choose an ally to instantaneously attune to a magical item of yours. Teor chose Thimble to instantly attune to that fairy presence you felt, which are the bracers of oak and birch, which means your strength is now 19.
I don't have a -4 anymore. Oh
Thimble,
my god.
Light
yoked.
Thimble, light fills the room, and I would like you to describe, if you'd be so kind, in this moment of triumph here in the dark bowels of Obermus Manor, your 5th level ability that we have not gotten to see yet here in this moment, because the bracers they can't fit on you at the size that you are.
Oh my god.
So somewhere else, the stone of Nightsong has broken, and as Hanan's ritual eases the temporal gloom, that distant cave at the shore of Lake Nahami, you are filled with fairy light. You feel an anchor to the world of fairy quite close nearby. And with motes of light, like you always saw coming off of Teor's body, the bracers begin to float off his form towards you. Full narrative reigns. Tell me what happens next.
As I see them floating and the light gathers around them, I remember stories from the orchard. They would talk about fairies who could be part of the human world. Once they got strong enough, they would be able to protect their gardens in ways that you couldn't even dream of. And they had the ability to make themselves big. And it was always a myth. But with all this light and these bracers, I think to myself, what if I'm gonna reach forward, and as the bracers float towards me, my body grows to human size.
Stepping forward, your wings fold and close, and a true vision of something like an archfey, tall and mighty and powerful, strides forward. The bracers float. These were Callowin, these were Aranessa's brothers, tapestries of stags in a wild forest, and all the lost might of House Royce clasps to one arm and then the other. Your strength sets to 19. The effects of a bark skin spell give you hardened skin. And quite importantly for this moment, your carrying capacity increases to being that of a creature one size larger than yourself, which now that you are human-sized, means you have the strength of a giant.
What the fuck? I don't even know. I just kind of run into something. I'm gonna walk over to Tayor. This is so fucking weird. I'm gonna put him over my shoulder as I pick up Sid on the other one.
It's easy work. Doesn't even you don't feel even remotely encumbered. You could grab Daymond as well. You can grab the sword. You can grab Ingrid's great axe. All of it.
I'm gonna just put it in my inventory. Put the sword on my belt. I'm gonna take the banner out. Put it in my waistband.
Most Tears of the Kingdom shit ever.
And I'm not gonna take the body of Daymond. Sorry, Daymond.
You leave that here?
I'm gonna leave that here, but I got the sword.
You got the sword. It would be a hideous sight for
it's just
Julien
a little
to
too
see.
fucked up to be carrying around. But I got the sword, and I'm gonna take the banner out of his chest, and I'm just gonna put my hand on his forehead and say,
Thank you, friend. Be at rest now.
Finds maybe part of Hanan's ritual outside, but called here by your fairy magic. Rose blossoms and thorns and vines of the house Davinos break through the cracked stone and begin to inter and put at peace this body.
I'm gonna instantly cast plant growth and help that spread.
Having Sid and Taylor with you, what do you do now?
I gotta get out of here. I don't even know.
Give me investigation and stealth to get the fuck out of here. You're now without the terrible gloom. It's just a difficulty 10 to retrace your steps from here back out through.
Okay. Investigation is a 16.
Great.
Stealth is a 19.
19. Human size. Is there anything with your wings gone? Is there any mark of the Fae on you? Or I'll also ask, is there any mark of like Tayor on you in this moment, of the fact that a part of his soul that was attuned to these bracers is passed to you in this moment?
Man, I still look like me.
Pointed ears.
Pointed ears still. But details that you couldn't see when I was little, like how intricate the embroidery is on my clothes. It all is showing now. It's all, and my freckles that I normally have are actually sparkly. And I'll do. Yeah, Tayor had those braids. I have a Padawan braid.
Yes. A single Padawan braid.
A single Padawan braid coming from my little cut.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
The rat tail is strong.
The rat tail of strength.
Hoisting your companions over your shoulder, you sprint forward from here on that investigation. Are you heading back up to the crypt you came in?
God, how do I get out of here?
Are you heading back up to the tower?
I'm gonna. I don't think that would be very safe to go through. God, how do I get out of here with these bodies? I know Hanan is in the courtyard, right?
Yeah, Hanan's in the courtyard.
But I know that people have landed. Fuck.
there was that underwater river.
There was. Thank you. I'm gonna go for that.
You head to the underwater.
Rushing water.
The rushing water. You head to the rushing water. Seeing it out, obviously Tayor and Sid would not have been able to make this voyage alive, but as disrespectful as it is, they will be able to traverse it otherwise. And most medium-sized people would have drowned, but there is a space of about 6 inches at the top of the top that you could return to your size and fly over with.
All right, do I still get to keep the bracers? Do they shrink if I want to get little?
I will say, I'm going to do a whisper real quick, but then we'll cut back to you guys.
Matt, sell some shit.
I'm not Sam Riegel. I stay in the moment. Hey.
Thimble, you get to the underground river. You have all this gear and stuff on you. You tie like threads to the bodies to be able to traverse with them. As you go small-sized, wondering about the bracers, you go and are 4 inches tall again. And as you go to that size, the bracers shift like a fairy glamour, and you are wearing almost like armor made of tapestry. It's a fairy full plate of green pressed fabric studded with gems and gold embroidery.
Shit.
So you are in like a fabric full plate.
It's fancy as fuck.
And I will say, though your carrying capacity is lessened because you're tiny, you still have a 19 strength.
Oh my gosh!
So it's like Superman. You're a tiny little Superman.
This is amazing.
You fly the fuck out of there.
Yeah, I fly the fuck out. Holy.
Octus and Julien up above.
Can you get down? What was that? I had so many questions.
This whole house is filled with undead bullshit.
Yes, it does. Yes.
I do not see her. It does not look like she's present.
We just have to go. She's got to find her own way out.
Nayar saying reason. Look, if she's as strong and as willful as you seem to believe she is, she'll find her way. Otherwise, she'll be remembered. We have to leave. Now.
Yeah.
As you turn to go, the last thing you see as you leap over the side back into safety is the landing figures. Petra and Raya, Primus, Ethrend. You see they turn. Hannon is fulfilling this ritual. Primus turns to look, seeing Hannon, says, "Who in the devil are you? What are you doing in this courtyard?" Hannon turns. Primus comes out of the front gate and says, "Brother, this honorable member of the Circle of the Hunt is here to recover." And you see she turns to Primus and Hannon says, "A figure that has just since actually escaped. You are actually welcome to come in. You can see that she must have broken her bonds, but she is no longer here." Hannon turns and scowls. You see he says, that is quite too much of a coincidence. I will need some assurances. My order, the Circle of the Hunt, stands to oppose. Primus raises a finger and casts Power Word Kill. Hannon drops to the ground dead. Primus drops a goblet she's holding in her hand. "Primus, you fool. What have you just done?" Primus turns telekinesis on Primus, lifts her into the air as she begins to sort of choke and scream, and he goes, "It doesn't matter! We will either rule this world before the year is out, or we will all be dead! Do you understand? The druids can choke in blood! We will either defeat them, or we won't be around long enough to see their reprisal. Is that clear? You pig!" And you see she drops to the ground. Petra and Raya are staring. Ethrend looks nauseous. Primus says, "Fill the wagons. Gather our treasures. We leave tonight. Dolmakar is finished."
I think Julien has his hand on his rapier hilt this entire time and is fighting every impulse. But while he's hearing all this and kind of glancing here, he's glancing back at you. Come on. Come on. We did what we did, and we did all we could. Let's find the rest.
The tenebral gloom returns to Obrimus Manor, and that's where we'll take our break.
Oh my god.
NordVPN is more than just a VPN. It's a cybersecurity pack that gives millions of internet users daily confidence on every device for a safer digital life today. NordVPN, cybersecurity built for every day.
Since the day you first called on me, I have been preparing you for what now begins. Everyone is in danger.
Let me guess. A vague portent of doom with little to no explanation.
This realm is built on false gods. The old ways must die.
Who the are these people?
The usual. Death cultists, supernatural villains.
Classic Vox Mox. I did not miss the constant peril.
Vox Machina is here. Kill them all!
Ah, crap.
Most problems can be solved by punching.
When they can't?
You kick.
Oh, I could get used to this!
2, 3, 4!
This has been playing out far longer than we knew.
Maybe it's a complete and utter coincidence?
We're not lucky enough for that.
You cannot protect them all.
We're Vox Machina, and we don't run. It's time to up.
What the?
Doc. In the span of 24 hours, you've caused unfathomable amounts of property damage and confronted a lifetime of internalized parental issues.
Welcome to Vox Machina.
Bailey with all my friends to show off what you can nab in the Critical Role shop. What if I just filled my entire room with these? You can never have too many dice. Take it from me.
Oh, hey, this is my new Stormy Day outfit. Done. Make a hell of a fashion statement with this baby right here.
You know what we say, take a chance, roll the dice. Ooh, imagine a cozy night in with this on.
It is for research. Please do not question me further. 9 times out of 10, this is a good decision.
I know someone who would love that.
Like what you saw? Pop over to the Critical Role shop for all that and more.
Welcome to Weird Kids.
Welcome to Weird Kids. We are live from a ball pit. Can I take your order?
We did skeet shooting except with Molotov cocktails, which was great.
It's the mailbag!
Oh my goodness, it's a mail monkey.
Oh.
Okay. What is bologna? Feet and face? I will still eat it.
Don't.
I have to say something real quick.
Yeah.
Good day. Good day.
A pop pop.
Yeah.
Welcome to Weird Kids.
Letters.
Alex said, "Goon, we return." We return to the city of Dolmakar in the Tanners, under the skull-like edifice of Obrimus Manor, leering out over this city's, this neighborhood of the city. You both are making your way to Hal's house. Making your way as fast. Got it. Vanessa, I love your work. As you are moving through the Tanners, I need a stealth check from both of you, assuming you're trying to be stealthy. And I just want to say, you don't want to beat a 20 here, because there's actually a negative to beating a 20.
Not that you can control it.
Not that you can control it.
That is going to be a 14.
14?
25.
25! Great. So, you are now going to be rolling a perception check with disadvantage. In other words, Julien, you're taking the side streets so well that it makes seeing the enormous Halavar carriage on its way to Obermus Manor,
I see.
like, you're doing such a good job of being stealthy that it doesn't make too much sense for you to see him. So you're gonna be rolling perception with disadvantage. We need the higher of these rolls to beat a 13.
13.
Exactly.
7.
It is a group check, so we take the higher. It was roll disadvantage. The DC I set was 13. So skulking through back ways, the tanners, again, it's where all the leather working and sort of rotted industrial butcheries and things like that. You see the bright lights of 10 snow white horses and a teal carriage gleaming with the light of the candescent creed, rocketing down the street towards
mom arm
towards Obermus Manor, where you know a what's the word from poker? A tilted Primus Taconis, a absolutely unhinged, violent Primus Taconis is right at this very moment.
Is that Wikander?
How do you know?
In the Halavar carriage going straight to my house.
Why would he be going to?
I don't know. Is there, in that, how far away are we from this carriage? Is it coming towards us?
You see it. You see the light kind of clipping ahead of you, heading on a larger thoroughfare. So you're headed this way, and it's going perpendicular, but is going to bank around to the left.
Okay.
Faster, driver! Faster, I say!
You can say faster. The horses only have a certain speed. It's safe within the city for them to travel.
Onward, faster!
Say it. If it makes you happy to say it, say it.
If that is Wikander going, it's a terrible idea. But we have to get a better look.
All right, let's see if it's
so try to
stopping.
Maneuver to where it will be coming towards, just to try and get a better look.
Effortlessly done. You guys can get in the way. Looking towards the oncoming carriage, give me a perception check. What's that?
5.
1.
It is a closed carriage with no windows inside.
It's not worth the risk.
No, it's not worth it.
We should continue on to the house.
There you go. Incredible. You guys head off to house. See you guys later. Wikander, that 1 and 5 may be the end of your character's life.
We shall see.
Good luck. Don't fuck it up.
You arrive at Obermus Manor. You arrive at Obermus Manor. The carriage pulls up. The gates are closed, but you do hear a frenzy of activity within the courtyard. Over the walls, you hear scraping and horses and things like that.
I felt that Tayor is not with us anymore.
Tayor has passed.
But I know who else was in the place.
Thimble.
So from the comfort of my driver, wait here a moment. From the comfort of my carriage, I will cast message and just point it into the towards the courtyard. You said there was a scuffle or something.
Yes.
And I will try to reach Thimble.
Let me
120-foot range, I believe.
You point toward a creature within range, whisper a message to the target. Only the target hears the message.
If they're there.
You do not get a response from Thimble.
Okay. I will try Octus.
No response.
I don't want to talk to Julien. Julien?
No response.
Shit. Well, I should go find out. So I'll exit the carriage and go to the front door or gate or whatever it is.
You go to the front gate. The gate is closed and barred. There is a smaller servant's entrance some ways away. There's a small gatehouse next to this gate that is shuttered. Normally it would be open and there would be some attendant at the gatehouse here. But you can either knock on the giant main carriage gate or you can go knock in the gatehouse wooden door.
I will knock on the gatehouse wooden door.
After a moment, the door is open and a Taconis guard has a half-drawn longsword. Who goes?
Oh, dear. May the light guide you. I am Wikander Halavar. I was wondering if I could talk to some of your...
The lords are indisposed. The manor is closed for the night.
Oh dear. Is everything all right?
You see, he says, all is well within. The lords herein require privacy.
Oh. Can I... Shit. Shit. What does this do? No, okay. Please, I have friends in there. Colleagues, allies, I must know what's happening. Please tell me, and I'll cast Charm Person on him.
He looks and says, you have allies within?
Of course, we are all of one. Yes, I do.
Very well, right this way.
Oh, all right.
And he walks into the manor with you. I want you to roll a luck check for me, and you really don't want to get a 1 through 4 on this.
3.
Really good.
You walk inside the courtyard and see you walk inside and you see Primus Taconis amongst a series of carriages. There are enormous crates being loaded up on the carriages, different equipment. You see that they're using pulleys. Some of these crates seem enormously heavy that are going on to a wagon train of about 5 different wagons, each with about 10 jet black horses. It's chaos in this yard. But you see Primus is screaming at Ethrend, his son, and jabbing a finger into like the soft flesh of Ethrend's cheek as you walk up and the guard approaches with you. As you begin to walk up, the guard with your charm effect on him goes, "My Lord Taconis, I present Wikander Halavar." Primus turns around and casts Firebolt and kills the guard and goes, "What?"
I take it this is a bad time.
Did he let you in? The dead god!
Yes, he did. He invited me in. He invited me in right away.
Then it's good he's dead. What can I do for you, Lord Halavar?
I can see you are otherwise occupied.
What brings you to the manor, Lord Halavar?
I'm just looking around as he's talking to see if I can see any sign of my friends, any sign of battle, any sign of anything.
Give me perception.
Okay. 14.
There is a blood-soaked white canvas in the middle of a druidic rune circle, and it's over a dead body. There is...
The shape of the dead body I can't make out.
Can't make out. Humanoid. Doesn't look like Taylor.
Okay.
Roll me another luck check. You want a 14 or higher.
7.
You see that he turns and says, as you look around, he says, "What are you looking for?"
My lord, forgive me. I was looking for your daughters.
Give me deception.
Deception. 14.
You want him to roll a 6 or under.
That's terrible.
14. You came here looking for my daughters.
They wished. We had a lovely conversation earlier, and I wanted to give them this, and I pull out one of my scriptures. This is the Codex Luminous. I was going to give them this book, but I can see that this is not a good time, and you know what? I'll leave this with you, or I'll come back another time.
He swats the book out of your hands. It's a book of filthy fucking lies. And you know that, so I'll ask again, and this time I'd like a true answer. What are you doing at my house, Wickander?
I speak to you truthfully, sir. I came because your daughters had been very nice to me back at the Villa Aurora, and I wanted to repay them with a kindness. That is all.
Give me deception or persuasion, your choice.
They're the same. Come on, dice. 13!
What was the last one you rolled?
14.
14. So
It's
now you want him to roll a
worse.
5 or lower?
Oh, God.
That's an 18.
He's getting better. I'm getting worse.
Okay. My daughters paid you a kindness. What sort of kindness did they pay you?
I don't want to embarrass them. It's not my place to say.
You've just handed me a book of your stupid religion's filthy text. It's not your place to say. You're here to evangelize to my eldest.
I wouldn't say evangelize. I was just going to share some ideas, and this is foolish, but surely at one point in your life you were young and flirtatious?
He puts a hand on your shoulder. My daughters wouldn't stop killing their fiancés, and so now they're not allowed to marry. And I've just discovered that my heir has had his throat slit in his bedroom by a coward who should have died, and I missed my chance.
As I said...
Did you want my daughters to bed you so that their children would be true siblings? What have you stumbled into?
Boy. It sounds like a really rough night for the Taconis crew.
I have an interesting thought. You're your grandmother's heir, yes?
I should
And
hope
she's
so,
told
yes.
you the truth of your family. You know it.
Yes, we'd prefer if not many people did, but
I don't
yes.
know what her secrets are, but I know that she has them. And I don't believe a word of the filthy creed. So, I'm interested in if you are truly Yanessa's heir or not. He holds out a hand, and one of the cab drivers slides 30 feet across the gravel yard, and he grabs her by the back of her head as she begins weeping and says, "Slit her throat."
Has she done something wrong?
She's annoyed me. Slit her throat, or I'm going to kill you.
I don't have any sort of blade or anything. I carry a cane.
Here's a knife.
Oh, boy. Come on, spells.
He looks at you.
Be in there.
He looks at you and says,
Is there anyone else you came here looking for, other than my daughters? Any little birds? Any little fairies? I'm interested.
My lord, I know not of what you speak, but if you need me to prove myself to you, to spare my life, well then, here's my answer. I'll take the knife from his hand, I'll draw it back, and I'll look him dead in the eye, and I will slash her throat.
drawing the blade across her throat. Blood pours out. She drops to the ground, convulses. Blood soaks into the white stone. Primus looks and says, "My daughters are busy. I understand the sexual repression that abounds within your filthy institution, but maybe don't come and speak to their father about wishing to bed them. You may go."
You were right about one thing. I am my grandmother's grandson. I share her blood, and I share her cleverness. And I do share her secrets. And if there's ever an opportunity for me to share some of those secrets with you, don't hesitate to ask.
Give me persuasion.
Slightly better. Oh, no, that's a 1. I thought it was a 7.
He looks at you and goes, "You are a fool, though perhaps made of sterner stuff than I anticipated. My daughters cannot marry, and there is no use laying with them. Their perverse tendencies are an embarrassment to our house, though they are proficient with magic. That's all, Wikander. Return to your grandmother's side."
Good evening.
He watches you walk across the courtyard, and the last thing you hear him say is, "Back to work!" And the woman's body rises as a zombie and continues to load the carriage. You exit Obermus Manor.
Oh, God. Okay. I'll get back in the cart and instruct the driver to go to Hal's house and cry my little eyes out the whole way there.
Incredible. Tyranny, you return to the Via Aurora, where you receive news that the Lord Wikander has taken a carriage out into the town.
Alone?
That's what you are told.
Cool, he left me. I'm gonna try, because I heard his voice in my head clear as a bell. I'm gonna try to do it back, because I don't know what, it sounded different than all the other times his voice is in my head. Where the fuck are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you?
In the archway, you see that. Give me a luck check.
All right.
From the doorway, it is now quite late at night. The Via Aurora is calming down. From the archway of one of the sort of main gates to a side keep, you hear, "Who are you talking to?" And you see Cruelty.
Cruelty, things went so poorly.
No.
I should not have had you guys come back. I needed your back. It all worked out, but I should have had your back, and you should have had mine. I'm sorry.
It didn't work out. What did everybody die, or some people escaped, or something?
The Taylors are fucking crazy. They killed each other.
Go ahead and give me deception. Let me roll Cruelty's insight first so you know the number you have to beat. Roll in front of the board.
2.
6 plus, you have to beat an 11.
Fucking easy, bro. 11 plus...
Stuff.
11 plus, what, persuasion? What am I?
You see, she says...
Deception?
Deception.
Plus 8. 19.
She looks and says, "What, the freaky Taylor guys killed each other?"
Killed each other.
Why?
Over the mask. I don't know, I don't know. They're up to some stuff I don't think that we should get our hands in. Anyways, Kattigan got free, and I had to kill him myself.
Oh, he's dead?
He's dead, yeah.
Oh.
It's okay, but...
Oh, I thought you were going to be like, he escaped, and like someone kissed him before he ran out.
You don't have a lot of faith in me, but I got Wick back safely, okay? Like, I need you to start trusting me. I'm your sister.
I don't have to trust you.
Well, you certainly don't, but we do have to work together.
Yeah, whenever I work.
What are you doing when you're not working?
Killing people.
You're funny.
So Kattigan's dead.
Yeah, he's dead.
Do you have any proof?
Iyengar. I'm gonna eat it after.
Could I?
Don't. It's mine.
Could I smell it?
No.
Come on.
No.
Fine.
All right, I'm going to bed.
Yeah. Do you remember there was like that lady flying in the sky when we left? Yeah. She landed and talked to the Photarch about the mask.
She did? What'd she say?
She said that because House Cormorant is like in charge of the museum or whatever, that if we see the mask, we have to return it. And Enmity already told her that you had the mask.
Well, I gave it to the Taylors.
But they're dead. Is it back at their shop?
I think it is. I didn't take it with me.
Wait, they killed each other. How did they kill each other? Like at the same time?
Okay, one of them put the mask on. He went fucking psycho, put the other one up in a manacle, slit him navel to nose. And then while that was happening, Kattigan broke through and he fucking bonked him. He bonked him.
Who the fuck is Kattigan?
He's the guy.
Dirtman.
Dirtman, yeah. He was so scary.
So he got out and he killed the other guy and then you chased him down and killed him?
I didn't have to chase him down. We were in an enclosed space, but I did my thing.
Well, looks like an opportunity for Cruelty to save the day.
Go get it, babe. I gotta go to bed. I just killed a man.
Mask time. And you see that she turns herself into a tiny little old man with an accordion and starts to hobble off down the street.
Hey, what's your name, sir?
Barpoto.
Oh my God, you're so bad at this.
No,
Good
it's
luck
a
out
real
there.
name.
Good luck.
I was gonna think of it on the way.
Barpoto? Okay. Bye, sweetie.
She takes off. Tyranny, what do you do after that?
Okay, now that the coast is clear, I am going to borrow a horse.
Okay.
And go to Hal's, because that's where
he
must be.
That's where he must be.
And I am going to have quite a fucking word about him leaving me behind.
Let us then adjourn to Hal's house. You guys can step away. Okay. And let's get Team Theater in here.
I'm a killer.
I'm a killer.
I'm a stone cold killer.
That was nuts, Sam.
Made me a killer.
That was fucking nuts, dude. we return to Team Theater here. You guys are out in Caravan Hill. People are playing. You have like strains of Broken Wing. People are dancing and singing in the street. You see so many people coming around, rushing off and being like, well, I'm going to go see it tomorrow night. Come with me and see it tomorrow night. And you see that Olga comes to you. He's already hammered and he's like, we're out of tickets. How? We're out of tickets. How? We're out of...
Friend, just enjoy the night.
We're out of physical tickets. We're out of physical tickets. Like the rolls. I have to go to our paper merchant and explain...
The whole lot we printed?
The whole lot we printed for the run. The run, they're gone. They're gone.
Well, these are champagne problems. Where's the champagne?
You see Nevada smoking this enormous... She has a cigar holder, like a 2.5 foot with a full stogie at the end.
She's the best of us.
Yeah. You hear Broken Wing. You see their celebration, but it is a rowdy, dangerous, boisterous, and you see it sort of spreading throughout. Strains of Broken Wing come out, this Rungyani folk song. You also see that there's a group of halfling that look like sort of halfling laborers or workers that are here from the fray that are singing what sounds like a halfling folk anthem from the Shapers' War. The chorus is like 1, 2, 3 to the knees, 4, 5, 6, and someone goes to the dick. 7, 8.
I am yelling to the dick every time.
7, 8, 9 to the spine. 10. No more big men. And you see that.
I think Shadi and Hal's put away the lute and he's got out the bowron, which is like the little hand drum you'll see in an Irish pub. And Shadi and I, who both play this, are with the halflings, bitting the tempo along.
You look out and see that there's a group nearby, overwhelmed street patrol, which has now shifted over to being Einfasen house security that are now that the Revolutionary Guard's been largely dismissed. You see there's a group of young Rungyani. These don't look like theater kids. These are not like the Rookery crowd. These were like kids from the fray who just knew they were near the theater and came to see the show. And you see that all of them are walking along repeating this line from the play where in the very first act, one of the more like comic relief characters says like, welcome to our fair city, and launches into a whole thing. And you see a group of them, there's like 9 or 10 of these like rowdy youths who walk up by these 2 Einfasen soldiers, and one of them goes, welcome to our fair city, sir! Welcome! And you see one of them throws a wreath of flowers around the guard's neck in a way that is aggressive and says, as guests in our fair city, I hope that you enjoy your stay. And they all bow to these Einfasen soldiers. Enjoy your stay, guests! Enjoy it! And
fully just went colonizer. I love it here. I'm making that wreath is growing.
But yeah, you see it is tense here. Are you all here drinking and partaking?
Yeah, I think Murray has just kept going, and she's just talking the ear off of some like pot-bellied like upper echelon guy, and she's just like, "This is why we gotta fund the arts." You see what I'm saying? Like, I think it's actually really important. I think I'm gonna have to go back and I always hated the Bardic show choir at the Penteveral because I thought they were annoying, but I think I was wrong. I think
it's literally more important than food.
I am eventually, though, going to make my way to Azune.
Mm-hmm.
Hi.
Are you okay? What's wrong?
I'm great. I haven't had a night like this in so long. We've been working so hard. We've been working so hard. It is so good to not do that right now. I feel so present in my body. Oh, I was gonna ask you something. Oh. That's right. I was gonna ask you something.
Okay.
Where's Kattigan? At first I was like, oh, I'm a little tipsy, and then I was like, oh, I'm a little horny, and I was like, where's Kattigan? And then I was like, wait though, where's Kattigan, because he was supposed to be with us, and now I'm actually starting to get like concerned, and I probably should have been concerned an hour and a half ago, but I'm concerned now, and so I thought I would tell you that I'm concerned.
Does he know that you were expecting?
He was supposed to roll with us. Wait,
contact?
What? I mean, if he doesn't, then he is a blind and deaf man, and that is a different problem. But that I think you're missing the point. Is he okay?
I don't know.
You all were supposed to be rolling and doing patrol. Like, should we be worried?
Maybe.
I dropped my phone.
I haven't seen him.
Murray and Azune, as you guys are having this conversation,
yes,
a hand goes on your shoulder, Azune, and you turn around.
I tense up.
The Archmage Kolsturm is here, the woman you saw who was the attendant high sorceress of 4 Otto Einfasen.
Oh, hi.
I turn around.
Greetings. Congratulations on the opening night of your play, Mr. Fang.
Much obliged.
Captain Nayar.
Yes.
Could we have a word?
Of course. I won't excuse myself from my peers. I disregard them. And I will follow her lead.
I don't follow, but whatever that is, finally brings Hal's feet down to earth.
Yeah.
I don't want to be sober.
You look over, there's a lot of joy around here, Hal. Azune, Lady Kolsturm brings you around the corner to an enormous, there are bighorn rams, slightly larger than Clydesdales, pulling a massive Einfasen carriage that's like a double-length carriage. You see her open a door, and Lord Otto is inside, along with 2 of his sons and the Lord Herondus.
Okay. I give him a deep bow of my head.
You walk inside. Give me insight right away.
Yep.
I'm watching this happen from a distance. I'm not going to take my eyes off this carriage.
You see the door closes behind him, but that doesn't mean everything, right?
Yeah.
It's just he's still there in the carriage.
21.
You walk in and you see that Herondus is looking at you with that kind of smile of like, oh good, his asset is here, right? Mm-hmm. Lord Otto is very, on that roll you don't read Otto.
Okay.
But you read his 2 sons that you haven't gotten to see too much of yet. Mm-hmm. His eldest son, Runebrom, these are Ingrid's older brothers. Runebrom is about 23. He is 6'1", broad, mighty. He's really stocky and muscular, and he's got crazy giant runes tattooed all over his arms. He looks at you with this kind of intense, severe expression, and next to him, his younger brother, Yosefir, who is 6'7", but way less broad and muscular. He's like a taller, slenderer. He's also, Runebrom's like brown hair is like cut very close. Yosefir's shaggier, extremely light blonde, and he's got these flint blue eyes that are behind big spectacles. He's got a set of glasses on him. Uh-huh. You see that Runebrom is armed with a hammer. Yosefir is not.
Noted.
Yosefir gives you a kind of warm smile, maybe we should say a melancholy smile. And Runebrom looks at you with this intense look, but you think on that 21, Runebrom also seems to like you. Just a vibe you get from him. Lord Otto looks at you and says, Captain Nayar.
Yes, my lord.
The evidence you presented to us this morning was extremely useful. You have been a tremendous asset to the House of Einfasen and to your city.
I am here to serve you. It is music to my ears, my lord.
Everything presented to us today was very carefully curated, such that there could be no doubt, armed as we were with both the candle you provided as well as the testimony of young Master Blix. In fact, the thoroughness of your report leads me to believe that you are a man of precision and accuracy. However, I am also not unworldly, and it is my belief that a detective of your status likely has very many leads, hunches, and evidence of a more circumstantial nature that would not be wise to provide in the formal context of earlier this morning.
Of course.
However, there is a matter of trust that has developed between our house and you in a short amount of time. If you were to speak freely, without the same standard of evidence, it is a matter of great interest. And here you see that Otto's hand twitches.
Mm-hmm.
To know whether you are aware of any unresolved arcane machinations of the House of Draconis.
There are a number of ongoing threads that I'm looking into, and these are still developing, my lord. I believe, based on some of these loose threads, that they aim to raise an army of the dead.
Runebrom hits the table and begins speaking in quick Helvarian, pointing accusatorily at Harandas. I don't know if you speak Helvarian or not, but that would be giant on your character sheet.
Yeah, I do not.
He speaks, gesturing with his fingers pointedly, just going. There's one thing you hear, which is like, invite us with the blood, like blood, the reason, which you think it means the blood of giants.
Okay.
As he gestures
Does
at
it
Harandas.
look like accusatory?
He's pointing at Harandas.
Mm-hmm.
You see Harandas raises a hand. You also suddenly put something. Give me an insight check again in this one.
Okay. That is a 17.
17. Harandas is in his early 40s.
Oh, I'm much older than them.
Much older than them. But you realize Harandas is the nephew of
Yes.
Otto. And you suddenly realize Harandas was in his late teens or early 20s when Otto had his first children, which means he would have grown up his entire childhood believing that the seed of Einfasen would have come to him. Yes. You see that Harandas, just speaking in Helvarian, says something. He says the word Taconis a couple times. And you see Otto says, enough. What evidence do you have of this? Again, not to the same standard, but is this a hunch or you have seen something?
I don't have hard evidence. I have part of our arcane investigation into the candle. Provided some gut feelings, some images. It was haunting, my lord. But of course I wasn't going to bring you that. I don't have any hard evidence. There was no way to present that to House Taconis.
You saw this, or another member of your investigatory group?
My partner. My former teacher. I consulted her. We work closely, sometimes as needed.
You see that Otto points out and says, she is here currently?
I look around.
the door to the wagon opens. We're gonna cut back out to you guys here. You see, as this is all occurring, by the way, you see that Lash has Ramina is sitting in Lash's lap. And I want you 4 outside the wagon to give me perception checks.
That good feeling.
Natural 1.
Natural 1, great.
17.
17.
22.
22.
I'm out there too. That's right. That's cocked. Ooh. All right, that's a 19 plus a million. Perception?
Perception.
6, so 25.
Hell yeah. Vaelus and Thaisha, there are groups of the Sons of the Dawn, which is the mercenary company of the Hail of our family, that are moving around searching. And I think both of you guys see that a group of them notices your group and notices Hal in particular, and they begin to move away from here back to some other location.
I think Hala, who was kind of just behind you, just marking you, you look a little unstable, but then the deer is going to slip away and draw back, and I'm following wherever they go next.
Cool.
Where are we going? What is going on? Where are we moving? The deer just does that like weird blow, like.
Give me stealth and perception for the deer. Murray, the door to the carriage opens, and the Archmage Kolsturm says, "Professor Magnessen, could we speak with you for a moment?"
Yeah. Big rams.
She helps you up into the carriage.
Okay.
Lord Otto looks at you. I understand that you were in the midst of revelry, so take your time answering these questions.
Okay.
I do not wish for you to be made uncomfortable by my directness.
I can take it. I'm a grown-ass woman.
Captain Nayar has mentioned the Tukon is raising an army of the dead. I would like you to speak bluntly and truthfully about what you saw exactly.
I'm going to reach out to Murray, who looks a little unsteady as she's been celebrating. I'm going to take your hand.
Yeah.
Speak the truth as to what you saw. And I'm going to...
When you talk about like what I saw, in which instance,
your
it's
vision.
been a lot in my vision.
And I'm going to subtle spell cast guidance.
Okay.
Persuasion.
All right.
Yes. You remember how well received our evidence.
Yeah.
We have moved past evidence of a solid nature. Your exemplary work has earned you some trust from our house, and now I ask you to speak freely about what you saw.
Okay. I mean, first, foremost, just like get it out there. Tool bags, the Taconuses. Don't like them. They're bad. I think they're bad news. Bad.
Bags of tools?
They are massive bags of tools.
You see that Yosef here says over and says something in Helvarian. Do you speak Giant?
I do not.
Cool.
Speak Dwarvish.
Hey. You see in this moment that Otto says, I'm not asking you to opine on your opinion of a sundered house. I'm asking you to say what you saw.
Right. I forget you all are still like, gotta play nice above the table. No offense to like you.
Murray, you need to get to the point.
All right, so here's what I saw. I think he's gonna go on like a little cruise. He's gonna go on like a little sailboat trip, which I feel like so many men do when they start reaching like midlife crisis.
I squeeze your hand.
Okay, so basically he's gonna like go down to the underworld, and I saw him on a boat like at the front of the ship, like full sailing with a whole.
I am asking you to say what you saw.
I'm telling you, he was on a boat going to the underworld, and he had a bunch of paladins like guarding him, and he's I think trying to open up a portal. I think I think he's trying to make an
Not
error.
what you think, what you saw.
Fuck! I'm gonna cast minor illusion and show him what I saw. I'll make it do a little play.
You see that Yosefir scratches his chin and says in Kahadi for you to understand.
Mm-hmm.
The professor believes that all of us play nicely with each other. That's our reputation, Father. And you see that Otto nods. They begin speaking in Halvarian again. Vaelus.
I know, am I anywhere near where I could maybe? I know I'm not in the
everyone
carriage.
here feels the ground shake when Otto gets angry.
Okay.
Let me pull up my fucking notes, by the way, of my vision.
Including the crowd. It's so noisy that everyone's like, oh, weird, was that a big something or whatever? But Vaelus, you notice that something's happening in that carriage.
And they're closed in the carriage?
They're closed in the carriage.
What was that? Something in there?
And Thaisha's still here, but you sent your deer.
Yeah, the deer dropped back.
All right.
You go knock on the carriage door?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
The Lady Colsturm opens the door and says, the guests will be out in one moment, and closes the door.
Oh, is everything okay in here? We.
It is all right. I believe there was a small earthquake. It's all
Everything
right.
is all right in here.
You hear the Lord speaking in Halvarian. Do you speak Giant?
I will say in Giant. Very well. Have a good evening.
All of them whip to turn to look at you and nod their heads and wish you a good evening in Halvarian, which you understand is the language of giants.
Do any of them recognize? Wait, because we all met in Riesengirdle, right?
Yeah, did we meet Rune?
That's
But
correct.
did we-
I think Otto
Did we
would
meet
have seen you.
Bella? Joseph?
Josephine?
We didn't. I don't think
No,
we
you
met
didn't meet the
either,
boys.
but we.
You didn't.
But we met.
So,
We know Otto.
sorry. Yeah.
Yes,
so wait a minute.
that's
Hold on.
right.
Sorry.
Yes, yes,
So
yes.
you see, Otto looks up and goes, "What the blazes? What are you doing in Dolmakia?"
I came to see a play. The play tonight.
Yes, the arts.
Yes. Big fan of the arts.
I still love him.
Me too. Me too.
Vaelus in the carriage now?
No, you're
Just
standing in the doorway.
outside.
Yeah, you're still
Okay.
outside.
But I will say in Giant. Is everything okay here?
Yeah.
Murray?
Huh?
Are you okay?
I'm gathering my thoughts and people keep talking.
You see that the Lady Colsturm says, "It is a pleasure to see you again, Lady Vaelus."
You as well.
She turns and looks and says,
My lord, if I'm so sorry to interrupt, but it surprises me that you know the person that knocked on the door. This is actually someone I was potentially considering as a recruit, since you're asking me to expand my detail.
You see that Lord Otto actually looks over and says, he says, "Could you come inside for a moment, Vaelus?"
Sure.
He says, "When is the last you saw Octus Taconis?"
This morning.
Where? Here in Dolmakia.
Yeah. How come?
He is being searched for, not by us.
Could you be more specific?
Never make a request of me again. You are not asking the questions here. You are a guest in my carriage. Comport yourself with respect.
Apologies.
I have forgiven your sloppy dwarven friend because the ale has taken her mind. You, I believe, are sober.
Mine's still there. It's doing great.
He turns to you, Azune, and says, the vision shown to me.
Yes.
This is correct.
Yes.
Do you want me to keep going with my little movie? There's more.
Mary.
You see, he looks over and says, looks at the several of you here and says, "It is true. If that is correct, and Captain Nayar says it. And this is happening at Vaelus. Only you can understand what they're saying as they speak in Helvarian. Okay. You see that Halandil holds his hands up, and again, only you can understand this, says, "It is not, I understand you shook his hand, uncle, but we can't, what resources would we use to actually make a stand against the Takona?" And you see that Runebrom shouts, and once again, "We are the blood of giants! Who would stand against us? The faded power of a dead god? Or the blood that runs through the heart of this world?" You see Yosefir, give me an insight check, Vaelus.
Oh no!
It's a natural one.
Natural one. You see Otto. You see that Otto goes, "Enough!" On that one, he looks directly at you, knowing that you speak Helvarian, and you see he goes, "That is enough." Yosefir says, once again, you see Yosefir is speaking in Kahadi, and I think you recognize he doesn't like to speak a language. There's a politeness to him. He doesn't want to speak a language people don't speak.
Right.
He speaks up and says, Father, he killed his son. He killed his son. For the benefit of our house, would you do the same? Otto says, "Thank you for your time, Captain Nayar, and guests."
My lord, may I ask you one question, please?
You may. And a second.
During the Shapers' War, how many Einfassens fell at the hands of the Takonis?
You see that Runebrom straightens his back up and looks at you. And Halandil looks at you. Give me persuasion.
I'm gonna use that luck point. I'm gonna use a heroic inspiration to re-roll one of those. Can you see what that is?
What is that? What is that?
That's a natty 20.
Oh no, dude! No fucking way!
Go.
Oh my god.
God, indeed.
It only took 13 tries.
Yeah.
There.
You see that Otto looks at you and says, Captain, remain a moment. Lady Vaelus, Professor, you are excused.
All right.
Don't let go of my hand.
Okay. Help. This carriage is...
I helped.
Thank you. Thank you.
I helped.
You see that as you leave, as you say how many Takonis were felled, Otto looks. You see that Runebrom begins to speak in Helvarian, and Yosefir elbows him, and he just speaks in Kahadi in front of you and says, "We were side by side with the Cormorant and the Royce against the gods. 4,000 years the children of giants relegated to kneel before those who sold their souls to the Shapers. This world is ours, Father, not theirs." And you see that Yosefir just straight up rolls his eyes at his older brother and says, "No good can come of following the Takonis, Father. They have already shown their hand. Nothing, they will stop at nothing. There's no reason for this. They slaughtered the Royce. The only reason they did not slaughter us is because we retain our power. What happens if that fails? There are no more giants walking the land, but the dead grow more by the hour." And you see that Halandil just looks and says, "If we stand against the House Takonis, we will spend every last coin and every ounce of blood to possibly survive that war, and watch as Kahad solves the problem of the Barodels and rules over this world for the rest of time. We will be a third-rate power forever. The Takonis, devious though they are,
disgusting though they are, have the magic we need for this alliance to work. There is no other option, Uncle.
And you see that Otto touches his hands and looks at the Lady Kolsturm, who then goes,
My lord, the Draconis are nigh omnipotent, which is why they were able to destroy the House of Royce completely.
And she smiles. And Otto goes,
What is it Cursingblad said?
And you see that the Lady Kolsturm speaks in Sylvan, says something in the language of House Royce, and then goes,
Of my many gifts to you, the First Lady Royce. The first and greatest of all is luck. The Royce yet live. I think we have made an error, my lord.
And you see that Otto looks out, looks at Herondis.
Write a note of apology to Lord Draconis. We acted rashly. All smiles from now on, while we gather our strength in secret. Yosephir, prepare an envoy to what remains of the Golden Orchard. We will offer our understanding and our aid to the nearly gone House of Royce.
He turns to Runebrom and Herondis.
I do not think the time is right now, but when the time is right, we crush the skull.
And he says,
Captain Nayar, thank you for your time.
Thank you, my lord, for trusting me with such a responsibility. Does this change the assignment that you gave me?
Lord Herondis is your superior. Follow his orders.
You see that Runebrom looks at you and claps a hand on your side and goes,
Blood of giants, you are a good man for talking sense into my stupid cousin.
And you see he points right at Herondis and calls him stupid in front of you. On that nat 20 persuasion, Herondis is not mad at you. He is, that one line you said caught him off guard, but you don't think that he's like, why did you remind him about the dead Einfasen? He's just like, this guy is a true believer. He loves House Einfasen. It occurred to him to say that. Fucks my game up, but no shade, right? And you see that Yosephir says,
Captain Nayar, you are a steadfast and loyal servant. Thank you very much for the time and effort it took to compile this in such a way that it was unavoidably certain.
I still worry. The Countess is powerful. Everything dies. Angels, demons, they linger in the space in between for some time. They're the only house that rules over that. We're at their mercy. All of us.
You see Otto, as you say that on the end of that nat 20 persuasion, you say the perfect thing to make Otto's back rise.
Yes, inevitability. A more brittle concept in practice, I think.
And Lady Kolsturm smiles and gestures out of the carriage for you.
I leave.
Just kiss him on his bald head for me. I love him so much.
Let me get the perception and stealth for Hala.
11 perception, 17 stealth.
11 perception, 17 stealth. Hala stays hidden, but on that low perception, it is not like as you guys rejoin Vaelus and Murray, and you rejoin 20 persuasion. Jesus, you guys rejoin the table. You guys see a battalion of sundered Sons of the Dawn are coming, along with members of the Grey Battalion, some Revolutionary Guard. You would recognize this not as arcane marshals, but as part of the honor guard for the Revolutionary Council. Are approaching. At the front, you see Zabani Halevar and Oscuro Malanti,
who is the arch preserver of the Arcanaut, like the leader of the Arcanaut.
I think Hal has like a split-second tug at his brain to just melt into the crowd, to totally change his appearance and vanish. But I can see my daughters here. I can see all the people living. And instead, I just smile and walk to meet my friends in the open.
I want to like slide up to you because that's what Hala saw, and I saw what she saw, to let you know. And if you want to like grab anyone and get out of Dodge, does it look like they are rallying to go somewhere or do something?
They're approaching this tavern.
Yeah, instead I interlace my fingers in yours.
How do we get a hold of the mercenaries that were in the theater? I love a street fight. So let's not let them get to the tavern.
Azune.
Okay.
Hey, years in the making. Far exceeded expectation.
I am so proud of you. They're not going to ruin this night. I'll catch up.
They couldn't ruin this night.
And I want to give you a kiss on the cheek, and I'm going to drop back and find Azune.
Hell yeah. Are some of you intercepting the group before they arrive at the tavern?
Yeah.
Thaisha, you head out. Azune, are you accompanying her?
I'm following you immediately.
Yeah. I mean, if I'm out, I'm trying to keep it together, slightly rattled.
That was crazy. What happened? Did you see how big that goat is?
It's
the biggest sheepies I've ever seen.
Those goats?
The rams? What happened? What did they say?
I'll explain later.
I pet the goat a little, though.
No. You see the Einfossen carriage heading for the top of the city. They're headed back to Riesengirdle right now.
Let's join. Where are the others?
They went to the. I don't know. I saw them whispering. I think shit's about to go down.
I'm looking around. Are there any of the guards around here part of this revelry?
There are magpies everywhere.
There are magpies everywhere?
Yep.
I'm going to go to the nearest one, and I'm going to put my hand on his shoulder, and I'm just going to speak the words that we have been sharing. Any good tidings?
Always for a friend.
I think I might need a friend.
Do you need a couple?
Yes.
Got it. And you see he peels off into the dark.
I take another minor illusion, make a magpie, and just go to make it follow after him and start flipping through the crowd.
Yeah. You can feel it happening already. This is also, you see, Thaisha, you're going to be able to intercept them with plenty of time because it's so, as you said, it's a grand processional. It's a huge party. So even this group of Sons of the Dawn, Einfossen Security, and the Revolutionary Guard, Honor Council, or Honor Guard, is like having to pick their way through. It's like coming through Mardi Gras. It's like people are going fucking nuts. So Thaisha, Azune, Murray, Vaelus, you guys intercept them, correct?
Yeah.
And you feel magpies nearby. You're staying back. You see that Shadia looks over at you and says, "Where's Mom going? Is everything okay?"
Come here. I give her a hug.
Hey, what's up? It was great.
Great night.
It was a great night.
One for the record books.
Yeah, sounds like it. We made we're like just on tonight. We're basically if we have nights more like nights like this,
that'll be pretty impossible to top.
It's gonna be awesome. And you see she looks out at where Thaisha is, and you can see the sword at her side, and she looks like she wants to go, but you're hugging her.
Yeah.
You can give me a persuasion if you want. Call it difficulty 20.
20? It's well beyond an hour since the end of the play at this point?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so charisma gone, or charisma bonus gone. For persuasion, you say?
Yes.
27.
She stays with you and smiles and is just here with her friend. Hero's here as well. Thaisha.
Weather check?
What's that?
Weather check?
Quite stormy.
Cool. Is my
Call lightning. I was just gonna say, is my skywrite of the magpie still in the sky as well?
Yes, it is.
I'm gonna take that. I kind of look at Thaisha. I'm gonna take that and I'm gonna just like swirl the clouds a little bit. With that call lightning, you see a bolt like of horizontal lightning cracks through it and it lights up the bird even further. And I'm just gonna start bringing it down a little bit. Once again, anything to start signaling the rest of our magpies.
Have you heard anything from the rest of our group? I'm starting to get nervous. I thought I would have heard something from them by now.
Not yet. Stay with Hal.
All right. Have you heard anything?
No.
Fuck.
Thaisha, we sent Hannon to go to find the Mara.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. That was what Thaisha initially said to do forever ago. So that feels normal and good. Okay. Well, we just need to regroup again. We know we're supposed to eventually get back to house.
Yeah, we can't stay out partying all night.
Yeah. I'm gonna break up this little street fair that's building, right? And then I'll drop back and meet you there.
Do you need any help?
I got it.
And then there's that first crack of lightning that strikes the ground.
Right.
As lightning strikes the ground, is anyone peeling off from this?
You said stick with Hal?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I am not fleeing. I actually urge Shadi to go hang with Elodie and Hero.
Yes. Yeah. Elodie gives you a big kiss on both cheeks. I mean, exceptional. Absolutely exceptional. My grandmother, listen, and also with those ticket sales, my God, talk about a worthy investment. You were marvelous. And just because you weren't on stage doesn't mean that I did not see every part of that.
On stage is the easy part. We'll count the books tomorrow. I don't want the girls partying all night, could you?
Oh,
maybe get them out before it gets too rowdy.
What, so I'm not allowed to party all night?
You can do anything you want. You're a grown-ass woman.
I am a grown-ass woman. You see that she goes to collect the girls. Outside, Thaisha, lightning hits the ground. And all the crowd goes, oh, whoa! Because there's no rain falling. It's just sort of crackling. And people do that and then start laughing nervously. But the battalion approaching you suddenly stops, faltering in their footsteps. You see Felonius Halevar looking enormous and airing his two dogs, Wrath and Judgment there. Zabani is to his side. And you see Oscuro Melanti, who immediately recognizes you. Oscuro looks confused for a moment. And he's someone that has groveled and kneeled at the feet of your family for so long. So you see they're walking up. He's got the council guard. Azune, are you side by side with Thaisha?
No, I'm going to actually step forward, and as soon as I see them approaching, I'm going to move ahead and let myself be known.
Yeah.
And kind of put myself in the way in between the group and them.
Gotcha. The group makes Thaisha. Archpreserver is there. As you are walking up, you see Felonius looks over to you, and you see that the battalion kind of splits in this weird way where Oscuro starts approaching you with his 4 honor guard, and the larger Sons of the Dawn battalion walks over. Felonius makes a beeline right for you. Vaelus, are you with Thaisha or are you with Azune?
I'm gonna also hold back and let Azune do his guard thing, but I imagine we're all kind of squatted up, but a little in pockets.
Vaelus, give me a perception check.
Okay. And I would be getting near Thaisha.
Cool.
Dropping a bolt behind the guards now, just so we're aware about who's flanking who.
Gotcha. You drop a bolt behind.
17.
17. As that lightning bolt flashes, this is like an outdoor. This is honestly kind of a New Orleans block in that there are balconies, second story with tables on them. Oh. As that lightning goes off, a bunch of people that look really sloppy drunk aren't as sloppy drunk as they look, and their coats and robes are over heavy crossbows. Those are your guys. Magpie's up on the second story.
Fuck yes. Fuck yes.
Cool.
With this commotion, as I'm seeing Felonius, and he's if he's approaching me, I'm going to start approaching him. I'm going to look up as that lightning flashes, kind of turn around to look behind. I'm going to cast guidance on myself.
Cool.
Deception, and I turn to meet him. Good sir. Good man.
He says, good man. man on the inside.
Zabani kind of looks over at him as he says man on the inside, almost like, don't say that out loud. You see, Oscuro Melanti walks up to you and says, Miss Lloy, how unusual but propitious to find you here. We are here to arrest your former partner, Halandil Fang.
Why?
He is responsible for the theft of the pariah blades from the Argonaut.
He is not.
How do you mean? Sorry. The pariah blades are missing from the Argonaut, from the vault.
That's fine.
Oh.
Do we have a problem?
I'd like you to give me intimidate with advantage.
Did that declaration of the arrest, was I able to hear it, or is that?
You heard it partially.
19.
19. You see, he looks, and he goes, I am so very sorry. We were informed of this by our benevolent benefactors in the House of Halavar, and there has been a misunderstanding.
Go in peace. One more lightning bolt behind them.
He goes, understood. Is there any paperwork of the Lloy family withdrawing the pariah blades from the generous loan to the Argonaut that we can expect just in the weeks or months to come?
We can discuss this in the morning.
Understood. He turns and starts making over. Felonius comes and says, the man Fang is a bastard and a liar and a sinner. You see Zabani says, he stole the pariah blades. We told the Arch-Preserver we're here to throw him in irons.
But you can't do that, my lord. You're undermining. If I'm going to be your inside man, then you have to let me do the job through the proper channels.
Oscuro Melanti walks over in this moment. Go ahead and give me deception if you'd be so kind.
Yes.
I'm going to start hearing a little bit of the conversation with Thaisha. I'm going to start making my way back towards Hal and Shadia and Elodie, even though they're on their way, but I'm going to start going back towards Hal.
Awesome. You file back towards Hal. What's your deception check?
He got nervous.
I got nervous, so I didn't roll yet, but I got a 3 on my guidance.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
That's a 1.
That's in that one?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what was that for perception?
That was for deception.
Oh, damn.
Natural 1.
Natural 1.
And I...
Do you have a luck?
I do have a luck point, but I've been rolling them. I've been calling it first.
I will say I have been home ruling it with other players with the luck feat that they can roll after.
Don't gotta tell me twice, DM. That is a 27.
27. Cool. You see that Oscuro Melanti comes over and approaches Felonius Halavar and Zabani and says, my lady Halavar, there has been a misunderstanding. Mr. Fang has procured the pariah blades with the consent and advisement of the Lloy family. You see Zabani goes, horse shit he did. And you see that...
How far away is this conversation happening?
Give me a perception check.
+8. 21.
You hear it. You hear Zabani say horse shit.
Do we have a problem?
Zabani turns and strides right over to you. She says, a request was made of Halandil Fang to revise some of the more indecent and...
What does that have to do with my family's blades?
You see Oscuro's eyes have gone so wide, and he says, my lady Halavar, this complaint of yours was not shared with me prior to coming here. And you see she says, enough out of you, bureaucrat, and turns around, and Oscuro goes, The Arcanaut has no complaint, nor the Grey Tower, with any of the goings on herein. And snaps his fingers and says, with me! And the honor guard of the Revolutionary Tower is out. He just starts leaving. Wow. And you see that Zebani turns with just these Sons of the Dawn mercenaries behind her.
How many?
There are about 40.
I'm gonna look just past her and smile.
Nothing to do with your swords.
Okay. So what's the nature of the problem? It's been a very long day, and the weather's turning.
It's very lucky you're here to speak on behalf of your family, to whom we owe so much, for ridding the world of idols so that the true light could shine.
You're welcome. Now go in peace.
She looks
May
over
the
you.
light shine on you, and I'll call down one more bolt of lightning right next to you.
She looks. We'll go in peace. And please tell Mr. Fang we'll be seeing
I
him.
don't deliver messages.
Well, then we'll be seeing you in the hearts and minds of the fine people of Dolmakyar. And she turns with Felonius. As they're turning,
Holy shit, that was awesome.
So cool. So cool.
Maybe
so
don't
cool.
threaten my baby daddy.
Yeah.
He had a big day.
Hal, you see this entire thing unfolding, and there is a moment of storm as this incandescent battalion is walking, all the lights and candles, and you see all the people that are here, just normal people like Romina, who's like a laundress, and actors and workers and laborers all looking at all of the Rungyani in this place, and the Candescent Creed walking, looking with this sinister sneer, and you see those young kids who are saying, "Welcome to our city," and there's a moment of them gleaming, towering over them. The wind kicks up, and a bunch of the candles extinguish. And one crash of lightning, that final one, and all of the eyes peering with dark vision at these interlopers in their city. Candescent Creed sees for a moment. They should be afraid. They are hopelessly outnumbered. Creed leaves this space.
May the beam guide you. And then under my breath, right back to your little fucking shit show.
The Creed peels away. Incredibly handled and averted encounter, everybody.
Yes. Damn.
With that, the revelries conclude, and we are going to, I believe, move to Hal's house.
Yes. We gotta go to Hal's house.
Great. Let's do it.
I was getting ready to talk, but you're just too good at tower defense.
Yeah. Aabria, damn.
Welcome to the schemers table.
I know.
That was very schemerly.
That was very schemerly.
That as this was going on, I made sure not to be standing shoulder to shoulder with them.
No, you were separate.
Good, separate, neutral.
You were very separate. Very, very separate. Okay, cool. No, that was their only play was the pariah blades and Thaisha.
Yeah.
Like, you're talking about the sword my daughter's holding right now? I'll kill everyone here.
I'll kill everyone here. Let's get the whole gang in. Here in the Rookery, in the home where we started some almost 2 weeks ago at this point with the Farav of Thiazi Fang. The first person to arrive here at Halandil Fang's home is Kattigan Vale.
There's an open window. They trust their neighborhood. Big old sack full of goodies in first. Second, Wolfric, poof, up through in, and then, one pinkyless right hand. Pulls himself up, another, tuck and roll. Where the fuck is everybody?
You arrive. It's dark in here. No one's here.
I immediately smash my shin on the coffee table.
Wulfric hangs out for a little while. Shortly after, you hear a wagon pull up. Someone gets it, opens it up, rolls a barrel to the front door, opens the front door, rolls a barrel inside, and you see there's a young orcish, delivery person who goes, "Oh, sorry, delivery apples."
I'll sign for it.
Right here.
Thank you very much. I just make an X.
Take an X.
Bleeding all over.
You see, he leaves it. He closes it and leaves. And a moment later, the thing of apples pops open, and you see Misha Undragor, who's supposed to be here under house arrest, who snuck out to see the play. He looks up and he goes, "How? Oh, hello."
Shit. Who are you, apple person?
I'm Misha. I'm the dramatis arcana of the hallowed round. I'm under house arrest, but I escaped briefly to see our opening night.
I believe anything you told me.
It's a pleasure. Oh, I saw you at the wake. You're
Kattigan Vale.
Kattigan.
Nice to meet you. How'd the play go? I was supposed to be there, but I missed it.
It was a barn burner. Oh, it wasn't. You think that a tragedy wouldn't get people so riled up, but they were jumpy.
I'm sad I missed it. I'm not much of a man of the arts, but I saw a puppet show 6 months ago that really stuck with me.
As you say that, an extremely, I think that a moment, thinking about timelines here, timelines. Momentarily after you, I think you hear thudding footprints, and Octus and Julien arrive at the house next.
Yeah. You can also on the way, a little bit of watery, dark liquid has started kind of leaking out of the side of Octus's mouth.
Ew.
Is anyone else here?
Succumb. Welcome to my home. I live here now.
I'm sure Hal will be terribly excited.
Living up in the world, I see.
What the fuck are you two doing together?
It's been a night.
Is anyone else here?
Me and Apple Person.
Who the fuck is Apple Person?
You see Misha Undergore leans out and says, "Oh, evening."
Sure, whatever.
I actually don't know your name, so...
Where's Hal?
Should I make some tea? Are we expecting company?
I think so.
I'm under arrest here. I can't leave.
Where is Hal?
I assume he's out having a drink before heading home, but it's a big opening night.
Close the windows as others arrive. Hopefully, let's try not to call too much attention.
Sure.
Are these your things on the table? Should I organize these? Are you going to be eating here?
Supposed to be a demon come scoop them up later, but maybe we can put them in a corner for safekeeping. I'll eat and drink anything you've got.
I'll put them in a corner.
Let me be very clear. Celebrate as you must. The Taconis may be on the warpath. Lights low, windows closed. Be vigilant.
You got it.
And you see that he turns over and says, "All right, cleaning up." They said a demon is going to get this?
Yeah, our friend.
Oh, yes. You see he starts moving stuff off into the back. And you see he goes, "All right, moving this fabric. This is interesting. What the hell?" Bolaire. You are standing in Hal's home as Misha Undragore puts the mask on his face.
Oh, no, wait, that was up! Don't break him!
One moment. We will get into what I say, but I'm going to make it very pleasant for
inside of your black box theater, you see Misha goes,
I knew that paradise would be a theater.
I've given him full access. Anything he dreams and writes and performs, he will be enjoying. There will be, it's whatever play he wants to be in, he's going to be in right now. I'm going to leave him to his privacy.
God.
Does that mean we're seeing Bolaire mask on elder green?
Yes.
With white hair? Okay.
Yes. Yeah. So there's no finery or wig. It's just Misha Undragore wearing the Bolaire mask.
Yes. Okay.
Utterly appropriate.
As you guys thunder in, you guys hear a horse approaching. Tyranny, you arrive next.
Where's Wick? You made it. Oh my god. Oh, okay, great.
Say not a bloody word.
What?
I haven't seen him.
He's not at the Aurora.
We did.
He left.
What? We saw a Halavar carriage heading towards.
Oh, hello.
Hi. We saw a Halavar carriage heading towards my house. Oh. We didn't see who was in it, but.
Why would he do that?
Well, to be perfectly fair, it could have been any of the Halavars.
Oh god, he's so fucked. I'm so fucked.
If it was a Halavar stupid enough to head towards that manor tonight, it would be Wick.
Oh, is there a drink?
On it.
Yeah.
Off to the kitchen.
There's about a half-drunk bottle of Yargraz in there.
Yes, my favorite.
I'm like Tom Cruise in Cocktail, but bad.
Oh. You're still bleeding.
You're putting the Yargraz on the road.
Tis but a flesh wound. Here you go. Yep, for you.
Shortly,
turkey.
Shortly thereafter, you guys hear more hoofs approaching. There are more hoofbeats approaching as a Halavar carriage pulls up to the house. Wickander, you arrive at Hal's home.
I'll knock.
I'll get it.
Go.
What the hell? Why are you bleeding? Give me your hand. Wait, you're bleeding.
Get him inside before you start.
It's not
yelling.
his blood.
Get him inside before you start yelling.
Like, tell your carriages.
This is horrible.
No.
Everything's horrible.
You have to tell your carriage that you aren't here. Oh my god, why would you have a candescent carriage come to here? Why would you do that?
I don't know. I needed to come here.
Would you please get inside?
Sure. Hello. May the beam reach you.
Wulfric trots up to Wick and starts, like dogs do, licking at his tears.
This is Wulfric or you?
What? Honestly, could be either. It's Wulfric!
Good dog.
Why are you covered in blood?
I killed a woman.
What?
I need a drink. I think alcohol.
Yargraz, here you go. Your favorite.
No.
Why did you... You went to the Taconuses? Did you kill...
Wait.
Primus?
He's here. You're here. You're not there. You're alive.
Yeah.
Where's Thimble?
I don't know.
You left her?
I didn't leave her.
She left us. We had to flee. There was no other way. If fate is with her, she will show. If she does not, she won't be the first we've lost this night.
She'll be fine. She's with Teo.
Technically correct.
The first. The first we've lost.
There's much to discuss. At this point, Julien is looking through the windows and looking to the skyline.
Octus is just sitting on one of the chairs, just like slumped in a chair.
Very different energy from a lot of other arrivals here. Like it is an intense kind of. The jaw is clenched, the eyes are flicking about and keeping high to the sky and the horizon for any signs of dark streaks.
What you and Octus witnessed in that courtyard speaks of a level of danger that very few have seen anywhere in this city tonight. Not immediately thereafter, but shortly thereafter, those who were celebrating in Caravan Hill do arrive. So Hal, Thaisha, Murray.
Is the Halavar carriage parked right out front?
Would
Yes.
you have sent them home, or would you have told them to stay?
I guess I should go tell them.
Send them the fuck away.
All right.
Do we see the carriage
Go
or no?
home.
Would you have done that immediately, or would you have?
He brought it here.
Probably not.
Probably not.
I put a lightning bolt through the carriage.
Incredible. Do you want to put a lightning bolt through the carriage on the part with
Not where the driver would be.
Not where the driver
through the back axle. Like
the lightning bolt hits the axle, disables the carriage, and you see the driver sprint off into the night.
I walk inside.
Thaisha,
Hal.
I would smash through the door. Why is there a hail of our carriage outside? What?
It's mine, sorry, it's my ride.
Oh, jeez. I think Hal spots Bolaire on Misha. What is this? What is this? And I'll push.
It's fine.
I press him down into a couch. This isn't a thing. Why is this a thing?
He's fine. I just need somewhere to rest for a moment.
For how long? This is not a thing, Bolaire.
I'll be leaving in the morning, I promise.
Is he all right?
He's fine. I will be leaving in the morning. I will be leaving in the morning.
Who we're missing? Who's not here yet?
Where's Thimble?
We're waiting on
And
Thimble.
Taylor.
We're waiting on Thimble.
We're waiting on Thimble.
Taylor, isn't leaving my house.
Is he still alive? Do we need to go rescue him?
We don't
When?
know.
Where's Sid?
Also with it.
There is a chance.
You left Thimble there?
Thimble left
Leave
us to
Thimble there!
Him. We had no other choice. We have, and I kind of gesture towards Octus and be like, tend to your exhausted charge, please.
Yeah, actually.
Someone wants to take this from me. He pulls Mara out of his jacket.
I'll immediately grab her.
And I grab Octus and I look at Vaelus.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk over.
Sit down. Considering Bolaire and I were the ones who originally performed the ritual with the Stone of Night song, can I check him out knowing...
Give me Arcana.
Okay. Nope. That didn't count. That didn't count.
That's incredible.
Icky.
What is it?
18 total. I rolled a 7.
Oh, that looks like a 1 from my angle.
It is a 7. It is a 7.
Yeah.
On an 18,
It's not the best.
on an 18, the Stone of Night song, you don't gain any special insight, but he's moving. He's animated.
What do you do? Why? What? What?
Vaelus, you want to explain? Where's that Yargrass?
I'm gonna just go over and just check him.
Why is everyone touching me?
You have
What's going
Mara
on?
in your hands.
Second level, cure wounds, 24 hit points.
Incredible. Go ahead and give me a medicine check with that, if you so kind.
Why is everyone touching me?
The Stone of Night song has been sundered.
Okay.
It was an incredible thing. It created a bridge.
That makes sense. I understand now.
It created the first bridge to the afterlife. But Vaelus sacrificed it to make it an anchor, so we weren't sure how you would be doing.
Julien makes eye contact with Octus and kind of nods that moment of remembrance.
That was why.
Looks back out of the window. Takes the Yargrass takes a sip.
How are you feeling? Have you seen anything? Did you have any visions?
No.
Did you connect with another plane?
No, I think I had what resembles a heart attack from you now. But I'm fine now.
You can see the kind of liquid remnants that are still staining his face that he kind of spit up while that was happening.
The an unfortunate.
Yes.
When you shattered it, which is now I understand to be why I had an intense, racking full body pains and then managed to push my way through it. So I assume I'm fine. At least currently.
You can definitely see there are puncture wounds and things through him as he has taken a lot of damage in the fights. I have very low hit points right now.
Did you see Hannon?
Yeah.
We sent him there.
I do regret to inform both you and Thaisha that Hannon is dead. My father spoke the words to kill him. And he walked right up to my family's front door, knocked, and then proceeded to do a ritual to cleanse the place of undead.
If anyone gave themselves for a chance for both Thimble and Taylor, it was him. At which point, Julien looks out the window. Is there any possible sign of Thimble or Taylor?
Thimble. The river leads rushing through the mountains
away from Obermiss, falling into Lake Nahami. Lashed as well as you could in the short amount of time you had, you fly over the river down to the lake to find, lashed to their belongings, Sid and Taor amongst the reeds on the far side of the lake, where you once again hoist them over your now broad shoulders after you resume that form, and have the exhausting experience of running, a thing you rarely have reason to do, up the entire length of the Kavrosi mountainside to find a stealthy path without traversing the city that happens to lead you to the first path to the Rookery that goes right by Thiazi's grave. Roll a Constitution saving throw for me.
Move with your legs, not your back.
19.
Stewarded on by the fairy magic now coursing through you from these bracers, you run for the better part of 2 hours straight. Julien, you look out and see a humanoid figure approaching you don't recognize, with unconscious or dead bodies, one over each shoulder, approaching Hal's front door.
Open the door. Open the door. Quick.
I'll open the door.
All of you watch a human-sized Thimble without wings walks into this gathering space with the bodies of Taor and Taliesin Bridesire.
Thimble?
Lay the bodies down.
Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck is this? What happened? And Kattigan's gonna run over to Taor. And this is a man with meager magical abilities, and out of desperation, he's just gonna cast Spare the Dying. It's the only thing he knows to do, like he tried to do 2 weeks ago, to test the Aussie, but this time it's not a test, it's all he can do.
Spell vanishes into Taor's chest.
No! What happened? What happened?
I was too late. They were overtaken. It was too much. I'm gonna pull out the sword and hand it to Julien.
Julian's face, the kind of weird, distant, emotional tensity fades at recognition as he kind of slowly reaches out with his goblet in hand and accepts it.
They won't be able to desecrate him again.
I don't wanna.
I couldn't leave them there.
How did you do this? I'm sorry, desecrate who?
They brought him back.
Who?
His father.
I
He
know.
was awful.
I take it he was responsible for... Of course.
They went the wrong way. They went into the wrong part of the catacombs.
They never made it to the statues. It was my fault.
Statues?
It wasn't your fault.
I'm gonna go over and hug Octus.
He just wraps his arms around you and just starts losing it.
I was so worried about you. Why
Why are you big?
I don't know.
I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna go to get a wash basin and some rags and warm water and start basically handing out towels to everybody and start just kind of getting everybody more cleaned up and freshened up, especially to Octus.
Julien hands you the bottle of Yargras.
Kattigan's gonna go over to the corner where the soul sheets are and pull one out and pull two out and drape them over Kattigan and say, "Thank you."
Are you all right? Where were you? We were worried sick. Are you okay? I start wrapping his finger.
I got tricked.
I'm gonna go over and attempt to assist Kattigan in preparing, just cleaning them, and doing what I know to do to bodies.
The cleaning of each other as Murray produces these washcloths very quickly turns to the communal task of preparing and honoring and washing the bodies.
In almost exactly the same position that my brother lay in a little over a week ago. We met and started with one corpse, and now there are two.
3 if you count. The druid.
Hannon.
He didn't make it?
No, my father killed him on the spot.
He helped me get out.
We were watching.
You were there?
We were on the wall.
You were supposed to leave.
I wasn't gonna leave you in there. You don't know what it's like there.
I learned. I learned a little bit.
Well, please tell me that this wasn't in vain.
We got Mara back.
On a 16 medicine check, and with 24 points of healing, she will have the benefit of a long rest, probably in the next 30 or 45 minutes, so she'll clear a level of exhaustion and be able to wake up.
We also,
she'll be fine.
We got the thing to help Julian's sister.
Julien kind of shakes out of his momentary thought process and both reaches into a pouch and produces a dark-colored gem in his hand and kind of glances over towards Murray.
All right, yeah.
If there's anything...
I'm gonna mage hand it, because I don't know what this is. What is...
And you, in the middle of the cleaning of the corpses, Octus stops and snaps his fingers, using his last prepared spell slot, and Pin pops back into existence, kind of reforming after being blown up.
Oh, he's so little.
Okay, everyone's here.
I'm gonna take a minute to ritually cast Identify.
The soul of Alba Davinos is contained within this Wraith's gem. If it is brought back to her side, a remove curse spell can be cast and she will be restored to the fullness of her health.
She can be brought back. It's not a magic that I possess, though. It's more commonly a Dakona's magic, but I can certainly help and try and ask around. You need her body, though.
As far as I understand, she lies in the remnants of the Golden Orchard.
She's still there.
With Aranessa.
It wasn't fully destroyed. There's still some little bit there.
I mage hand the stone back to you. What about you all? How was the little family meeting?
Well, I don't know what happened with you. I had to go get Kattigan from the tailors. I learned some things about the way the Candescent Creed does business with the Taconuses and what they're doing with souls. This doesn't seem like a super appropriate time to show you guys the bikini I made out of soul fabric, but it's sick as fuck. And we learned a lot about how it works. Golden Boy over here decided to go rogue and presumably to rescue everyone from the Taconuses. Was that the plan?
There?
Of course.
Wick!
You were in trouble. I could feel that Teo was in trouble and assumed that the rest of you were as well.
How did you know Teo was in trouble?
I felt it. I don't know quite how, but he was connected to the light somehow, and I think I could feel it when he fell.
Who did you kill? You said you killed a woman.
I don't know. I don't know her name, and it's just one more innocent person who's died tonight because of me.
Why? Why did you?
To save myself. Your father can be very persuasive and
Okay.
frightening.
That wasn't your fault.
It was. I could have done the honorable thing and just taken it.
There is no honor in the face of Primus Taconis.
Yes, there's no honor in any of the families, it seems. We witnessed their meeting, and they're all in on this together. They've all
All of
got
them?
Yes, all of them.
Understood.
They've all got schemes and designs on different lands and different magic and different super weapons but it's the Halavars and Taconis that are working together above all.
Of course.
And I'm afraid they're stronger than us. They're stronger than me.
We're all stronger than you.
Yes.
Hey, next time you go for a rescue mission, could you just do us a favor and wait for me? It's my job to be there for you. Thimble, you should know that the Candescent Creed is very much aware of you and is going to be looking for you. Well, everybody here.
Yeah.
And
they tried to arrest Hal tonight.
They did?
Mm-hmm.
Emphasis on tried.
I feel like you're more visible now.
Well, then I'm big?
Yeah.
I don't have to be big. And I'll go little again.
Oh. Your voice, I feel like your voice changed too.
Oh, I was just trying out. I was just trying it out.
It sounds strong.
Thanks.
They don't seem to be aware of Azune or Vaelus.
No.
Well,
Bolaire, maybe?
Bolaire definitely now.
Azune's got him wrapped around their finger a little bit. You want to share with the class about our little carriage ride with the Einfossens?
Yeah.
Because I'm assuming, based on the timeline of what you all are talking about, that this happened after the meeting. And so there has been some developments on the alliances within the Sundered Houses.
Well, there's still an alliance. They favor the way that they can all benefit each other, but they are certainly not friends, I guess. They understand that eventually they're going to have to take each other out, but the time is not now for that. I do think that there's a potential to continue to distract them with each other, but to turn them against each other and create an all-out war, that's going to be really hard. They understand that their casualties are not worth that kind of effort.
Well, we do have King Gus on our side.
We do.
I'm gonna pull out the seed again.
We do.
We need for this to be planted.
Where did I pull it from? You don't know.
Pretty good.
I don't know.
You have a pack?
You're so strong now.
It's like a backpack, you know? This is. I've just got like bags dangling from my body as I fly.
Strong ankles.
Apart from the obvious, is everyone all right?
I had a great night. Sorry. I've had a lot to drink. That's probably pretty insensitive of me. But genuinely, I feel like you all should know that our efforts were seen tonight at the theater. It wasn't... It did manifest in a positive way, all of our planning and thinking.
The Aussie built a bridge. So it was good.
You guys see that the falcon in Thaisha's arms, as you say, built a bridge, flutters, flops to the ground.
Oh, someone give her some Yargrass.
Bird cough.
Finally.
Somebody say bridge?
Oh, I wasn't actually expecting you to be able to talk. That was a
Same.
surprise to me.
She's a druid.
I know, but it's the second bird form. I thought maybe she's just bird.
I could talk with
The
her.
Aussie.
I don't know.
The Aussie.
The Aussie.
Mara?
How long have you been captured?
Oh, sugar, I don't know. Am I dead?
Not yet.
Oh. Oh, God. I couldn't land.
Yeah, we came and got you.
Oh. Are you big or small right now?
I'm little.
She goes, oh, are you? Oh, and you're the kid, and you went and got the coffin, and you.
Yeah.
One of the things that pissed me off the most about working with the Aussie is he would not let me meet you.
I saw you.
You did?
I saw you once.
I was probably a little hotter when you saw me. I kind of look like a bird these days.
Yeah.
I kneel down by her. I'm Yassi's brother. You're in my home.
Mr. Fang, thank you very much. I count myself honored to be a guest.
Welcome. And in that word, I'm going to hit her with healing word.
Even before I landed, I flew to Dolmakyar straight from the old empire halfway across Venatus.
You left your nuts at the well.
Yeah, we saw.
No, now hang on a minute. I didn't leave. Between me and Thiazi, who you think brought nuts to the holy site?
Fair enough, fair enough.
I ain't got pockets.
That's on me, my bad. Fucking the Aussie.
You were there.
Oh, no, you didn't go to Tanasar when you went to go to Passguard.
It's been a long week.
It's been a couple weeks.
I'm asking, were you there when Thiazi died?
I was. I'm so sorry. And you see here she looks at Teor and Sid. Doesn't seem to have any recognition for them, but you see looks at the shrouds over them and says, I'm sorry for your loss then, and I'm sorry for your loss now. If rites need to be conducted, then I can...
I'll take care of it. You need to rest.
No, I didn't have rest, and
You should rest.
Did he... Can I ask something to you, Mr. Fang?
Of course.
Did Thiazi have a way to get out?
Boy, that is the million gold question, isn't it?
Because I saw the rope snap. And I saw him there. I flew straight down and I didn't take care to land in a way that did he hang because he had no choice? Or did he hang with a way out?
Honestly, Mara, we were hoping that you could enlighten us a little bit on that.
Theoretically, he had a way out.
Theoretically, he's not down there.
Yeah.
They didn't give him the scar?
No.
Sorry, Thaisha, you be aware he did have the scar.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he did. He had it on his chest.
He had the scar, but...
You see, she says,
I
how
love
did they
the
not? How did they not have him? How did they not have him if he didn't?
He's somewhere else.
We're not sure.
That wily piece of shit. Sorry, I don't mean to speak ill of the dead.
No, we all knew him.
Been saying the same things, trying to piece together the puzzle.
I saw Thiazi look up at me. But I was supposed to be in the Reaches. I was supposed to have flown through. Easiest way to get to the Reaches is to go to the old Taconis homelands in Oberdemia.
Yeah.
And I got there and I couldn't pass. The Taconis must have caught wise. We knew that we were fraying around the edges. And suddenly you see that she looks back and looks at a large group of people, and she realizes that she's talking very openly.
We all want the same thing.
I was supposed to clear away. I was leading a charge. I was supposed to get on the other side and make things ready. And Thiazi was supposed to get there a safer way. Not coming with me, I was going to be on the ground for a while. And I couldn't get through, and I knew that they had our number.
Just so we're clear, you mean the Aussie was getting to the other side?
Yes, but he was going to be working with a fellow we know to do that in a way where they can come back. That's something that's used to be effortless for me to do, but it takes some more preparation to do it safely. Or rather, this is the joke I tell everybody, anyone can plane shift to the underworld. It's plane shifting back that's hard. So Thiazi was going to do it the careful way, where he and our associate could come back. Yeah. And when I got stopped at the border, I knew that they had our number. I flew straight to, if you made it to Tanasar, was Passcard successful?
Passcard is dead.
I stopped in Vanalis. I told the drowned men, you got to make it to Tanasar. When I was being rebuffed at the order, I had visions of that fucking obelisk in the ground there. And I said, this is all bad. And I came straight to Dolmakyar thinking, I'm going to find Thiazi, I'm going to find our friend, and we'll get to the underworld. I won't be able to make things easy for us when we get there, but we'll all just go together the way, if it's safe for him to go, I can go that way. And I got here in time to see him at the gallows.
And he saw you?
He looked up, and he saw me.
And then what?
You think he thought he had a way out?
You mean he died on purpose?
He had a way out and he took it. I'm tired of this.
He had a way out of the situation he was in. We didn't know he was trying to go to the other side.
For anyone who was at the execution, a handful of us, if I recall, so this has been a minute.
Yeah.
Weren't his last words, if I remember them, to be almost fearful?
Fearful, yeah.
Yeah.
He had a lot of swagger, and then he saw something in the sky and he got scared.
Yeah. Why?
Mara looks and says, if he had a way to escape the gallows, which I know he would have wanted to do because of what we needed to do on the other side, but if he saw me. No.
And he didn't take it.
No, the plot was foiled.
No. He didn't even try to break it.
He didn't break the cookie. He had a spellglyph and he didn't break it.
Didn't even try.
So he let himself be killed to fix the problem that you encountered.
I should have fucking joined him. I didn't know. I thought maybe he just died, but he saw. Yeah.
Why do you think he didn't break the glyph? Why would he choose to not take the way out? Well, yes, we know that it was hijacked, but he didn't.
He wanted to go to the other side. If I'm reading this correctly, him seeing you told him that your way had failed, and so he took the way he had.
It's quite a very quick, snap decision in such a high-pressure moment.
Correct.
He made fast decisions.
He was a gambling man.
Can I insight check her, Mara?
Insight check.
Something's not feeling right.
I'll nudge you.
Just roll a 20.
Guidance.
Just
Guidance?
roll a 20.
Yeah.
Just roll a 20.
Yeah, that's how we solve all our problems.
Just do it.
Guidance. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And now roll the 20.
All right.
20.
20? No, but not bad. That is going to be dirty 20.
Close.
Old-fashioned way.
Yeah.
It's hard to read a wild-shaped druid's face.
She's a bird.
She's a bird. But you see that there is a nauseating look of self-loathing there, that she is going, yeah, that's what I should have done too.
Where are you from? Recognize your accent.
Waiting for that. Sure, I grew up on top of the Sunset Mountains.
Oh, rich girl.
Rich girl? No, not the top level. Actually, on top of the mountains. I'm a farmer.
Oh. I'm from there too.
You see, she goes, I recognize the voice. I'm, not that you can tell by looking at me, I'm human, but the Sunset Mountain's always been really kind to my family. She says, I don't know why Thiazi, I can't tell you for certain. And if he's in the underworld and the Taconis don't have him, then I don't know. I don't know nothing. This was supposed to be our plan. It was supposed to work. And Thiazi should have been. What kills me is that if I had had the gumption to do what he did, but then again,
If you would have done that, then you wouldn't be sitting here with us right now, and it would just be you, a singular bird, on your singular bird mission. And now you have a dozen people on your side.
Now we can go after him.
Do you know how
They
to
don't
find
have him. The Taconises don't have him. He's hiding.
Do we have any idea where or how to find him?
Well, we do know that some semblance of my father's plan on the other side.
I'm gonna pull out the rolled up spear of ship papers.
Julien sees this and snaps out of his kind of stare outside the window and reaches into the inside of his doublet and pulls out papers that he had found in the chamber where he got the gem.
Oh fuck, we got books too.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I'll go
A tome. I
I'll
have
go
the tome.
into the sack in the corner and pull out whatever we have from the tailor shop and thump it on all of it.
Tons of candescent demon Sharavi stuff. You see all this different demonic script writing about the Halevars being involved in the soul trade. Matt, I'm going to give you, I wish I had this on a tea-stained parchment. I don't, because we've been doing this fast and furious.
That's okay.
I have it on a tea-stained car.
There's several letters. Some of them seem less important than others, but you find one here from Corral's desk. There used to be a letter he was composing for his father prior to maybe that curse like advancing or getting worse on him.
Okay.
The letter says, once again, the blind spot in our efforts by our lack of dedication to understanding the magic of the old path may have led to Fang's escape. The scar can bypass all protections, certainly, but have we considered that some druidic version of the scar may not qualify magically as a protection? What if some older or more powerful druidic curse has compelled Fang's soul to hasten itself down the path? If the drowned men can evade the scar, so too could any meaningfully proficient druid, provided they were not moved by sentiment to attempt to protect Fang, but perhaps punish him. There is a vast world of magic outside of sorcery, one we ignore at our peril.
That's... Did you say that out loud?
It's the
I
you put it on the table
put it on the
first.
paper.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. Yeah, that's, they definitely do ignore other forms of magic, don't they?
Hey, speaking of strange magic, magic folk, you included.
Don't snap. That was crazy. So rude.
I've been through a lot tonight. Some of us weren't partying and getting drunk.
Has been through a lot.
For once.
He was really.
That paper I did not grab myself initially. When I was in that manner, my shadow was acting on its own.
Your what?
My shadow was acting on its own.
Sorry, that thing I fired magic at was not a shade. It was your shadow.
I don't know if that was or not, but I saw it stretched across the room, and it was rifling through these papers.
What was that letter that was addressed to Thiazi, but didn't call him Shadow?
Wait,
Taylor's. The one from the professor?
Where's the letter? I had the letter for so long. You have a picture of the letter.
Your
Shadow!
acting strange since the previous
Wait.
funeral.
What do you mean?
Oh,
You've had a-
jeez. You think that was him?
There was something off about you. We just didn't have time to discuss it.
I turn off the lights.
You need what? Turn off all the lights except for one light.
Yeah, and then I light up myself really bright.
How?
Next to Julien.
She's trying to make
I'm trying to make a shadow on him.
I see where you're going with
Walk
this.
around, Julien. Walk around.
Light spell or?
I have light.
Oh, okay.
I walk around.
What's the shadow doing?
Julian's walking around with the shadow, making absolutely every move that Julien is
Hold
making.
on. I'm going to go into the bag and get the scissors.
No, I'm fairly certain whatever this was
And
likely involved.
I'm just going to tap the scissor point into the shadow.
Go ahead and make an Arcana check for me.
Thank you.
Okay, but don't do it all the way because that's how they kill people.
Don't kill. If it's Thaz, you'll kill him.
I'm not pricking it. I'm not cutting it. That's 20.
Absolutely how
Dirty 20?
21.
21. Julien, can you give me a strength saving throw?
Oh.
You're gonna fucking kill him.
Just a prick.
Yeah, you could have. Yeah.
Honestly, if it moves before I hit it,
a dirty
that's
20
fine, too.
Dirty 20. Julien, you hold back your fist from your shadows follow people. But if it's a rule that shadows have to follow people, this is like your shadow making a movement that your body has to follow as you attempt to cold cock Bolaire.
That was not me. What the fuck is happening?
Oh, calm down. We'll figure it out.
Is this everyone's shadow or just his?
He's cursed.
He's cursed?
Yes, the shadow.
Did you know this before?
Did you know this before and nobody said anything?
Well, we were.
You don't remember being choked by the shadow of your own hand?
We all seem to be surrounded by a lot of shadow. I just thought it was being in the bad place.
Nobody's shadow chokes them.
We could cut it off.
Your shadow choked you?
When we were in
I think-
Tanisar.
Thaz.
Also,
the
please
Aussie?
don't punch my master of dramatis arcana. Thank you.
Also a very fair point.
Is it the Aussie?
Were you at the execution?
I was.
Did you feel anything happen to you?
I was a little drunk.
See, alcohol is never good.
I cast detect magic.
I'm
and
just
get
like
really close to
flying
that shadow.
all over, trying to make the shadow.
Here's the thing.
Are you little now?
I've had the shadow attack me when we were in danger. I certainly hope that wasn't Thiazi, because that put us all in danger. The shadow did help me when I was getting through the manor, but then attacked me again when we went to wait for you. So I'm very confused as to whether or not this is friend or foe, both, neither.
I thought.
That sounds a lot like Thiazi.
But was it an attack or was he trying to get you to go get Thimble?
It's Thaz! Your shadow's Thaz. He was protecting me.
Julian's face goes pale, and there is a combination of like confusion and fury. He goes, "This better not be fucking true."
When I saw the shadow take him, very long time ago, what was the moment again?
Give me a history check with advantage.
Because I think I know, but
Laying on the ground, hugging the floor.
all right. History check?
Yeah, history check.
What, the moment?
I remember.
Yeah.
I remember.
24.
You caught it in the moment that Julien had paid his most private respects to Thiazi's body.
That fuck!
Oh. Did you spit on him?
Yeah, you spit on his corpse.
We don't know that.
We don't know that.
Yeah,
I know because Hala saw it.
Oh wait, is that true that Hala saw it?
Yeah, that's right.
As you see Bolaire have that reaction,
Thiazi.
give me nature with advantage.
Shit.
Dirty 20.
The letter about curses. The letter about the fact that Corral Taconis was basically saying like, yeah, the scar bypasses all protections, but the drowned men get around that by selling their soul to someone else, and we can't grab it because it's not owing your soul to a fairy is not a protection. On a dirty 20, the old path is very old, and it had to survive thousands of years under the oppression of the Shapers. So a lot of it comes down in folk stories and songs and rhymes and superstitions. One of the oldest superstitions is disrespecting a corpse at a funeral causes you to be haunted by the ghost of that you have disrespected.
Hey, Julien. What if I told you that you saved the soul of Thiazi Fang?
Don't.
All right. Maybe watch where you spit from now on.
I grab the bottle of Yargraz and start walking outside.
I'm following Julien.
You follow Julien.
You follow Julien outside.
I do too.
You're not leaving, right? You're not leaving. You're staying.
I don't even know what to believe anymore. This is ridiculous. I've lost
Julien,
everything.
Do you understand what you
This is
did?
what it comes
Do you
down
understand?
to?
I'm just flying in front of him, like flying backwards. Do you understand how amazing this is?
Is the shadow visible in all her flitting about?
As she flits around, it casts Julien's shadow, but Julien's shadow is staying faithful to his body and how it's moving.
Right.
You recognize the times the shadow has moved were in the Eternal Night, which is a barrow dell, in Obermus Manor, where the veil between realms is very thin. The shadow has not shown up willy-nilly in moments where, right? Thaisha, you look at Julien walk out of here and understand on that dirty 20 the perfect parallel between you telling Octus not to walk the path, anathema, and it saving the world, and Julien spitting on Thiazi's corpse, getting himself cursed, and a curse bypassing the scar.
Stupid, clever bitch. I think I'm just cussing in like Rignani.
I'm outside with Thimble and Julien, but I'm not looking at Julien or addressing him. I'm looking at the shadow. You crazy fuck, can you hear me? Are you here?
You're all insane. This is Taconis bullshit. It is not Thiazi.
It is.
He's not that smart.
It is.
He is not that good. You all
He
have been
is.
tricked by
He
a
is.
person with endless charisma and a cult-like personality.
Julien.
Thank you. I know you did it in a shitty way. But thank you.
Fuck!
Azune, get me a hammer real quick.
Do me a favor.
Buy me a hammer.
Hold up your left hand. I'm looking at the shadow. If you're my brother, drop that hand.
Here on the street where you and your brother grew up, the shadow of the hand stays faithful to Julien. Whatever happened inside with those shadow shears, it was but a moment.
Still keep staring at
Did he kill him? Did Bolaire kill him?
I am outside, but in the far away from
What were
whatever
the-
you're doing. I am just laying.
You see-
I'm just sitting on the against the house.
Mara flutters out as well and peers at the shadow and says, look, I don't know what y'all's plans are, Are you saying that there's some druidic?
Hold on.
She's like,
and I'll follow outside, and I'm just looking up at the nail that I put over the door frame.
Yeah.
If I want to pop it out, bring me a goddamn hammer, Oz.
It's already right there.
Yeah. I want to pry it out and toss the nail to Julien. Catch.
I mean, instinctually, like he's like not even thinking, he's so furious, but his reflexes are still quick.
You grab it, you watch the Julian's shadow on the wall behind, grab the hand and fall to the ground writhing.
Drop the nail!
What's it hurting him?
Drop the nail, Julian.
Is it
Come
burning
on.
his sweet little hands?
Julian,
His perfect,
please.
endlessly I throw it back.
The shadow snaps back into being Julian's faithful shadow.
So if this shadow was highly active in the Tacona's house, where the veil is thinner...
It can only act fully if it's close to the Tenebra reaches.
Correct.
Give me an Arcana check.
Go off, nerds.
25.
Hey, you know a place that doesn't suck like Obermus Manor sucks, where the veil from time to time becomes a little bit thinner.
And we just kind of made one. Yeah. That is what you're talking about, right?
Before
you said it so confidently, like, yeah.
That is
Hold
right.
on, what?
We have a space elevator.
Yeah, a beaten to a pope wizard and a drunk wizard being like, I think over there.
Well.
Inside, Kattigan is going to, with great effort, scoop up Teor's body and carry him toward the cellar where he knows where the drinks are at.
Yeah.
And as he's walking him down, he's just going to say, I'd spit on you, but I know you're down there raising hell with your brother.
Am I know this is probably a no. How is it feasible that I could lift Sid?
Yeah.
I have a relatively normal amount of strength.
Yeah, you can lift Sid.
So I will lift Sid and I will follow Kattigan down.
I'd like to be thumbing through the text and learning as much as I can about soul fabric and what it does and how to get a soul out and what the purpose is. And any other cool
Go ahead and give me Arcana. I will say this too, as the group goes out to investigate the shadow, you see Mara, who also kind of can't believe what she's seeing, takes a moment as the attention returns to Teor and Sid. And as you, Murray, are like, the hallowed land could be a place to go investigate this right now. Mara grabs you for a moment, Thimble, and says, listen, Thimble, I don't know everybody here. I'm sure that everyone's a good person, but I haven't lived how I've lived trusting people. Me and Thaz she says, me and Thiazi were part of a group called The Cloak. There's other people involved. His intention was always, if anything were to ever happen to him, for us to contact you. I didn't think I was going to survive, but now that I have, I need to fly north to find the professor, and I have to tell him.
Who's the professor?
I ain't telling you. You gotta come talk to him before he tells you his real name. Or hers.
Imagine your bird go.
You see, she says, but I gotta tell the professor that our whole plan is fucked. The ritual didn't happen. I don't know. Did Hal ever? Sorry. Mind Palace. She says. Did Thiazi ever mention paint to you?
Yeah. He made sure it was delivered. I think they said something about the bridge. The bridge. You guys were trying to make a bridge, right? I read that in a letter.
Read that in a letter? The hell?
We intercepted a letter.
Oh, fuck.
His name was Shadow, right?
Can I see this letter?
Sure.
You show her the letter and she says, so this didn't even get to him before he was arrested. God damn it. Yeah,
But they made it. They made the bridge at the theater tonight.
What do you mean they made the bridge?
Well, that's what they were saying. They made the bridge at the theater tonight when we were at Tacona's.
You see, loud enough for everyone to hear, she says, what do you mean y'all made the bridge?
Woo.
Yeah.
The ritual that happened.
Wasn't that the point?
Honestly, incredible.
Well, can you take me there? Can you take me?
Well, hang on. We're starting to learn the plan that you all were trying to accomplish. But there's still a big missing piece, which is why.
I work with a group of people that's trying to fix the problem of the underworld. I work with someone I call the Professor, who believed theoretically that it was possible to find the lost afterlives, to re-anchor them or reroute them to Ahriman. And some were worried that that would just dump a bunch of souls into an already packed underworld, and he was of the conviction and the belief that if we could do that, it would be either provide a place for souls that wouldn't let go to an afterlife and get the fuck out of the underworld and be so close to Ahriman, but also that it would be a way. There were 4,000 years of people being in. Those souls can't just be lost out in the edge of oblivion. And solving them takes care of this overwhelm. If we can do this in the right way, it can create the space needed for these souls not to be constantly washing back into the living world.
And what was the personal motivation? It's a very noble cause.
I'm a noble bitch.
I'm sure you are, but everyone has their own motives.
What's yours?
Asking her.
I'll answer when you do, sweetie pie.
It's a drawn off.
What about the sarcophagus? What was that about?
Oh, shit.
The box, why was it brought here?
The coffin?
Yes. It's caused an enormous amount of...
Well, we're trying to line them all up. Look, the plan was we went to the font of Gavzedra. Thiazi, I did the druid craft, and Thiazi dove in and found the font and brought it back, and we worked with a lady here in town that was one piece. Thiazi was planning on talking to you about calling back one of your swords.
Plowshares, yeah.
Plowshares.
Handled.
And how he was planning on talking to you.
Well, despite being a shadow of his former self, he managed to leave breadcrumbs out for the lot of us to
basically
stumble onto the answer.
Yeah.
He told me that he didn't want to say nothing to you until he knew that the round was a place that it could work, but he didn't want to ask until it wasn't a sure thing you were even going to get it, and there were other options, worse options, but there were other places that we could try. And Hal, you remember that Thiazi got arrested a day and a half after the deed cleared.
I do.
To answer your question, my motivation, and most of the people's motivation here, is because this shit show got dropped into our laps without any type of knowledge or consent in wanting to take part in this. A lot of us are watching our city get commandeered and overrun by a bunch of sundered house fucks. And we were trying to prevent that. And then all of this shit started spiraling out of control.
And it has not stopped. This is a breath, but it has not stopped. It is only going to get worse.
A breath.
So we did not agree to participate in any of this. So forgive me if I'm being a little pushy and asking what the motivations were around all of this.
None of you were supposed to participate in this.
Well, I call horse caca on that one. Because you literally just said that he was going to loop in Thaisha, that he was going to loop in Hal. He was already...
Yeah, that's 2 out of the 12 of you.
And what about me? What about my participation in all of this?
Also...
What does that box have to do with me?
Stealing stones from an ancient religion of sisters.
Sorry about that.
Having me move plenty of goods for him through the Pentevral. So, Yeah, he was kind of looping all of us in.
I'm not here to answer for Thiazi's crimes. You saved my life, and I'm very grateful for that. If you want to take it up with the man, talk to your friend Shadow.
Hal, you're out of Yargras. Where's your wine?
Give me a minute.
Down in the cellar, as we put the bodies to rest in the cool, when we come back up out of the blue, Kattigan is just going to grab Octus by the lapel and kind of push him up against the wine and say, "Hey, pretty boy."
The skin of Octus's hand starts peeling back as the sigil moves around and the skeletal hand comes in. Can I help you?
Yeah, you can. Answer a question for me.
What?
Your family. What do they think? They go when they're gone.
They go to a place of power in the Tenebral reaches.
All right. One more question before we go up and join the rest. You were Daddy's boy?
Most assuredly not.
Then you're all right by me. And I'll cast healing, cure wounds on him.
I came down here for a few vintages. Are we cool?
Yeah, we're totally fucking cool, man. And I'll grab a couple of whatever off the walls and toss it up the Hal.
We're fine.
That's very expensive.
You see Mara looks at you and says, I don't need you to trust me. I got nothing in it for me if you trust me. I'm trying to be kind to the people that saved me. Thiazi stole from you. He stole from a lot of people. We went to Tanasar. We were raiding Taconis dig sites because they got more money and people than we do. And if you just go up and pick the breadcrumbs from their feast tables, you can put some interesting things together. I'm telling you what I know. I work with a small group of people that figured out a secret that if the powers that be knew that we knew, they would just kill us all. They're trying to anyway. They don't know who we are.
She was willing to get on the wrong side of her order.
And they were torturing her pretty bad.
I joined the Circle of the Hunt as a young woman because I said, the old path needs answers. It's been 70 years. We haven't healed the world, so we got to fight. And then I fought for a few years, and I said, hey, this fighting's pretty fucking stupid. We're just throwing fists at the dark. So, the professor found me. I started working with Thiazi. I started working with other people in our order. And, yeah, Thiazi stole that stone. Let me ask you a question, if I can. What good was that stone doing in an abbey? Is it doing more good now?
Yes, it is.
All right. Thiazi was a bastard and a thief. He used and abused people. Did something happen at this theater tonight?
Yes, it did.
Should it not have happened?
It was so good that it happened.
Okay, then. I'm done explaining myself.
No. Quest for answers and knowledge is the most relatable thing you've said thus far. You want to go see the theater?
I would love that.
All right. Who wants to go on a little field trip?
Mm-hmm. We smash cut to the theater. things you say at 5 hours into the episode. Mara, looking at the theater, goes, holy shit! Holy shit! She turns and says, look, I'm gonna break the cloak's rules. I'm gonna break them.
Which one?
I'm gonna break the rule about the... First of all, cloak is gone, because what you did here.
Oh.
I was supposed to meet a fellow named Bogri.
Bogri!
Yes.
You don't know how many times I thought about Bogri.
Bogri is a hot shot. He's from our neck of the woods.
Talk about Bogri.
She says, but look, Bogri was going to take Thaz in a contraption of his that's like a diving bell that can go into the underworld. We were going to find a back corner of the theater somewhere to make a very small drawing.
You should have clarified that in your letter.
What letter? I got wings! I ain't writing shit to nobody. Everything I gotta say, I gotta fly to tell somebody.
Fair.
The coffin, to answer your question, is, she says, the sword, the plowshare, the paint, and the stone. That creates one stable trinity. It was important that we tried this with the dime fields first, because that was something that was Thaz's connection to Hal. That was it was the thing that made the most sense to do first, because Kahad has the only good barrow dell. So we did it here first. It was a proof of concept, but it was supposed to be a tiny portrait somewhere off the beaten path, a plowshare that we would take physically in that submersible to there. I would meet them there, and the stone would stabilize. The Shapers never were able to create anything. Every one of their realms was carved off some other realm. And the dime fields, Graudelook was taken from the pit. It was a gift of the Demon Queen when she married Osgra. So you need to stabilize in some other diametrically opposed realm. So we needed something rooted in fairy. And that's what the Stone to Night Sign was. It wasn't anything blasphemous to your order. We just needed some artifact that had connection to traveling to fairy whose doors are fucking closed. Anyone who wants to make an insight
I
check.
am definitely making an insight check.
You do it with advantage.
I guess good.
Sorry.
Once
I just
again,
haven't gotten a chance to
inside fails
say
me.
stuff to
Oh,
her.
no.
A 2.
Yeah, I didn't do good. Wow. 9.
Everything I hear is
21.
making me more and more nervous
18.
about what the 17 is.
What'd you get?
18.
18?
21 back here.
19. 19. The three of you get a similar note as Mara mentions the doors closed to fairy, that an iceberg in her mind is moved over swiftly. She says, so look, supposed to go to make a tiny path, stable, secret, like a prison escape tunnel to the afterlife.
3 big bridges, and I may have made angels of paint.
To which afterlife did you put in that box?
Bolaire,
Box is
breathe.
phase 2. If it worked on the dime fields, it could work on the Pipers Down. We had to do this shit 7 times.
Oh.
Is there still a little Paper Mario on the coffin?
Yeah, it's not saying anything about that yet because he's
No,
being
do not-
weird.
oh.
Yeah.
Also, I didn't know he was a mask until today. So that's weird.
Found out?
Yeah.
Wow. Now.
I didn't
Yeah, I
She says,
Point at me again.
the drowned
He's a mask.
the drowned men threw seeing your mask. She says the drowned men had like a magic mask. They had a wartime mask that they threw into the coffin because it was elementally connected to that.
They threw a shattered mask that they found. Where did they find this bloody mask?
Try not to give my theater instructor a stroke, please.
He's fine. I will tell you all about it later. He will tell you all about it later.
You see, she says,
his heart rate is very stable.
I couldn't tell you where they found it. I know that they threw it in there, and they keyed it to a password, and Thiazi chose your name. And
oh my God!
But look.
Oh my God!
She
So
says,
you're a mask?
Yeah.
He's a mask.
It's a whole thing.
He's a really old
Bolaire.
mask.
Like just one mask?
He was a part of a
One
set.
of 6. One of 6. One of which
Oh,
they threw into a
those
box.
masks.
6 of you.
One of 6 they threw into a box and brought back from the underworld and is now running around and is going to kill a lot of people, and it is not.
Is it named Figment?
What? No. What?
Unrelated. Continue.
does Vaelus have the box with her here? Okay, cool.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You see that Mara says,
you.
looks at it, and you see casts a spell, and looks at the theater and goes, "Oh God, this is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen."
A lot of restless souls from the first rebellion were able to finally walk the path and go.
But only a small amount.
Only a small amount.
You see, she looks and says,
Proof of concept.
we were gonna build, like, as I said, a little prison escape tunnel. Y'all have built a King's Road. That was not, you did
You didn't do the ritual, you did a ritual. And it's one that's far more beautiful than we did. But you have announced something here. And this is visible to anybody that knows to look for it. And if you build a flower garden, that's different than building a suit of armor. You've built the world's most amazing flower garden, but now anyone who wants to oppose us can come here and hurt this. We are vulnerable. The cloak is vulnerable. And the reality is, the reason I'm speaking so openly about my secret clandestine organization is based on what I'm seeing you have done here, we need to completely change how we do everything. Because this is so open that if we don't scrap all secrecy for speed, it's a lost cause anyway.
This is what you cracked the stone for? All of this?
Partly, yes. Also, a dragon came out of the lake.
Huh?
What?
Girl, I don't know. I was in a cage.
They've been known
forever.
Yeah, Azune and Vaelus saw it, so.
What color was it?
It was like a.
Technicolor drag show.
Yeah, it was like lots of colors.
Mara turns to you, Thimble, and says this openly for anyone that wants to hear. She says, look, I'm still exhausted.
Yeah.
Tomorrow I have to fly north to find the professor. You, and at this point, she gestures to the theater, anybody who wants to come join can come with me. If it is possible, if it is all right, does anyone here have the coffin still?
Is it still upstairs?
We got it.
We have it.
I have
Belongs
it.
to me.
Oh, you made it?
I might as well have. It made me.
Why are you so angry, Bolaire?
Of all the people to ask that. I appreciate that everyone is having their day. I appreciate that everyone can look at someone and see all of the things they love about them and use it to ignore every terrible thing that they have done. That's fine. But the recklessness of all of this, any of it that could have gone wrong, all of it that did go wrong, things that no one knows about, that haven't been talked about,
Are you gonna
the
say
people who are going to die because of this foolishness.
What exactly do you find to be foolishness, Bolaire?
What did you expect us to do?
Oh, you. I don't expect anything from you. It's him. It's this.
You know,
He threw a box. He made portals to the underworld without thinking what might be on the other side. He threw antiquities. He took magic and just tossed it around without thinking what it would do.
Bolaire, I know you hated him. I know you still do.
I didn't.
But he didn't do anything without thinking about it.
I'm well aware. And I didn't hate him. I didn't. At least not until he taught me how. I didn't know how to hate. He taught me in the depth of me how to hate. I was just a soldier. And he showed me what hate is, and for that I hate him even more. And he put a panto mask, he put a weapon of... He put a god-killer weapon into a box and woke it up, and it is now out there.
Oh.
Insane, broken, and I am terrified. I am terrified. And yes, we've got a couple hundred souls out of one locked portion of the underworld. Fantastic. It's so delightful that someone who can have so much cruelty in their life can believe in such a just universe.
It's It would seem to me that of everybody who would be able to handle an insane mask running around the city, it would be you, Bolaire.
Mm-hmm. That's a good point.
She will murder me if I don't leave. She has already tried to kill me. She is so much more powerful than I am.
Can't you hide in plain sight?
So you're not angry, you're afraid.
I'm both. They are very well entwined. I have learned that as well.
You see, Mara looks at you and says, if you've been wronged, I offer you my apology. And if you wish, I offer you my protection. If you need to leave, and the box is yours, come with us. Meet the professor. Speak to him. Thiazi made mistakes. We all have. But he was not alive to see how you all conducted the ritual. He intended this to be small and safe.
Bolaire, you're not alone anymore.
I'm very much alone now. I am more alone than I have ever been.
Well, you're just as much in the frying pan as we are.
More so. And you will all be more in the frying pan if I do not leave.
What, one more than everybody in the city trying to kill me?
Can we stop with the pissing contest? Jeez,
exactly.
Louise.
We're all in trouble. We're all in a bad spot.
This whole thing is Wick's fault.
Does your family think you're dead, or are they looking for you?
Both.
Oh. I don't understand.
Well, sorry. They know I'm dead. They're looking for me.
Okay.
Why?
Pretty soon we're gonna have to start talking
I'm just
about what we do
wondering
next.
who... On paper, the Taconuses and the Halovars are still very much allies, and I was wondering who we know on the inside besides each other.
I think we're it.
I have no contacts with my family.
Murray, are you in trouble in the city?
As Hal just so very plainly put it, we're all in the frying pan right now.
Some of us are more directly in the crosshairs than others.
Yes, some of us on site, some of us less so.
I don't think your family likes me very much right now.
We need to plant this.
Yeah.
Do you know where?
I imagine it should be outside of the theater, somewhere close to here to protect the area, maybe next to the lake.
If I remember correctly, that will make a ferry road for King Gus's men?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they'll be able to get here faster. And we could take it too.
I know a pretty good location, I think.
Vaelus and Thimble, you guys can head out. As you are walking out, give me one last perception check.
Oh, it's so low.
You excitedly fly out with Vaelus to go to the lake's edge. Mara looks at you again and says, the offer extended to him, I extend to you. I need to rest, but with everybody here, all who are here, if you trust one another, the offer is extended to travel north with me if what Thiazi and I and others, some of them, sorry, unbeknownst, she gestures to Thaisha and Octus, because of the success and risk created here, the cloak cannot move slowly and in secret anymore. While this exists, it is an announcement for any that can see beyond this realm. And so we need to move fast.
I'll fly up next to Mara.
No, I was going to ask, assuming above table as players that we had a world map in front of us, what is to the north of Consequence, for those of us who would know?
Timony is to the north, but I will say this too, just because this is a lovely long session of us all playing together.
Yeah.
If I were saying them as tables, there's sort of a mission of seeking the counsel of the cloak with Mara. However, you guys also have a lot of shit about Houndsport. You have schematic, and the Taconis. Mara hasn't talked about what the Taconis are up to at all, and you know that whole white banners thing is real, and that's really scary. And then, of course, there's all the shit happening with the Creed and Dolmakyar.
Great, that's what I was going to ask her. Are you still planning to follow through with what you and Thaz wanted to do?
This was what we wanted to do. Our only next mission was to do a fraction of what you've all accomplished here.
But to do it again in the other barrel.
With the coffin of Olbalad is to now we are suddenly need to move with all haste and urgency.
Which means you need 2 more relics.
We need 3 for each one.
Yeah, no, I meant for the next one.
For the next one, we need 2 more. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
This, you see, she points at this and says, the coffin is the paint, essentially. Yeah. We need another plowshare and we need another anchor. And this anchor we need to be demonic because the piper's down. The opposing energy.
I'm a demon. I'm a
Yeah,
demon.
I guess we would prefer it not be you,
Why?
because you'll
be dead.
Dead.
Oh, I mean, death for demons I don't think is the same thing
Great,
as
we have another anchor.
humans.
If you wish to come, you can.
She would suffice as an anchor.
I don't think so. I don't think it's just any old demon. It's gotta be. It's gotta. I'm sorry, but I mean, it's just got to be an artifact. It's got to be something. This is why we got to take the coffin and go talk to
The reason I looked at you is because I thought you might know of some sort of artifact.
I've been thumbing through lots of books. Don't know.
I know a lot about artifacts.
As you guys start to figure out
You're an
next
icon,
steps from
not an
here,
artifact.
Vaelus and Thimble were headed to the lakeside.
Yes, and Thaisha.
I'm walking
And
with
Thaisha.
them.
I'll follow if the 2 of them are going.
You can keep the whole party walking out to the lake if you
Yeah,
want to.
why
Let's do
not?
it.
Well, we do that thing where we try to drift off, but everyone's sort of inadvertent.
Oh, we're all going the same way? Oh, we just said bye.
Oh, everyone's going to this.
Vaelus.
Brennan, as we walk, I'm just going to keep an eye on his shadow. Is it behaving normal?
Give me a perception or investigation check, and if you are using magic about it, let me know.
I can cast light and sort of.
Yeah, do it with advantage. Give me investigation or perception with advantage.
Julien is shifting between drinking and looking at a shadow. Constantly.
Still there. Fuck, still there.
It's not very much, only a 12.
Only a 12. Okay. Shadow doesn't appear to be moving at all.
I'm just going to keep my eye on
Keep your eye on it.
I do kind of sidle up next to Wick, and I say, are you all right?
Oh, no, not at all.
I just meant you went and spoke with my father, which is never a pleasant experience.
It's horrible. I don't know how are birthdays?
Non-existent.
You didn't get parties every year?
No.
Terrible.
Are you supposed to have parties every year?
Twice a year sometimes. You didn't celebrate your hay birthday?
Didn't you have a race car bed?
6 months between your birthday.
I was horribly abused.
Moving to the lakeside, Vaelus, do you do anything as you approach the lakeside with Thaisha and Thimble? Is there anything you do here?
I wanted to bring you both here to see what Azune and I found while we were here. I think this is a good spot as any, because there's an anchor of spiritual fairy energy that's here.
Thimble, you feel alive. As you approach, beings begin to look out from branches, and you see sprites. There are nixies in the water, and you see with a small blanket spread out, Temelo is laying cards out off to one side of the glade, and Temelo sees you, Thimble, and goes, "Thimble!" And reaches up and goes over and puts her hand out for you to land, and gives a little kiss. "You've returned. Oh, this beautiful elven warrior. She's planted something here in the ground. There is a moon crystal deep under here, a cave underneath." And you think about Hawthorne's glade and the quite small one they had out there.
How big is it?
You want to come underneath?
Yes!
You come underneath into the cavern and see it is quite a bit larger than a house. This massive glowing,
luminous amethyst periwinkle glowing crystal formation.
She did this?
She sundered a holy artifact of her order to buy a chance for the people of the city. And with the shards, this one here called up something ancient from the river, and together the two of them pressed it down, and now this energy flows throughout. I don't feel myself dying anymore.
How do I feel?
It is hard to say, but you do not feel as though the passage of time wears on you so heavily close to this place of power. I want to go to that.
Right. Wherever Thimble has like stopped to hover, I'm going to immediately bury the seed directly under your feet and cast enrichment on this place.
Up above those that have not gone to the cave underneath, a towering cherry tree bursts through the ground and immediately blossoms, covering the glade in falling petals. The crystal is wrapped and encased in a home of roots that naturally produce shelves and staircases and produce a vast hideaway here surrounding this place. Temelo looks at you immediately after Mara has said, "Please come with me," and goes, "Thimble, please stay." Stay. We have those of us scattered around the city.
It's beautiful, but I can't.
There's so much to do.
You see, she goes, "Well, is there any? We will tend to it in your absence."
Oh, yeah, you better. And this is protected now because it's on the road, so...
As you exit the cavern, you guys look up ahead, and Thimble, as you look for it, this is like the edge of the forest by the lake. You look up and do see, wending its way from the cherry tree, a small dirt road, and in Tintazi Wood, where there has never been one before, you see an old mill up on the hill.
There may be troops coming through, but they're friends. Safe passage.
For those that travel the road, aye.
And death to the Halavars and to Conus.
Not all of them.
Let me write this down, because that's more than one thing. All right, safe passage. Death to Halavar, death to
but
Conus.
except for those ones right there.
Not you. Not you.
Is just standing by the edge of the water, kind of just like kicking at the edge of the pool.
The fairies revel. Mara is resting nearby, and you all have some big decisions to make.
The fate of our city is balancing on a razor's edge right now. One little gust from a Halavar to Conus, or a rebellion could tip the scales. And Hal is gassy.
It's true. I'm very excited. It was a big night.
I'm gonna fly over to Mara. I can see why Thas trusted you so much. You guys are a lot alike.
What'd you call him?
Thas?
I called him that one time, and he corrected me.
That's because it was my name for him and nobody else could have it.
You see, she looks and says, "Oh, that makes sense. It's an honor to meet. And I know that there are many decisions before you. I know that you were the Ozzy's right hand here in Dolmakyar. I'm sure they want you here. And it sounds like y'all got a couple names on a list you're trying to scrub off. And I don't think I disagree with that either. But if whatever happened in that theater, you're looking to make it happen as many times as you can, then feel free to come with me."
I think the neutrality of our people is a mistake. I'm gonna go to Dolranya. I'm gonna go talk to the Circle. It's time we had a better conversation.
I mean this in the fullness of respect. You got the last name for it, sister. I can't do that shit.
Cool. All right.
Sure. Are you going alone?
I got this.
Are you sure?
My grandma's really scary. I got this.
You're really scary.
Oh my god, thank you.
Yeah, it's amazing. Who wants to stay here and help crack some Halavar heads?
Couldn't if I wanted to.
I think we do.
Yeah?
I think we have to.
Absolutely. They ruined my faith. They killed my friend. They took away my love, and they have now taken away my innocence. I want them to pay. I think Teor swore himself to protect me, and now he's gone. And it's only fair that I swear to avenge him. I'd like to kill your father if that's all right with you.
Get in line.
Yeah, but I'm gonna do it with his own knife.
Everyone's creative.
No. How did it go tonight? Everyone's so creative to talk to him.
I don't.
Do I have your consent?
You have my consent that if somehow you are in the position to kill my father, please, by all means,
Great.
go ahead. But also, while you're doing things here in the city, if my sisters try and do something with you, they kill all their fiancés.
I heard.
Oh, good. Okay, great.
This is a great time to also bring up my sisters can look like anybody.
Yes, we know.
Kattigan knows, learned the hard way. Please detect magic accordingly. There are eyes on all of you. I would like to find out more about what the Halovars and the Taconuses are doing with the demon stuff. And maybe we can poison the well from the inside.
Maybe
I have a very incriminating book.
They also like.
I love a good book.
Apparently, people have been being me all over the place.
You just are easy to replicate. You know?
Thank you.
Your big features.
Can I look at this book?
Yeah, of course.
I think she called you simple.
For those who are staying in town, we'll be snooping around inside my family and trying to learn what we can. Who else is staying, and how do we communicate?
I think I'm gonna be working on that. That was a bag of gems that you brought back.
Yeah.
I think I think we can utilize them, bend them to our will a little bit.
Yeah?
Yeah, I just need a little bit of time. It's been so fucking busy.
I've heard.
How does your family feel about you?
Right now,
great.
I think they trust me more than you guys do, honestly. Which is not saying much, but it is. Yeah, I think they're okay with me.
I think we should maintain that.
Stocks in Wickander becoming the chosen scion are way up. They are very, very happy with him. And I think that we should use that to our advantage.
My witness to you in action. I trust you completely now.
Bolaire, are you leaving?
It's a 180.
Bolaire, you said you had to?
Just staring through Thimble.
Well,
Are we to trust the Aussie?
I always have.
Very well, then. I belong to you. I am your weapon. What would you have me do?
Bolaire.
What did he used to say? Thimble, please tell it what to do next. What would you have me do? If I don't belong to you, I belong to his brother.
Bolaire.
Yes.
You don't belong to anyone. And you know that.
Are you saying that the Aussie was wrong? Are you saying that his notion of what I am was incorrect? Did you ever tell him that? And I'm very good at telling when someone's lying.
At a certain point, you're going to have to let go of my brother and start dealing with us.
It's difficult when he won't let go of us.
I think you're the
You're
only one
another
with that
story.
excuse.
Great.
I
don't know everything he did to you. All I
Well-
know is you only wanted to deal with me.
He wouldn't look at me.
Maybe he was scared of you, Bolaire.
Mm.
Maybe he just didn't like your ugly mug.
I was definitely scared of him. He told me everything he was going to do to me, and funny enough, he did it. My life is over. I have lost everything.
Bolaire, then come with us and you can tell me all about how terrible he was.
I need to stop my sister. I need to find my family. If you can help me do that, they will be powerful tools in your battle.
You say you lost everything, and you still have a family.
I don't. I thought I had a family. I thought I might, but I don't. I really don't.
No family is different than siblings.
Should we show him the
True that, brother.
little guy on the coffin?
I'm just spinning the coffin as the lizard's just sort of curling its way around.
Is
it.
that
yours?
Is this
That's odd. Yes, I drew that. That's funny. I don't draw, but I drew that. Oh, I drew it in the paint. Oh. Oh, is there a tiny... Oh, there is a tiny me, isn't there?
What does that mean?
What is it doing there? I keep seeing it flip around as you're
Yeah,
flying.
it's just sort of crawling around.
Why is it on the box?
Well, Thaisha sort
trying
of
to get in the box.
got it over.
Why
the
am I
box.
trying to get in the box? Why is my
Bolaire,
lizard trying to get in the
Bolaire,
box?
Bolaire, come take a look at this thing you created.
I'm not supposed to create things.
Do things dream?
I thought so, but apparently I was...
Can things create?
I don't know.
It's the thing that people do. Maybe you are more person than you think. And maybe Thimble.
Huh.
Maybe journeying outside of what's been comfortable for you will help you understand a different version of the story that you've been telling yourself about who you are and who you can be.
But also put forth the argument that being a person doesn't necessarily require biological functions.
That's fair.
Bolaire, give me investigation or arcana as you look at the box.
They're both the same anyway.
I'll give you guidance.
It's...
Guidance.
Oh, that doesn't matter. That's 22.
22.
Usually do that.
You look at the little drawings, and you see the lizard has the mask in its mouth, and the mask looks right at you and goes, "I'm Bolaire."
I'm Bolaire.
You see the mask smile so broadly, and tears begin to pop out of it that are these bright, shining tears, and it goes, "I'm not alone."
I touched the box.
As you touch the box, as you touch the box, you hear a distant fiddle playing and feel dancing. You were made to kill a god, and somewhere out there, technically, is an afterlife filled with things that, while they are there, cannot be free, which means that the god you were made to destroy is still playing her last trick on those souls.
Can I get the mask and the lizard to run onto me from the box or no?
The lizard crawls onto your hand with the mask.
Hello, Figment.
Drops the mask. I'm Figment.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for everything. I wish it could have been different, and I wish I could have seen the play. So much. My heart breaks. I really wanted to see the play.
Well, we are imperfect. You were made to save us, and now you must be imperfect with the rest of us.
Oh, it was poorly made. I will go with you.
Mara nods. Thank you.
I will need to be carried, or I will need a vessel.
Yeah, I need my magic teacher, so.
You will be protected, and let me be very clear. Now that I know that you are the missing halfling weapon, I will die before I let someone throw you in a box.
I think I'm coming with you by default. I can't stay here.
She nods.
Azune, you're staying, right?
I would love to go, but again, stay.
You're really good here.
I think I'm having fun.
I'm gonna fly over and grab your earlobe again.
Just remember to stay calm, okay? You can do it.
Hey, can I have that signet ring back?
Oh God, who has it? Oh, I think your signet ring?
Yeah.
You didn't give it to me.
I think your dad has it.
He what?
Yeah, he sort of showed it off at the dinner.
Great.
You handed it to someone else, not me.
What about the rest of y'all?
Miss Thaisha, I've got no idea what the fuck is going on. But before you leave, is there anything you can do about it?
Oh my God! Just one to the eye.
Your finger's gone. That was me. I had to.
Why did you take his?
Oh,
I had
that's
to.
right.
I had to prove that he was dead.
Yes. And when you presented it to your sister, was she vehement about looking at it and inspecting it and making sure that it had to be his finger?
Did the plan work as we planned?
Believe me.
Do you have it?
Yeah, I have it right here. But I think that I need it. I feel like Yunessa's gonna make sure. I feel like I really
Sweetie.
feel strongly that I need it because she does not believe my sister. She
You're
doesn't believe
so
anything she says.
believable. I bet you could use your words and that new bikini made out of people's souls to convince
Really
them.
cool.
Please, may I have the finger?
You could say you ate it.
He's dripping on me. Please.
Can you just make a
Please?
one? Oh God. Okay, if this gets me in trouble later, I'm coming for you, Thaisha.
Yeah, that's fine. Stick it back on.
Give me a medicine check.
Oh no, why'd I roll bad just then? 11.
Your finger goes back on, but there is a thin band of just wood.
Cheerful.
Wood and metal. It's like, it's kind of welded.
Awesome.
Yeah, I've never been a pinky ring guy, but
Sorry.
That's
weird. I always thought you had one on.
I'll get you another finger.
No. I'll be fine. Listen, we figured it out. I'll figure it out again. It's okay. It's fine. We're gonna be fine.
Mara,
Mara looks at you.
when these sundered houses find out what this ritual at the Hallowed Round achieved, what do you expect their reaction to be?
They will attempt to undo it. I remind everybody here that, yes, a few hundred souls in one night. Moreover than that, it is proof that the afterlives are not missing. Now, maybe Dolmakyar is kind of a godless city, and that has translated in the past 70 years to not being consumed by matters of faith. Outside these walls, the creed reigns supreme in many lands near and far, and various circles of druids and other faiths as well, and the clerics of the totality. What was discovered here tonight, that the afterlives are not gone, that will shake the foundations of Ahriman to the
And it
core.
will draw a lot of attention to us, which I think is going to give you some cover, because their eyes are going to be on us while you go out there and try to do what we did here again.
Far be it from me to tell you your job. The most time you can buy before they know what has happened in this theater, the better.
Also, the more souls that cross, by the time you have to deal with my family, the better. They will get weaker the less souls there are.
Where are you going, Julien?
Mara, you said you're going north towards Timony, right?
Well, That's not my final destination, but it's headed in that way. And I would never go there if I wasn't flying, but I don't think I can fly if we're traveling in this group. That's all right.
Do we think there's a way up north, roundabout to the Golden Orchard?
My path doesn't take me to the Golden Orchard.
We've got to stop by the Golden Orchard. We have to.
Oh. They destroyed it.
They did.
But my family tried to kill all of House Royce and Davinos. There's people there. And
I gotta find the professor. I gotta find him.
Is there a relic from the Golden Orchard that can serve our purpose?
Give me persuasion with advantage.
Let's go.
Fuck.
They're on the outside.
Guide him.
No. Fuck. Guess what I rolled?
What'd you roll?
A natural 20.
No! Come on! Oh, fuck. Okay, you see she goes,
Golden boy.
fuck, you're slick. What's your deal? Who are you?
I have a friend that's a dragon.
What the hell?
Look, talking to someone one time doesn't.
You see she goes.
To me for a long time.
You see she goes.
That is a point very well made.
So we are to possibly look into means of either reestablishing where the fairy-based afterlife might be, or possibly even a way to reopen the door to fairy to bring our allies back for vengeance upon what has been wrought upon the orchard itself. That would behoove everything you are attempting to accomplish, yes.
It is a point well made, and more than that, while I need to tell the professor as soon as I can. I need to tell the professor as soon as I can.
I'd very much like to meet this professor you keep talking about.
Mm-hmm. You see, she says, what if the professor met you at the Golden Orchard? Because I move fast solo. If you can swear to me that you will protect that coffin, I can't fly with it anyway.
And we'll meet you at the Golden Orchard.
With the professor.
I'll bring the professor if you bring the coffin.
Consider it sworn. Yeah. By all that remains of the vessel has Davinos. Besides, if we're going, I get to hear you tell stories about how terrible Thiazi is. Maybe if we have those scissors, you can finally cut the fucker free.
No.
I had so many plans of what we could do to experiment with him.
Don't you give him those scissors.
Really? Come on, we'll find out.
Steal those scissors.
It's fine.
Get big and steal those scissors.
What? Whoa. Wait, I need that. I need those. You don't. I'm not gonna. What? Okay, it takes hours and 2 people. I couldn't do it by myself, even if I wanted to.
You guys see Mara says, all right, I'll meet you in the Golden Orchard. I'll move as fast as I can. I fly pretty damn fast, if I can say so myself. By the time you get there, I should be en route with the professor and as many members of the cloak as I can bring. Golden Orchard's not a bad place, or God, what remains of it is not a bad place for us to have this conversation where we tell the world what it is we're up to.
From what I understand, while a lot of the Golden Orchard has been decimated, it does not seem like the Daconis' plans fully were successful. If that gives any hope.
It does. Vaelus, you're the one still holding the coffin. I think it seems that Octus, Thimble, Bolaire, and Julien are headed to the Golden Orchard, but Kattigan and Vaelus have not yet voiced what their wishes are.
Vaelus, you hate the city.
Oh, I'm not staying in the city.
And are you coming with us?
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
The Morn Vale.
Yeah.
Is it anywhere on sort of the path towards the Golden Orchard?
It is extraordinarily far north from here.
Okay.
But it's, I mean, the to answer your question, the Golden Orchard is to the northeast of here. So it's a big detour. Going to the Golden Orchard is not, if your goal was to chase Taconis's, you would head north to Timony and whatever they were doing in Houndsport. If your goal was to go meet the professor straight away, you'd fly with Mara farther north to a place that she hasn't specified because she's not that bad of a spy. Mornvale is on the other side of a sea from Timony. It's sailing north from Timony.
Oh, that's
Bay of Garathai, which is mentioned in the Taconis plans, is up there. Golden Orchard is Dvalmar Pass, Reason Girdle, and then instead of going south to the Eternal Night, you go north to Telmora. So not a direct path back there.
No. Okay. I would like to come with you. And maybe after the orchard, I will go my own way.
All right.
And Kattigan?
What puts me closer to Primus Taconis?
Physically or
Emotionally?
I don't know.
I was really curious where you were
gonna go with that.
Sensually?
Physically.
Look, physically.
He's
where
headed
I
to the
could
underworld.
bash his fucking head in with a rock.
Come with us.
Physically, it is.
That's the eventual.
You've been declared dead in the city by
Don't
people
kill
who
him
are
with
trying to kill you.
We're gonna destroy
It's
him.
probably better if you come with us.
He's gonna die.
Look, if the Aussie can die and still stick around, we can figure out a way to kill Primus multiple times.
I'm just saying, if you kill him, bring me a finger or something.
It's just
I think the whole
practicality
thing.
reasons. If you stay
Very
here, they're
easy.
gonna figure out you're not dead.
Yeah, tell me where to go, I'll fucking go.
Yeah, we're going to the Golden Orchard.
Sweet.
Vaelus, I appreciate what you did here. And it is somewhat reassuring knowing this place was partially created by the thing that once was my heart-ish. But did you think of what it was going to do to me before you smashed it?
No, I did not.
Great. That's all I wanted to know.
Bolaire,
Yes, Murray.
if y'all end up passing through Timony, tell Davinos I said hi. Check in on him for me, will you?
Of course.
I'll keep a close eye on the Argonaut, I promise you that.
Be careful. We've made enemies. The apartment is obviously available to both of you.
Toss me your keys.
Yeah, and
How would he
where
have his
my-
keys? He's on another body.
I know, they're in my bag.
His inventory
He's got a
transfers.
little
I'll miss our salons.
Thank you. Thank you. I hope one day to have the sorts of talks I was hoping to have and to tell you. I hope one day to tell you such stories.
Well, nothing is quite how any of us would want it.
Miss Magnuson.
Yes.
While you're here and if you come across anything dealing with the possibility of communicating with people beyond the Vale, I'm encountering an interesting phenomenon that I don't know how to explain yet, and I would like more information if I can get it.
Do you want to elaborate, or should I just...
Very much not in earshot of Thaisha.
Says, some of the things I've been bringing back are retaining pieces of their consciousness. And that's not something I've ever seen my family do.
Wizard shit.
Wizard shit.
All right.
Kattigan and Thimble, I haven't seen you in a minute. I just wanted to say I'm sorry about Taylor. And I don't know how Wick and I are gonna do this without you protecting us. But we're gonna try really hard to not make things worse for you. And Kattigan, we're gonna get him.
Something tells me you're gonna be just fine.
Hey, Julien. Can I have that piece of paper I gave you?
Yes. It wasn't necessary for me anyway.
I appreciate it. And I hand it to Wick. It's the glyph of shielding. If you ever speak to my father again, have it on hand. It might help.
Oh, that was from Azune, by the way.
Oh, thank you, Azune, for giving this to Octus, who gave it to Julien, who gave it to Octus, who gave it to me.
Who will you give it to?
Look, it wasn't used on our mission.
Tyranny?
The Sisterhood of the Traveling.
Traveling children.
Take this.
I don't want that.
might need
I have
that.
disguised self, baby.
Seems
you
like
take
nobody
it, please.
wants
Is that the shield? So is that
Would
the
you
shield
take
clip
this
that
and
I
give it
made?
back?
Yes.
So add one
And I
more
want
to
you
the
to have that.
Yeah, to the chain there.
You don't want it, I'll take it back.
No, I'll take it. I love things that protect me.
At the sort of fairy glade now, crystal glowing under the cave, under the surface of the lake, wherein some draconic presence slumbers once again. A cherry tree blossoming in a distant mill on the hill. You all see the early morning sunlight coming in. You have been awake all night.
This keeps happening.
This keeps happening. You
It's becoming harder to
retreat
keep track.
from the round. I think those of you who are going to depart the city are once again headed to the Valmar Pass, which means that Hal's house is not a bad place to get a short rest before departing.
Yeah.
Well, I guess, actually, this is part of the question. Do we go to Timony and then to the orchard, or the orchard then Timony?
I don't know the map.
I will show
well
you.
enough.
Please. I think Kattigan would know since he's been ranging to the north. Raging. This one's for you, Travis.
I'll say this actually. Actually, before we go all the way back to Hal's house, the funny thing
We
is
could do the Miller's Road.
the Miller's Road gets you to Timony fast as lightning.
We could be quick about it.
So even if they're equidistant, the Miller's Road gets you to Timony faster.
We should just do the Miller's Road.
Let's do that.
And also, they won't know where we are.
Yeah. Dolmakyar, Timony, and if you shorten the distance across Timony, then sailing across the Sea of Imlay, which would bring you to Houndsport to find out whatever you want to find out, would get you to Telmora faster than going back to the Dwalmar Pass.
Then we take a little rest here.
We can take a rest at the.
At the tree.
Yeah.
You take a rest in the fairy cavern.
Oh, Reason Girdle?
Damn.
Oh.
As you take your rest here, Kattigan, Thimble, Octus, Julien, Vaelus, Bolaire. Julien, you've been getting drunk. Give me one more perception check with advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry.
Move your shit, Vaelus.
Okay. We have a small table.
Secret vibes remain on
And
that.
Bolaire, my question for you is, do you go, are you just here where you are, or do you go back to your apartment before?
I am a little... I will not go back to... Well,
Don't you need a new body?
I don't have one there, but...
He could ride along in a pocket. Misha's not going.
Azune?
17.
Yes. I do not have words to express my gratitude for every conversation. I am grateful. I've been meaning to ask, where does the name come from, Azune? Is that... I don't even know if I'm pronouncing it right.
You're not.
How does one pronounce it?
Nobody here pronounces it right.
Well, I'm not going to be here for very long, am I? So I should probably pick it up if I take it somewhere else.
Do you like secrets, Bolaire?
I am nothing but secrets.
I whisper in his ear the correct pronunciation of my name that has never been spoken at this table.
It's like
What
a
is the recommendation of it?
I don't know. It's a secret.
Oh, I love it.
You whisper it? I do.
It's pronounced Keith.
I do have. I have one I have one request then, if you would do one terribly dangerous thing for me. Yes. Would you accompany me back to my apartment to gather some things?
Yes.
Would you help me leave this particularly kind gentleman behind?
Would you like me to
put on the mask? Yes, please.
I did it before. It's okay. It's safe.
Yes, I'll do that.
Thank you. Oh yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, before you do that,
Uh-huh.
before I lose you to this chaos,
yeah,
I go, you're all staying behind to protect what's important to you in the city, of course. When he fell, Teor took into battle a symbol of alliance to some within House Einfasen, a place of which you've built some connection, from what I hear. Yes.
Yes.
It serves me no purpose, and it served him great purpose at the end. But, and I kind of reach over in the belongings I have and pull forth the axe that Ingrid gave me.
Yeah.
And say, I know you seem to be built like a protector, but there will come a time where it's about cutting down your foe before they get to you. And I kind of lop the axe into your grip, this massive great axe.
Not a lucky axe.
Shh! You're still drunk.
You pass the axe to Azune. On that 17 perception, I think as we're parting ways and beginning to wind down, Thimble, you are resting in this fairy cave, dreaming sweet dreams. And Kattigan, you're remaining here to travel as well. I think Thimble and Wick are heading out, and Tyranny, you have your last moment with Kattigan and Thimble before you and Wick have to depart back to the Via Aurora. I think Julien, there's a small fire, fairies are dancing around it, and you look at your shadow on the wall, and there's a moment of several shadows there, and I think only you see this, of your shadow reaching out and embracing two figures, holding them close, as these three shapes on the wall, their arms tight, locked around each other, and two other figures, manes around their heads, vanish into shadow, and you just see your shadow looking at them vanish.
Before you leave.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I know. Are you coming with us to Timony?
Girl,
And I will see you when I see you.
I'm gonna miss you very much.
I'm gonna miss you too. Don't tell your grandmother about me.
Yeah.
She doesn't need to know.
You haven't met my grandma. She's as scary as your dad.
I love you.
I love you. And I want to pull out just like a little sewing needle and like put it, like tuck it into the lapel of your coat, just in case pins, stitches get loose.
Or mine.
Take care of yourself.
Right.
Be safe out there, Mama Bear.
Hal, Murray, Azune, Wick, and Tyranny head off to the various parts of the city in which you sleep and call home. Except Azune, wearing Bolaire, you gather up and or destroy whatever in your apartment you need to. You find one, and you release Misha to go back home with Hal.
Misha and I, in my head, by the way, have been having a phenomenal talk about our favorite theater. I have been sharing plays that have long since died to antiquity. He's been
He's drunk as a skunk on mind wine. A good time. He gives you a big embrace on your way out, and as Azune wears you in his home, you are able to. We can hash out all of the intricacies, but you do find one other thing before you leave.
which is left on your table, is a note that says, I owe you everything, and I didn't get to say goodbye. If you're ever in Timony, please call on its archmage, and I made you something. And you see Demodus, who didn't get to say goodbye to you before he fled, and there is a small flip book that has a little black cat on it. And the flip book very simply says, there once was a cat that was told it would die at the end of its story. And though it knew its doom was coming, and then in the flip book, the cat scratches the narration panels apart, jumps, and leaps beyond the pages of the flip book. And the rest of the pages are blank.
That's rad.
I've cried enough today. Azune, you return him to the cave where his companions can care for him until such time as a body can be found. Yes. Love it.
Before Thaisha goes, I would like to walk up to Thaisha and
Subtle. Giving space.
Thank you for everything you have taught me. So much in this short amount of time that we've spent together.
So sorry that the manner of our meeting and my behavior towards you was nothing like what I thought we would go through. And I will miss you terribly.
I will miss you very bad. You have made a very large impact on me.
And you on me.
Please be safe.
Avoid birds. They're so bad.
Yeah. Never again.
Never again.
Never again.
Big bird. I give you a huge hug.
Yeah. I just grab you and I just hold on to you and hold on as long as I can.
Come back if you can.
Kattigan, we'll get our date night next time, Dirtman.
Promises.
Hal, you return with Misha home, where once again, bodies of loved ones.
You fell asleep, old timer.
What's that?
Oh, fell asleep. Let's get you to bed.
To bed. I had such a lovely talk with Bolaire. He's so learned in his cellar. Ooh-wee.
Black Lodge.
You see that. You see all around that. Once again, you will have a trip to a cemetery to make. As soon as your home was cleared of your brother's body, you now have these two. Their spirits, however. I think Thimble and Kattigan, as you dream amongst the fairies, you hear distant roars of brothers who don't have to go on their next journey alone. You sleep and rest, and in the morning, our new Seekers table heads for the Golden Orchard. Our new Schemers table awakens in Dolmakyar, and I think fittingly, a one-person soldiers table.
I'm an army of one.
Like that baby. Group scatter. Julien and Thaisha just share one kind of look from across the rest of the crowd, and just kind of gives like a. That's it.
I got one last thing.
Never going home.
Never.
Go for it. Quiet. In the morning, when Thimble is sitting on a branch before you set out, a magpie lands on the branch next to you, a little bit smaller than you, warbles a little bit, and then you hear Hal's voice come out of the bird saying, "My brother told me to tell you it would be okay. And maybe it will be."
Thanks, Hal.
The adventure continues for these beautiful, inspiring, noble and flawed and heroic adventurers. But it does not continue for us, because that is the end of this session and indeed of this chapter of this saga. For all of you at home, thank you for watching this extraordinarily hefty episode of Critical Role. And it is my honor, amongst all of you, to ask, is it Thursday yet?
Hell
You forgot to say how attractive we are in that list of characters.
Attractive. Fuck, dude. Fuck.
Really extraordinarily.